At this hour, the store was empty. A perfect time for a break. But no, a pack of cigarettes was suddenly thrown at the checkout. "Give me back my money," demanded the woman in the worn-out sweater. The young student might have been scared, but instead he calmly asked for the check. The woman threw her hands up to her chest and barked, "These are just cigarettes. Why do you need a receipt?" When the student clarified the reasons for the return, she lost her temper. She hit the table, scattering drool. The guy remained firm, repeating, "I need a receipt." But the woman just waved him off in irritation. The student stood his ground, but the woman did not relent. "You have to carry all your documents with you." "Who throws them out?" The guy sighed, tired of her pressure. What if the cigarettes were bought around the corner, cheaper? Without a receipt, he couldn't trust her. The woman suddenly flared up. "Are you calling me a liar?" She skillfully feigned offense. "I'll bombard you with complaints. No respect." The woman screamed so loudly that his ears were blocked. The guy noted with relief that there were no other customers around. Suddenly, he slammed the fly swatter hard on the cash register. "Damn flies, they're torturing me," the student joked, scaring away imaginary insects. The woman realized that her trick had failed and, leaving the empty pack, hurried away to look for a new victim. "There are so many scammers," the student thought, watching her. "You're slacking off at work, lazy bones," his friend teased him when he returned from training. "Were you someone's punching bag again?" The student chuckled, looking at his face. "You should have seen that guy's face," the friend boasted. "It's just sparring." "You're something. You go to extra classes and train," the student muttered enviously. "By the way, I also work and study," the friend replied. "You got beaten up and you're happy as an elephant. Are you enjoying it or something?" The student chuckled. The friend immediately performed a shadow boxing. "Words can't explain it. Just try it once. You'll understand right away," he insisted. "You were famous in school. Why not try mixed martial arts?" a friend suggested. But the student just waved it off. "It's a fight." "But didn't you do a lot of exercise before?" the friend persisted. The student looked away. "So he hasn't let go of the past," his friend thought, looking at the cashier. Oh well, he resigned himself, deciding to change the subject so as not to embarrass the guy. "Come and cheer," the student heard and was surprised. "Will there be a fight?" "A professional match," my friend proudly explained. "Right in a fight club. If he wins, will he become a pro?" The student didn't believe it. It didn't seem that difficult, he noted. But his friend objected, "So much work, it's not easy." "It sounds cool," the student sighed, because once this was his dream too. "And he still really worries about it," his friend noted, but decided not to say it out loud. "Come see it, it's better than on the screen," they offered him, and the guy agreed. "Excellent," his friend rejoiced, patting him on the back with a strong hand. "Well, go to work." The student waved goodbye and went home. The coolness of the night was refreshing. How long had he thought about this? Hui-sung wondered. This slacker will become a pro, the guy thought. Sounds good. On the day of the fight, Hui-seong arrived early and found the right place among the office buildings. He reread the sign several times to make sure. What kind of hole was this? He thought. A banner was hung over the entrance to the basement and guards were posted, Hui-sung noted. This was his first time here. He was a little shy to go in right away and decided to call a friend. "Aren't you lost? Come in since you came," the friend cheerfully responded, immersed in preparations. "Just walk in," Hui-sung realized. It was dusty and stuffy inside, which immediately disappointed him. After all, this was just an amateur league. "Let's watch my brothers fight and then go home," the guy decided, not wanting to linger within these dusty walls. Hui-sung made his way down the narrow, dark stairs, almost tripping. From inside came the hubbub of the crowd, shouts and music. He pushed the doors. The crowd screamed, drowning out everything else, and the echo only increased the noise in the basement. His gaze immediately fell on the cage fight. One of the fighters had just been hit in the jaw with a powerful hook, and his head was thrown back sharply. Song Hui couldn't take his eyes off him. Something stirred in his soul. The fighter did not slow down and swung his hook. Suddenly, he delivered a precise uppercut to the stomach, and the opponent, under the pressure of a clean blow, broke down in sweat. The opponent dodged the final right punch. Hui-sung's heart was pounding, adrenaline rushing through his body. The opponent raised his knee, pretending to deliver a blow to the body. He was ready to fight. But instead, he suddenly threw a high kick, putting all his strength into it, and the blow landed right on the jaw. To the cheers of the crowd, the referee gestured to end the fight and indicated the winner. He raised his hands in jubilation, a well-deserved victory after a tough fight. A sweet moment of triumph swept over all the spectators, and Hui So felt it too. The long-forgotten flame of a fighter flared up within him. He clenched his fists, holding his breath with delight. A friend noticed Hui So staring at the empty octagon. "Do you like it?" he asked the boy, frozen like a statue. The slacker friend looked different. He came out with the coaches. "What a look. We're going to drink beer today," he cheerfully encouraged, hitting her with his glove. "It's cool here, not like the beeping scanner at the checkout," he added, and Hui So nodded sheepishly, feeling the tension. "Get ready for a fight," the thick-browed trainer interrupted their conversation. "Okie dokie," Jung Hwan replied. "We'll celebrate the victory later," Hui So said confidently and headed towards the cage. "Even your friend is in better shape than you," the trainer encouraged the fighter. Jung Hwan turned to his friend. He did not take his eyes off the cage, peering intently. "How long can you deny it, and you yourself will see," he chuckled. The presenter, shouting over the noise of the crowd, announced the start of the next fight. "Blue corner, Lee Jung Hwan," he introduced. Jung Hwan looked fully prepared for the fight. Red corner, Choi Hyo Sup. The muscular fighter with red hair grinned like a real demon. "To the center of the ring," the referee commanded, and the fighters met eyes. Will he be able to handle it? Hui So thought doubtfully as he watched his comrade. The referee gave the signal. "Blue ready, red ready. Fight," came the command, and to the sound of the gong, the fighters rushed towards each other. The red-haired demon started first, pressing with all his mass. He rained down heavy jabs, but Jung Hwan deftly dodged each one. The red one swung a wide hook, but the blue one managed to dodge. This was immediately followed by a powerful left punch into the block of crossed arms. "It's like a cannon," thought Jung Hwan, feeling anxious. He responded sharply with a left straight to throw his opponent off his rhythm. Red took a punch to the jaw, not caring about defense. Jung Hwan was nervous but remained in the center of the cage, trading blows. "Too tense," Hui So noted, as he watched his friend go into the exchange, looking nothing like himself. Jung Hwan was getting it. His opponent was superior in strength, but he did not retreat. The red-headed one pressed forward, ignoring the blows. "Move already!" Hui So blurted out anxiously, his intuition sounding the alarm. And for good reason, Jung Hwan took a straight left to the head. "This is lousy," flashed through Hui So's mind, a chill running down his spine. His friend was taking too many hits. The powerful blow sent Jung Hwan's head flying back, leaving him dangerously exposed. The guy staggered, losing his balance. The world began to swim before his eyes. The red-haired man rushed forward, intending to finish him off. Jung Hwan saw the attack coming, but he didn't have time to get away. "Bad," flashed through his head. "Dodge!" Hui So shouted, not holding back his emotions. A heavy right to the jaw knocked Jung Hwan down. The referee stepped between the fighters and gave the command, "Stop," as soon as Jung Hwan fell to his knees. The guy seemed to have gone dark. His head was ringing. He couldn't come to his senses. The referee crossed his arms above his head, signaling a stop to the fight to the judges outside the ring. "What a fool," lamented Hui So, closing his eyes in grief. "What is this?" The presenter's voice from the speakers brought him back to reality. While the referee was looking away, the red-headed man pounced on the defenseless Jung Hwan. Sitting on top, he pounded him as if turning him into a cutlet. The referee grabbed him by the shoulders, trying to pull him away from the prone fighter. But the stupid bull threw the judge aside and returned to beating him again. Hui So watched in slow motion as the madman's fist hovered over his friend's head. Jung Hwan could barely move his fingers, being deeply knocked out. The coaches were confused. One called the staff, but everyone hesitated. Hui So didn't wait. Without thinking, he rushed to the cage. He didn't yet know what he would do inside, but he threw off his jacket for more freedom. The presenter noticed out of the corner of his eye a black shadow rushing towards the ring. "What is he doing? Stop!" the presenter shouted after him. Hui So flew up the cage with lightning speed and jumped inside like a panther. He landed confidently, distributing his weight on his arms and legs. In the corner, a friend was being mercilessly beaten, and no one intervened. The red-haired man, going mad, shouted, "Die! Die!" A powerful hand grabbed him by the neck, almost breaking his head. "Get lost, you idiot!" And the redhead crashed into the net with a bang. Hui So leaned over his friend, trying to bring him back to his senses. "Who dared?" the red-headed man roared, rising. The spectators behind him screamed, but Hui So didn't turn around. It all happened instantly. The red-headed one jumped up and swung. The friend looked bad, did not react to what was happening before his eyes. "Damn!" flashed through Hui So's mind. The friend's gaze remained empty. He had suffered greatly in the battle and after. "Call an ambulance!" Huiso shouted over the hubbub of the crowd. Through the hubbub, he heard faint cries of someone calling from behind. The red-haired man, maddened, rushed to attack again. Huiso reacted like a cat, catching the massive blow at the last moment. Reflexively, he crossed his arms in front of him, defending himself. The blow went wide but sent him flying towards the edge of the net. The red-headed man unleashed a hail of blows, but Huiso held his ground firmly. As soon as he tried to dodge, his opponent's glove pinned him to the floor. Crash! The knee strike broke his block and lifted him off the ground. The thick-browed trainer became noticeably nervous. Everything was going beyond the pale. Finally, the cage door opened and people rushed inside. "Hiseop, calm down," the red-headed man's trainer mumbled. "You won't get off that easy," he shouted at the fighter. Huiso could clearly see the knee rising again to strike. He opened the block, stepped to the left, and easily dodged. "Bastard," Huiso said through his teeth, clenching his fist tighter. He extended his left hand forward, taking a wide stance, and his right hand dropped to his waist. "Enough already!" And his right, like a cannon, fired an uppercut straight into the opponent's jaw. The bare fist struck like a steel block and knocked the redhead out on the spot. "That's it," Huiso shouted, feeling the recoil spread throughout his body. The thick-browed coach froze with his mouth open. You don't see that every day. Even the manager in the black suit froze in amazement. A simple spectator just knocked out a professional fighter with one punch. "Phew," Huiso breathed out. Let him lie there and think. But then an alarming thought occurred to him. What if he had overdone it? At that very moment, the club employees knocked him down, mistaking him for an intruder. Huiso was indignant. He was not a troublemaker, but security was already dragging him out of the ring. "A real diamond," the manager grinned, spotting talent in this spectator. Young Juan gradually came to his senses, looking exhausted, both of them breathing in the cool evening air. "What about the results of the fight now?" Huiso asked. "Invalid. Huiso is suspended from all competitions," Jung Hwan responded. "But there's nothing to be happy about. If I lose the fight, I won't become a professional," he explained. "There's something I wanted to say," the friend added, changing the subject. "Just listen, I'll tell you straight." Young Hwan collected his thoughts. It's good that he's so cheerful after everything, Huiso thought. "Want to try yourself in the cage?" Young Hwan asked unexpectedly. He handed Huiso a piece of cardboard with the name of the fight organizer, Chang Yun Woong. "He was impressed by your spectacular knockout. He offers to turn you into a pro," the friend explained. "Chances like these are rare," Zhang Huan insisted. "Will I be able to handle it?" Huiso wondered, torn between desire and doubt. "Sports used to bring me nothing but trouble," he replied with a hint of sadness. "So what? Are you going to whine now?" Young Huan said with annoyance. "Come on, this doesn't obligate you to anything," he encouraged, lightly bumping his friend with his elbow. "There is nothing strange about liking fights. You just came, watched, and liked it," added Young Huan. "And now, look, I've almost become a professional, although I thought I'd just watch," he said, throwing up his hands. "So you're not going to give up?" Huiso asked. "Well, maybe I won't become a champion, but the fights drag on." My friend smiled through the pain of his broken lips. "Why do it if not for fun?" he added. "You don't need a lofty dream to do what you love," Jung Hwan continued, making Huiso think. "So that's how it is," Huiso replied, getting up from the bench. "You're already annoying. You talk like Confucius," he chuckled. "And then I have to work hard at the market early in the morning," said Huiso. "Come on, work, lazy bones," Jung Hwan teased him. "Go to the hospital and come back to the store." Huiso said goodbye. Young Hwan watched him go, wondering if he understood. The broad back slowly dissolved into the gloom of the streetlights. "His place is definitely in the arena," Young Hwan smiled as he imagined it. "Ha, just imagining it makes me hot," he laughed. "Okay, I'll meet you there," the manager said on the phone. "Meeting that guy everyone's talking about," he told his assistant. "A regular guy knocked out a pro, people like it," the assistant agreed. And the manager decided to invite him to the league. "Make him a pro." The assistant was surprised. "Any doubts?" The manager answered with a question. "He just got lucky in the ring," the bespectacled man doubted. "It was an accident." "He's just young. Is that luck?" the manager noted. "The time will come. He will learn," he said, getting up from the table. "Choi Sub is a beast, but he has a fast recovery." "Yes, he took damage, but for such a big guy, it's not critical," A newbie definitely wouldn't have touched him. The manager stretched his shoulders. And that's not all, he added, glancing at his watch. Time to run. Work without me. He waved goodbye to his assistant. For a pro, not only fighting skills are important, but also other qualities, he concluded. You can't get by on skill alone. The fighters swear and behave insolently. They provoke their opponents and turn the fight into a real show. Their sense of humor and lightning-fast reactions help them captivate the crowd. Yes, it's just a proposal, but there's something about this guy, the manager thought. The potential to become a star of the arena, he recalled with a smile the bright show of the past. Huiso came to the meeting, deciding to find out everything first. What is it about me that interests you so much? He asked. The manager offered to show me and pulled out a desktop. He placed a screen in front of the guy and turned on the recording after the fight. The video clearly showed the red-headed enemy attacking furiously. Huiso dodged deftly, then countered with a powerful uppercut. That's a punch, the manager noted admiringly. Lucky, Huiso replied calmly, surprising the manager with his modesty. The guy described it in detail. He transferred his weight to his left leg, took a low stance for balance, and fixed his right hand for ease of turning his body. Is it just luck? The manager showed an uppercut with his fist. No, this is a precise blow from a trained fighter, he said. Did you really get here by accident? The manager continued. Yes and no, Huiso replied, thinking, which completely confused the manager. He explained that the thug could have knocked him down, but as soon as he opened up, Huiso hit him. The manager was puzzled. Did you really notice that? He asked, not hiding his surprise. My gut instinct was right. The guy is really talented. The manager smiled at his thoughts. He asked Huiso if he had done anything before. 3 years of baseball in elementary school, Huiso recalled. And then 6 years of freestyle wrestling in high school, he added. Now it's clear where the reaction came from, the manager said. In baseball, the ball flies much faster than the strike. I'll ask you straight. Why not take up mixed martial arts? The manager asked. So thought for a moment. He had been expecting such a question and was already prepared for an answer. I'd like to do MMA, he replied, and the manager was delighted. But the financial side leaves much to be desired, concluded Huiso. Popularity is a fickle thing. If the investment doesn't pay off, his family will be left with debt. He doesn't want to disturb his loved ones with his ambitions, and the manager, hearing this, thought about it. Got it? You want $1 million for the fight? The manager replied. It's possible, he added with a smile, surprising the guy. Don't worry about the equipment. Everything will be provided. And with part-time work, you can earn good money, the manager figured. There's no such thing as a free lunch, right? Huiso responded suspiciously. Just a little test sparring. If the director likes you, we'll take you on the team, the manager suggested. If not, everything will remain the same, no risks, he added. The guy realized that they wanted to test him, and the decision was his. The sparring was scheduled for a month later. Is it possible to change the test date? Huiso asked, thinking. A month might not be enough. Contact me when you're ready, the manager agreed. What about today? He heard and almost choked on his hot coffee. Today? The manager asked again, puzzled, and the guy nodded. You must be kidding me? The manager thought, deciding that something was wrong with the guy. What jokes? Give me your fighter, Huiso answered decisively. The manager didn't expect this turn of events. This guy was ready to fight today. Any reason to do this immediately? The manager asked the guy who seemed crazy to him. You do realize that MMA is not a place for the frivolous? He added, and the guy nodded confidently. What to wait for? If I'm good now. Talent won't appear in a month, Huiso answered calmly. It's ridiculous, but it sounds so convincing, flashed through the manager's mind. Chill out. First, you need a partner, so today is definitely not going to work. The agent snapped decisively. Let's put it off for a week. At least we need some basics, the manager said. We'll decide on that. In a week, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he said, packing his things. It's not too late to change your mind, the agent warned sternly. No problem, the cheeky guy answered confidently. Phew, this guy has a spark, the manager noted to himself. The outcome of the fight is clear, the manager said with a relaxed smile. Okay, Huiso nodded, getting up. It was time to leave. Prepare properly, his agent instructed him. Huiso smiled. He hadn't felt such anticipation before a competition in a long time. Finally, he reached the fashionable building, the hall of Team Young Hwan. Burning with impatience, the guy quickly climbed the steps. Huiso stood frozen in front of the door, feeling the usual awkwardness in the new place. Plucking up his courage, he opened the glass door and said hello. "This is so serious." He held his breath, seeing the preparations in full swing in the hall. "Keep your hands close to your body," the trainers instructed the powerful fighters. The sound of gloves on paws created a tense but pleasant atmosphere. "Good sound," Huiso noted as he watched the training. "Why are you standing there like a statue? Are you staring at real men?" His best friend chuckled, approaching with a trainer with thick eyebrows. "That's definitely not about him," Huiso snapped, looking at his slacker friend. The coach introduced himself, Park Sung-hoon, the team's coach. Huiseo followed suit, introducing himself and shaking hands. "If your friend is a slob, you can address me informally," the bushy-browed trainer suggested. "The test is in a week," he confirmed, having heard it from Young Hwan. "To be honest, I thought you would refuse," the coach added sternly. "Get changed," the coach said, and his friend led Huiso along. The bushy-browed coach looked after Huiso with doubt. He looked too self-confident. "It's finally starting," Huiso thought as he returned to the coach. "This whole farce is a waste of time and effort." The eyebrow stick immediately brought down the mood. "So straightforward," thought the guy, stunned by such abruptness. "What can you learn in a week? Even if you remember it, it will take weeks to practice," the coach grumbled. "We'll teach the most basic principles," the coach said, and Huiso nodded decisively. "What is the most important thing in a fight?" Park Sung-hoon continued, asking a leading question. "A blow?" Huiso guessed. "That's right. The techniques are different, but the main thing is to inflict damage on the opponent," the coach answered sternly. "The first and most important one is the jab, a simple punch to control distance," he explained. The bushy-browed trainer demonstrated a series of fast, sharp jabs on the bag. Huiso watched carefully, but the sound of the blows did not impress him. "It's somehow simple, like stroking with the palm of your hand," he thought with disbelief. "What do you think?" the coach asked, and Huiso nodded uncertainly. "It turned out well." "Really?" Pak narrowed his eyes, frowning. "He looks weak and clumsy," Huiso admitted honestly. "Okay, how about this?" The coach walked back to the bag. Coach Pak hit the bag hard, causing it to shake from the loud blows. "That's better." Huiso cheered up, and the coach nodded approvingly. "Right. But they will be practicing the first version of the jab," explained the eyebrow artist. "In MMA, they use not only strikes, but also throws and grabs. It's important to keep your distance. The second type of jab requires precise aim and is used more in boxing. In MMA, the fighters are lower and closer to each other, so this kind of strike is less effective here," the coach explained. "After the jab, you need a straight punch similar to a boxer's," the trainer explained. "Alternate them together," Park Song added, turning back to the pair. "Jab and immediately return your hand." He demonstrated several clear punches. Then, turning his body, he threw his right one at full force. The bag shook from the powerful blow. After the combination, return your hand to your jaw and put your front hand forward. Defense is most important. "That's all the basics. Got it?" asked the brow sticker, and the cheeky boy nodded. "Okay, we're done," the coach said, casting a condescending glance at the newcomer. "Really, it's that simple?" Huiso was surprised. "Once you master these two strikes, you've already won half the battle," the coach replied. "Take care of your wrist when the bag flies back. Practice until you get tired." He finished the instruction and left the newbie. "Isn't that too little?" Young Hwan asked worriedly. "That's enough," the coach replied sharply. "Is this a tutorial, just to lay out the theory?" the friend insisted. "What will change if he is taught more thoroughly?" the coach retorted sternly. "A week is not enough even for a guy who is so talented," the coach shook his head indifferently. "But he is a friend," Young Hwan was upset. "If he wasn't a friend, there would be no conversation with him. Miracles don't happen. Train and go home," the coach replied. The hall echoed with a rapid series of blows. The bag bounced on its chains like a feather as it was attacked with force. Huiso worked the punching bag rhythmically, without slowing down, without pauses. He then added movement with his legs, working the bag from different angles. The guy was showing excellent form. He added dodging, moving like a pendulum and throwing straight punches from different angles. "A newbie, you say?" The eyebrowed man was surprised, and Young Hwan himself did not suspect his friend's hidden abilities. Huiso loaded his right, put his body in, and struck without a swing. The pair shook from the powerful blow, the echo spreading throughout the hall. Beads of sweat rolled off his face as he focused on every punch. Interesting, the eyebrow-bearer said cheerfully, clearly not expecting this from the newcomer. They then moved on to pad training, and Huiso landed a powerful low kick to the shin. The blow was resounding, with a loud slap on the paw. "What kind of ballet is this? It's like you're chasing flies." The bushy-browed trainer stopped him. "Two sweeping, pick one spot and hit it," the brow stick corrected. "Learn to hit fast, again," he commanded. "What's that noise?" a low voice said from behind them, and they turned around. "Work, don't get distracted," said a strong, stubbly man who entered the room as if he had just come from a construction site. "How was the seminar?" The thick-browed one came up to say hello. "Fine," the shaggy one answered briefly. Head coach Hwang Sang-guk glanced at the new guy, and Park Sung reminded him that this was the guy that manager Jong had noticed. "Come here," the bushy-browed coach called out. "This is head coach Hwang Sang-guk," he introduced, and Huiseo bowed. "Do you like MMA?" Sang-guk asked, scratching his beard. "I really do. I'd like to watch more tournaments," the guy replied. The coaches were looking at him so intently that he literally froze to the spot. "Try hard and you will get results," the head coach simply said. "Go ahead and work." He waved his hand and left so as not to interfere. "Let's go," the brow stick encouraged, realizing that they didn't have much time. So looked after this strange man, as if he had just returned from hard work. "What a fool I am," thought Huiso, hugging the bag. There was only 1 day left until the exhibition match. There was only 1 day left, and he still hadn't mastered the required kick. What a frivolous idiot, Huiso scolded himself as he hugged the bag. If I had thought about it in advance, I wouldn't have asked for just a week to prepare. "I'll practice a little more," he decided after a short break. "Do you like to stay until the last minute?" the head coach asked him as he left the office. "How's the kick?" the coach asked. "You've been training all day and still can't get it?" So honestly complained that the kick still wasn't coming. "Come on, show me!" Sang-guk scratched his beard, thinking that since the guy was trying so hard, it was worth taking a look. "What, do you want to see for yourself? Aren't you a bit old?" So answered cheekily. "Do as you're told," Sang-guk grumbled. "And then we'll see." Huiseo obediently stood in a stance, preparing to strike with his back leg. Huiso swung his arm and hit the bag hard, but the sound was muffled again. Sang-guk sighed heavily. It immediately became clear to him what the problem was, and catching the guy's gaze, he said, "Are you hitting me with crutches?" the old coach grumbled. "You only use your legs, but you don't use your abdominal muscles to turn your body. Of course, the punch will be weak," he explained. "It's as if you're tearing off a part of yourself. The oblique muscles merge with the thighs, strengthening the blow." "Watch carefully, I'll show you how it's done," Sang-guk muttered. "Don't yawn. Get real tight." The old but not useless trainer took a low stance. "Lift your legs as soon as you start rotating your pelvis," he said, and delivered a powerful blow for his age. The leg entered the bag like a heavy whip, completing a full turn. "As I thought," Huiso's eyes lit up. "Not bad for an old man," he noted with a grin. Now, enough of the excitement. Try it yourself." Sang-guk nodded at the bag. Huiseo bounced on his toes a couple of times, testing his body. "Tighten your abs, turn your pelvis," he repeated mentally, imagining the blow. His leg shot up easily as the movement merged into one. A heavy blow hit the bottom of the bag with a sharp sound. "Oh yeah, that's it." Huiseo felt the power all over his body. "Exactly," Sang-guk approved. "Much better." Huiseo exhaled and collapsed on the spot, completely exhausted. "You're quick to grab, that's why Manager Chang is interested in you," the coach grumbled contentedly. "Did you think this was just a game for him?" the old man suddenly said. "Why?" Huiseo was surprised. "You said so yourself," the coach replied. He remembered their first conversation. It seemed he had been misunderstood then. "Sorry if that sounded careless," the guy apologized. "Oh, come on," the old man laughed. "You're basically right. He's in MMA too because he loves it. It's much better than just a job. You have to know how to rest too. Go home," Sang-guk grumbled. "Master Sang," Huiseo jumped to his feet. "Thank you for everything," he blurted out loudly, his voice echoing throughout the room. "You're a weirdo," Sang-guk chuckled. "If you scream like that, they'll think you're already on the team." Show what you can do tomorrow, the coach wished him. Fighter! Hui So heard the unshaven master's cheerful grumble. The next day, he was ready and dressed for the match. His opponent, a confident shaved guy, was calmly warming up on the side. Chung Hwan, standing nearby, looked warily at his friend's opponent. He looked serious. Director Kim Si-yup squinted and assessed the newcomer with obvious interest. Handsome, huh? Manager Chang remarked. Is he the one who sends people flying with a punch? The director asked. Coach Park says he's a quick learner, the manager praised. We'll see, the director replied, eyeing the newcomer appraisingly. Relax and do what you normally do, his friend encouraged, although he was more nervous than the fighter in the helmet. He's only been in MMA for a week, so don't push yourself too hard, but be on your guard, the shaved man's trainer instructed. No need for protection, lightweight, the shaved man grinned. Now we'll lower the eagle to the ground. Fighters to the middle, the referee gave the command to begin. Are you closing your eyes out of fear? The opponent teased, but Wiso remained silent. Sparring for 3 rounds of 2 minutes, the referee reminded. No elbows, knees, or wrestling, he listed the restrictions. Wiso concentrated. They touched gloves and went to their corners at the referee's signal. The gong rang and the shaved man immediately took the initiative with quick jabs. He added hooks with skill and Huiso barely had time to dodge. The shaven one threw a low kick, but the newcomer managed to defend himself by raising his shin. Not bad protection, said director Kim Si-yup. The guy moved confidently around the ring, showing excellent footwork. Shaven chased him around the ring. Running away? He smirked. As Huiso retreated, the shaved man threw a left straight, the blow hitting the block. Huiso kept a tight defense, not attacking, giving his opponent freedom. He easily closed in and delivered an uppercut to the ribs. Pain shot through Huiso, causing him to cringe for a moment. Shaven continued to break the newcomer's block with a smug smile. He gets beat up too much, the director said with disappointment. But the guy hasn't lost yet, the manager countered. Will you fight? The shaved man grinned insolently, forgetting about protection and rushing forward. Huiso had already gotten used to his speed and confidently dodged, tilting his helmet slightly. Instantly closing in, he passed his opponent's defense. His hand described a sharp hook and his fist sank into the jaw with an uppercut. Oh, not bad, the director noted, and the manager rejoiced. Good hit, this newbie knows something, the shaved man realized. He tried to hold off Huiso with jabs from a left-handed stance, but he confidently dodged. Seizing the moment, Huiso landed a straight right to the jaw, and the blow landed hard. But it wasn't enough to knock him out, and the shaved man managed to exchange blows. The helmet softened the blow, but Huiso felt it. The fighters continued to exchange blows in the center of the ring, and the shaved one got hit on the nose. Huiseo was still getting hit on the helmet by the shaved man. Look, Master Sanguk, Huiso doesn't give up even against a pro. Young Hwan supported his friend, but the coach frowned. What is this weirdo doing? He thought, but he didn't interfere. Round! The referee sent the fighters to the corners. Huiso took a deep breath and splashed water on himself to cool down. It's hard, but even getting hit is fun in its own way, he thought. The guy knows where to hit, the director noted, and the manager agreed, confident in the newcomer. But, the director added, because the second round was going on just like the end of the first. The boys exchanged quick blows, causing little serious damage. Huiso was breathing heavily, his stamina was lacking. He lacks experience and strength, the club director said with disappointment. But the shaved one was still full of strength and continued to actively press on Huiso. The opponent attacked from different angles, and Huiso went into deep defense. We had a good start, the shaved man exulted mockingly. Wait another minute, he grinned. Huiso endured, raising his defenses, standing with his last strength. The gong saved him from defeat. The second round went to the shaved one. Just breathe, Young Hwan encouraged him as his second. The guy has shown everything he can do, the director said, and the manager reluctantly agreed. He's not in the best shape right now. Train him properly, the director ordered, getting ready to leave. Li Huiso! The grumpy old man called out loudly, attracting the attention of everyone around him. Master! Huiso walked to the edge of the octagon to talk. Who fights like a girl in the ring? The old man asked sternly. What kind of fool gives in to an opponent? The old man scolded Huiso. The shaved man glared angrily. His victory had just been devalued. MMA is a sport for the strong-willed, the old man continued to scold. The manager watched, perplexed. Enjoy the fight, but don't forget about the goal. Stop playing. The unshaven coach got carried away. Fight as you wish without regret. These words entered Huiso like a fresh wind. Just don't dare grab that thing, Huiso said with a smile. The director stopped to understand what the newcomer was up to. His gaze was stern. Okay, let's get rid of all the unnecessary things. Huiso took off his helmet, smiling. Now we'll fight seriously. He stretched his arms as if he had just dropped a heavy load. What's wrong with this weirdo? The shaved man muttered, preparing for the next round. He decided to put on a show? Funny, thought the bald man, confident that he was in control of the fight. He acts carefree, like a different person, the shaved man noted to himself, watching Huiso. The gong rang, and the shaved man rushed forward, deciding not to lose the initiative. The attacks continued, but Huiso dodged his blows with cat-like agility. It's hot, he cried, jumping on the surface. His feet felt like they were on fire from the sudden movements. What kind of circus is this in front of the director? The manager's jaw dropped. The contract could have been signed without any problems if the guy hadn't tried to jump over his head. Just a bluff, the shaved man grinned. He was sure he could easily take down the cocky newbie. Time to sleep! Without fear, he threw himself into a powerful blow. But then he ran into an instant counterattack, so fast that no one had time to notice what had happened. The bald one was hit right in the nose. His head was thrown back. How cleverly you caught him. The spectators were surprised, and the manager breathed a sigh of relief. There was still hope. In response, the shaved, furious man threw a straight punch to regain the initiative. But Huiso went into a low stance, dodging. I'll finish him off now, thought the shaved man, swinging for a powerful blow. But Huiso straightened up like a spring, and with a flexible movement sent a left uppercut straight to the liver. Boom! Huiso's fist slammed into the bald man's ribs, causing him to double over in pain. Huiso immediately jumped back, avoiding a possible answer. For the first time during the fight, the bald man was confused, not understanding what had just happened. Come here, Huiso teased him with a gesture, as if he had become a completely different person. What a bastard! Gritting his teeth in anger, the shaved man could not tolerate such impudence from a seemingly weak opponent. Baldy went forward again, raising his defense and forgetting about tactics. But he couldn't get even. Now Huiso saw all his blows. They seemed to be dancing in the ring, and the newcomer anticipated every move, depriving his opponent of the opportunity to hit. With the agility of a cat, Huiso dodged the shaved man's sweeping attacks. Impossible! The bald man couldn't believe that not a single one of his blows even touched his opponent. Huiso dodged with ease and a smirk. As soon as the opponent finished his series of blows, he instantly closed in, as if preparing for a powerful blow. Shaven raised his guard to his head, expecting a blow to the face. But instead, the middle kick exploded into his ribs. Huiso using a trick. Bluff? The shaved man was stunned. Such tricks from a newbie were the last thing he expected. Huiso confidently advanced, taking full initiative. The bald man raised his forearms, covering his head. But Huiso suddenly moved to the left and delivered a powerful kick to the stomach with his right foot. Now he's losing! The athletes said to each other in surprise, astonished by the change. Completely defeated, the opponent had nothing to counter, and the director was deeply impressed. Huiso used unusual movements of his hands, feet, and eyes to confuse his opponent. His punches seemed unorthodox, but they came from unpredictable angles. Light, springy steps, a balance between rigidity and agility. This is his true style, the director realized, still amazed by the newcomer's determination. I still overpowered him, the shaved man reluctantly admitted, feeling how Huiso's blows were beginning to make themselves felt. But in a real fight, he would never give in to his opponent's pace. The shaved man rushed forward in one lunge, only to be met with a left uppercut to the jaw. His head snapped back from the powerful counterblow. Huiso finished the combination with a flawless high kick to the head, sending his opponent flying. His predatory gaze did not let go of his victim until the very end. Shaven rolled his eyes and collapsed, his consciousness seeming to reboot. He fell like a felled tree with a dull thud on the ring. The echo of his fall rolled through the silent hall. Songgun, the old master called softly. It's time to end the fight, he addressed the stunned referee. We're done, you can go. The thick-browed trainer stopped Huiso. Cool, great fight. Cheers rang out, with young Juan shouting louder than everyone else. That's better. the unshaven old man noted approvingly with just one glance. Huiso walked down from the arena, satisfied, his heart still pounding from the fight. A good fight and an unexpected outcome, the director praised him. But there is one bad habit. In the final round, you fought more than you fought, too willful, Huiso heard. This is a sport. Athletes fight in the ring, not just fighters. There are rules that must be followed, the director said. He who does not see the difference does not deserve to be called a fighter. Rudeness and cruelty must not cross the line, he continued in a stern tone. Huiso frowned, dissatisfied with what he heard. Don't you understand? The director asked. And Huiso replied that it was about sportsmanship, which should come first. But can't you do whatever it takes to win without resorting to dirty tricks? Huiso stubbornly objected. Do you really think so? The director asked sternly, noticing the boy's wayward nature. Of course. Losing proves a fighter's uselessness, Huiso replied decisively. We can discuss this later, the director waved his hand. We can sign the contract now, he suggested, but Huiso suddenly refused. The director was at a loss when he realized that he had been refused. I don't think I'm fit to be the club's elite athlete, Huiso said, and the director, quite angry, didn't understand why they were gathered here then. The cheeky boy bowed low and apologized. Even for the old master, this turn of events was unexpected. How's the director? Sang-guk said on the phone. I see, he replied, having learned the news and, postponing the meeting, went out for a drink. The old master exhaled, ending the conversation. Huiso apologized again for the inconvenience. Now you can talk. The coach sat down opposite him, ready to talk. Why did you decide to join their team? Asked the unshaven master. I just wanted to. What other reason is needed? He replied flippantly. All I can do is talk, Sang-guk grumbled. Is this revenge on Director Kim for underestimating me? The master narrowed his eyes, but Huiso shook his head. He knew how to separate one from the other. I've been in sports my whole life, and the coaches have always said the same thing, Huiso added with a little bitterness. Stop kicking and do what you're told, they used to tell him back in baseball. For any willfulness, they were punished, forced to stand in a plank position, Huiso recalled. So, Director Kim reminded you of the past? Sang-guk realized. That's right, Huiso nodded. They're all the same. They kill the individuality of athletes. But you are different, Master, he added, which surprised Sang-guk quite a bit. You're the only one who told me to move the way I want while I enjoy the fight. I said it off the cuff you were losing, Sang-guk muttered. But to Huiso, these were unusual words. Not something you say to athletes. Such nonsense about strength of spirit and freedom. Who else would say that? Huiso said boldly, slightly stunning the master. But those words really helped me, he admitted. No one had ever spoken to him like that before. That's why I want to learn from the old unshaven master, Huiso added with a smile, looking at Sang-guk. Chew it before it burns. The trainer deftly turned the meat over on the barbecue. The motivation is clear, but that's not enough. Many come with the same fire. They love sports, but after a couple of years they give up. Do you know why? The master continued. Because they can't afford it. MMA is for those who have money. That's why everyone is eager to join the association to earn money, he concluded. Forget it, the impudent boy interrupted him. Don't pretend you've already thought about it, Sang-guk snapped. But he does it out of love for MMA, the youngster replied. The master remained adamant. 100 out of 100 start the same way. Then he will be one of these 100. 99 say so, but then give in. As long as there is a chance, even if it is 1%, Huiso insisted firmly. 1%? That is insignificant, Sang-guk snapped, trying to bring him to his senses. Then he is that very chance, the young man answered boldly, without a trace of doubt. Sang-guk knew that this was truly his last chance. There would be no mistake. I won't return to sports just for money, Huiso declared decisively and slammed the table hard. The old master froze for a moment, mentally shrugging his shoulders. What can you do? Sang-guk drained his glass of riced tea in one gulp. The decision was made. Just don't complain later, the coach grumbled. It's my choice, Huiso replied firmly. There will be no regrets. I'll work like a donkey, the guy declared. Maybe like a horse after all? Sang-guk chuckled. What a blockhead, thought the master, and they both laughed. What else can I add since he's decided everything? the old master muttered. Does that mean you agree? Huiso asked. Who cares about my consent if the decision has already been made? The unshaven master grinned, answering a question with a question. Strike while it's hot. We'll start next week, the master announced contentedly. Huiso bowed respectfully. Now I can eat in peace, the boy rejoiced. The master looked at him and became increasingly surprised. What else would this boy do? Athletes need pure obsession to endure pain and grueling training. Money is a good motivator, but things are different now. Sanguk recalled seeing the coaches humbly apologizing to the director. Now money has become less important. The main thing is a true love for the sport. It was hard to believe in such love, and the future was unknown. But Sanguk knew one thing. He was not going to give the boy to anyone. The master promised to settle matters with the bushy-browed trainer who would provide the entry papers. Huiso nodded. Before the debut, the price will be different, the master assured. How about a discount? The guy asked with the air of an experienced financier. The master laughed. What's wrong? These are not the best of times, Huiso said, offended. Talk to Song Hoon, he'll know what to do, the master muttered. And is it possible to postpone the payment? I want to apply for a tax deduction from my father's card, the guy asked, and the coach nodded. What about the debts? Can we stretch it out to 6 months instead of 3? Huiso continued brazenly, not missing out on any advantage. You can also list fitness as an activity and get a 5% discount, he chattered, waving his arms. And you can take the uniform right away, the young man insisted, as if he had forgotten about modesty. Enough, the master exclaimed, and his patience snapped. He simply tore Huiso's t-shirt in half. It seemed he had gone too far, but it was worth it, thought the impudent young man, not regretting anything. Hello, everyone, Huiso greeted loudly the following week, walking into the hall with a wide smile. Li Huiso has arrived for training, he announced again, introducing himself with a serious expression. What are you standing there for? Get moving, we have a lot of work to do! The bushy-browed trainer barked at him. Yes, please take care of me, the boy responded at the top of his voice, full of energy. First, he went to see the coach to sign some papers. What would you like to have, an Americano or coffee and sticks? Asked the man with the thick eyebrows. Huiso chose an Americano. It's a shame we only have instant, the coach replied, and Huiso wondered why he'd offered it then. While Huiso was drinking this misunderstanding, Sung-hoon was studying his notes, but suddenly the coach started feeling him up. Huiso was taken aback. Could it really be the coach? Browshi cut off his thoughts abruptly. It's part of the job. But he's right now, the impudent guy whispered. Hold my chest, Huiso said seriously. How long have you been out of training, idiot? Asked the big-browed man. Huiso hadn't been training for 2 years. The trainer noticed that the guy had gained 7 kilograms in a year and hadn't gained any more weight, which meant he was watching his diet, he decided. He's trying to determine my weight class, Huiso guessed. The weight is stable, the ratio of muscles, fat and liquid is good, the bushy-browed man concluded. What category is he in? The guy asked. We'll find out later, but most likely lightweight, the trainer replied, without looking up from his papers. But he weighs 80 kilograms. Will I have to lose 10? The guy was surprised. Isn't that too much? He'll lose his strength and stamina, won't he? Huiso thought worriedly. This is only for the duration of the fight. The rest of the time, he will be at his weight, the thick-browed man reassured. Does the weigh-in happen the day before the fight or the day of the fight? The guy asked. Sung-hoon nodded. In MMA, the day before. Lose 10 kilograms in one day? The fighter was confused. Don't worry, the coaches will explain everything and monitor your condition, Sung-hoon replied. Then there's training, the thick-browed man continued. The guy is special. He got through without a selection or test at the main office. Without knowledge of the basics, without training. This is not impudence, but something more, the coach reproached him. You'll learn on the go, kickboxing, jiu-jitsu, wrestling, and intensive training. Lots of work, the thick-browed man described. He put down a sheet of paper with a schedule. Monday and Thursday, general strength. Friday and Saturday, jiu-jitsu. Sunday rest. Any questions? No questions, the big-browed man decided immediately. Maybe you're shy, Sung-hoon teased. But Huiso waved it off. He had been training for years and was used to it. We'll start after the test, no matter if it's in a team or individually, the coach concluded. You'll cough up blood, the big-browed man warned him sternly. But the guy grinned. I like it when it's tough. Excellent, fresh meat, the trainer smiled, mentally preparing to squeeze him dry. You just have to do what you're told, the fighter said easily. Then let's start right away, the eye-browed man replied, and Huiso shouted loudly, Let's go! Damn, his shadow on the floor groaned an hour later. You'll lose your breath if you lie around like this, the coach frowned. I want to die, Huiso groaned. What's with all the sighing? Sung-hoon asked as the boy stood up. We've only just started. Where's the fighting spirit? Are you giving up on the beginner's course? What are you going to do in preparation for the competition? The thick-browed man grumbled discontentedly. Bench press at 90, lifting two weights of 28 kilograms 12 times, squatting with a barbell at 140. The guy is not bad. With each set, the weight only increased, and the thick-browed man assessed its strength. Not all middleweights can withstand such a load. Usually they reduce weight, but he held out. The thick-browed man was surprised. Crazy guy, he thought, looking at the out-of-breath but satisfied Huiso. What are you smiling about? Your roof is already leaking from the stress, asked the thick-browed man. I just like you, the athlete replied. I like the muscle pain, the feeling of fatigue, the ease of exhaustion, the crazy guy explained. I had to honestly admit that I didn't have enough strength. The man with the thick eyebrows smiled. But he's not just some kind of weakling. The boy tried to be brave. He heard everything, remembered Song-hoon, his conversation with Young Hwan, when the self-confident dandy had just come to them. Every single word, Huiso laughed. It didn't bother him one bit. Back then, he was a cocky upstart, and not one of the team, Song-hoon, who apologized subtly. Back then, he went too far, he said. Great, we had a rest. We continue to stretch, he said. The guy was surprised they had already stretched. This is part of the training, no joke. Who said that today we will train everything? The big-browed one shaved off the endless stream of questions from the boy. I remember someone who did not pass the test of strength. A voice called him from the grave. Huiso jumped back in surprise as another trainer approached them. Taeyong, the cheeky guy, recognized the strength training trainer. But what is he doing here? Huiso asked, wasn't he told? Taeyong showed his muscles, who was conducting the second half of the training. They drove. Steel hands took him in pincers and dragged him along. It's not good to change the coach like that in the middle of training. First, you need to work everything out with Song-hoon, the guy expressed hope. What should we do? Taeyeon asked the bushy-browed master. He looked at Huiso, who was clamped in a vice. He thought, he will help me. It will definitely help. There is still hope to escape from this hell. We're done, he's yours. Do whatever you want. The bushy-browed traitor waved goodbye. It was time to stop taking athletes at their word, thought Song-hoon. It is rare that an athlete combines passion, resilience, and tenacity. It is already obvious that the guy will become the face of the future for MMA. Sun-hoon decided for himself. Just one set, and that's it, Taeyeon yelled. Just finish me off. The impudent guy puffed. Although it is worth taking into account his sporting past, the eye-browed man realized. They practiced in the ring, worked on the paws, dodged, forced Huiso to bend over, the long-haired trainer, and once more he barely managed to dive under the red paw. 2-1-2, the trainer commanded, and Huiso hit the paws with a loud slap. Hit without pauses in a fight, no one will wait for a blow, the coach instructed. Jiu-jitsu coach Lee Soo and Young Hwan watched the pad work. The strikes looked good. Good job. The long-haired man praised and announced a break. Bro, Young Hwan called him. He also came to practice. Since we arrived at the same time, why not chat, he suggested. Decided to join us. It's amazing, said Young Hwan. How to live without a best friend, Huiso answered him. You'll understand when you get older, the guy joked. Young Hwan was indignant. Did he really come on purpose to make fun of him? They were fooling around as cheers went up through the room. An old and, as usual, unshaven master arrived. Everyone in the hall deeply respected him. Everyone gather. There is an announcement. The trainer raised his hand to attract attention. He waited until everyone was seated and silent to listen to him. Who knows what this is? He held out several sheets of documents in his hand. The invitations were fired out from the hall, the master confirmed correctly. He snatched them thanks to his speed and gathered the team. Our master is the best gangster in the Wild West, the athletes shouted joyfully, and the old man grumbled. The invitation to the championship was explained to a friend by Chung Hwan. They are given to the team. Does that mean that anyone can participate? Asked the cheeky guy. The friend shook his head. Was he joking or something? It all depends on the strength of the team. The organizers look at what kind of show the team can put on. Other halls don't get such invitations. It all depends on the effort. Calm down, the unshaven coach grumbled. Now he will announce the participants. Kang Young-kun, who answered right away, a big guy with brown hair, he was a wrestling coach. Tai-chun, the second name on the team, is a striking coach. Both were Golden Glove winners in the past, an admiring Hui So learned. The third Yujin, the trainer called the name of the fit beauty. Hui So looked at the sports girl. He was told that they were the same age. She earned 5 wins in X1 in the lightweight division up to 52 kilograms, and her attractiveness led fans to dub her the goddess of MMA. It was as far away as the moon. The boy looked dreamily at those whom the coach had named. It was too early to think about a place in the league, so the boy began to study his toenails. Li Hui So, the last word was heard by them. Yes, it was him. The guy was stunned. Being invited like this, Hui Seo received many envious and displeased glances. The beauty looked with disdain at the impudent upstart. These are the terms of the organization, so no offense, the unshaven trainer quickly reassured the indignant ones. Or are there any objections? He looked sternly at the fighters and they fell silent. That's all for everyone who received an invitation to gather at Song-hoon's. A heavy hand squeezed the back of his neck as the boy continued to stand rooted to the spot. Let's go and talk face to face, the old master called him. Everyone was so unhappy. Hui So was worried. So what? It was the organization's decision. He shouldn't worry about it, Sang-gun said. They all understand this. Stop thinking about others, the master reassured the guy. He asked who the invitation came from, and the master read the name of the fighting organization, X1. But how did Korea's best association find out about him? The boy was surprised. The video became popular, the coach explained. The monster that destroyed the professional fighter, that's what they call the impudent guy. So this is his debut. How soon? The guy was very surprised. But there was also a problem, the coach said. Jong-soo Cho, height 183, weight 87 kilograms, read Hui So. Welterweight, but that's not all. The match schedule, the coach said. September 9th, the boy read on the back. It's not a mistake. Today is the 18th of August, he asked. Right? The match with the substitution, the coach explained. The fighter dropped out due to injury. In 3 weeks, he will need to get his weight back to normal, analyze his opponent, and prepare. The enemy is larger, better trained, and has more experience, the unshaven master reassured. How are you going to get out of this? The trainer asked the impudent boy. Preparation usually takes at least 3 months. Without good balance against an experienced opponent, it's suicide. Let's try, the guy decided. You won't regret it, the old grumbler asked him. Let's do it, Hui So answered decisively, without a shadow of doubt in his voice. Tomorrow you'll sign the contract. Today you can rest, Dandy, the old coach told him. And that's it. The master was not against it. Hui So was surprised, but he waved it off. If he was against it, he wouldn't have even suggested it. Did it mean that the match would be easy? The boy wondered. He was about to leave, but the coach called him back. Do his parents know that he is going to participate in a professional match? He asked him. No, not yet, the green goldfinch answered the master tensely. It was none of his business, the master grumbled, but it was better not to participate without his parents' consent. I'll tell you soon. The guy sighed heavily. The conversation will not be easy. Talk to your parents today, and we'll decide everything tomorrow, suggested the unshaven master. We need to respond tomorrow so that the organization can change the schedule if the coach explains anything. Don't be stubborn. Tell your parents the truth. If they refuse, you'll participate another time, the coach insisted. Hui So was delayed. The decision was not easy for him. Will there be another time? He answered in a resigned voice. He just asked, tomorrow, so tomorrow. The boy quickly put on a smile. Well, that's all, he said goodbye to the unshaven coach. He looked at the guy. What a troublesome dandy. It will be hard with him. The unshaven coach sighed tiredly. From Young-hwan, he knew that the boy had a strained relationship with his parents. It's so hard, it's infuriating. The unshaven coach got angry. Late in the evening, Hui So returned home to his parents. Today, he was earlier than usual, his mother noticed. His father was watching football. After training, first go to the shower. Hui So said that he washed himself in the gym, but his mother insisted that he could sweat on the way. While she was grumbling, her father almost hit her with a screaming blow. The team scored a goal. The tired woman dropped all the linen she was holding in her hands. We need to talk to them before Mom strangles Dad, the boy said. First to shower, the mother answered murderously, in a tone that brooked no objections. Then he was able to sit them down and tell them everything, as the coach demanded. What do you think, dear? asked the father. But the woman pressed her lips together. He always does what he wants. But then he suddenly decided to ask. His mother was clearly unhappy with everything that was happening. Now he confronts us with the fact that he has decided to do MMA, the mother responded sharply. It doesn't matter. She's definitely against whatever he says, the woman cried out in annoyance. But Mom, the boy tried to get through to her, but his mother quickly shut him up. 10 years without sleep or food so he could exercise, she said with pain. She stopped seeing her friends and worked herself to the point of exhaustion for him. And now he's saying again that he wants to do MMA. He clasped his hands. How much more should she compromise? She always gives in, she almost cried. Think about your mother at least once, she cried out, breathing heavily. Forget it, do whatever you want. All she does is clean up anyway, she said angrily and stood up abruptly. Wait, Mom, the boy gently took her hand, but she didn't stop. She sacrificed a lot for him, and he always felt ashamed of it, Huiso said. That's why he wants to get their permission, one last time. She looked at him with pain as only loving mothers can. Do what you want. The tired housewife went to her room. The boy could only watch his angry mother leave. She's just really worried about him, the father reassured. I know, the son replied. She only gets angry when she's really worried about him, the guy said. How you've grown, just look at him. His father patted him on the shoulder. But the son was wrong about something, said the father, moving closer. This woman is always angry. Just look at her neck, complained the father. And Huiso understood why the mother was angry all the time. Oh, you rascal, you're making fun of your father, they laughed. So he agrees, Huiso asked, and his father nodded. If he refuses, won't he be the one to blame later? But he won't, the now grown-up son said confidently. Take care of your mother, said father. You know how much effort he put into this. Huiso nodded. There was something else he wanted to say, Huiso remembered. He needed money for the participation fee, but he would return it. The father asked in the tone of an experienced financier. He held the money to his son, Huiso replied in the same tone. This is an investment. Who knows? Maybe he will earn 2 or 3 times more. The father heard but doubted. The bluff is obvious. If it were possible, it would have happened already, said the parent. You won't regret it, the son asked later. And if I make friends with women's groups? The smart guy suggested, and the old man pricked up his ears. They shook hands to show that they had just come to a mutual agreement. How much money does the future champion need? Asked the father, who suddenly changed his mind. It's a safe investment, the son replied. He won't regret it. The bedroom door opened quietly as the men were fooling around in the living room. Mom looked at them anxiously and closed the doors again. The heavy hammer hit the tire with force, as if it were being used to hammer in rails. Take a break, the coach told the strong athlete, and he threw down the sledgehammer. They haven't called yet? The fighter asked. He had been sweating since morning training and was still waiting for an answer. There were only 3 weeks left until the fight. He was worried. They would contact him soon, the coach confidently stated. They rejected 60 people from his weigh station, and for 2 weeks they could not find anyone to replace him. The association was worried. Don't push yourself so hard, the trainer told him. You'll still wear out your muscles. You just started training, fool. But all your efforts will go to waste if there is no fight, grumbled the hairy man. Just train, the coach insisted. If they don't get in touch, he'll call them himself. What a stubborn character like all fighters, thought the mustachioed trainer. A little later, he finally received a call from the association. The shaggy-haired Chan's son listened to who the coach was talking to. Director Song Do-shik, the bangs-headed athlete asked. They found a replacement, and the long-haired athlete was immediately delighted. But who is this guy? Never heard of him. Lee Huiso, the coach read the name. It looks like a newbie who just got through the league, the Patlock assumed. It doesn't matter, he said, and went to train. Now the real spirit of training has appeared, he said, somewhere in another hall. Another athlete thought the same thing. They met with the bushy-browed coach before signing the contract. Once you join their club, the gym takes 10% for itself, Song-hoon said. Not bad, Huiso noted. Usually the audience takes 3/10 for themselves. Our master believes in this. Athletes are a priority for him. Maybe I can make an exception and charge him more if he's not happy, the big-browed man asked. And the boy quickly changed the subject. It's a one-time contract, explained the eyebrow. The fund is 2 million. $1 million for the win. Watch your weight. If you weigh more, you will have to pay a stiff penalty, warned Song-hoon. You'll give me all the winnings, the cheeky young man agreed quite honestly. It's the athlete's responsibility to monitor his weight. As for other details, you'll find out for yourself. More questions, finished the eyebrowed man. How much will they give for the victory? The big-browed man chuckled. This was the question he was waiting for. After all the deductions, taxes, fees, there will be 3 3/10 million left. The impudent boy started drooling at such a sweet sum. Are you going to retire after this fight? Asked the big-browed man, and the guy flatly refused. He would cling to every opportunity. Such opportunities are rare and take a long time to come, so try hard, the bushy-browed trainer warned. Huiso tensed up and listened carefully. He was really involved in a serious matter. It's not enough to just win. You need to put on a show. Organizations don't do charity work, the big-browed man explained. If you don't have enough skills, show some fighting spirit. If that's not enough, at least don't shit your pants. The coach frowned. If you don't prepare properly, your fans will quickly forget about you, warned Browstick. You need to invest more than your full potential. Put a cross on the contract and return to training, said Sung-hoon. We need to learn all the strategies and tactics against Cho-sun. The guy said it well. In what direction? He will learn wrestling, the bushy-browed trainer smiled. He stood in front of the massive young Kun, who outweighed him by several weights. The fighter made a sharp movement with his whole body. They were practicing wrestling. There was no need to fear blows. Under such pressure, Huiso instinctively retreated towards the net. Young Kun easily passed the defense and held the boy by grabbing him and taking him in a hold with his other hand. His head was propped up by Huiso's chin. He couldn't move. He was pressed down tightly. Did he grease his legs with Vaseline or something? The big-browed man was indignant. Why did the enemy make such an easy pass? He yelled at Huiso. Wrestling is great for finishing blows, so they'll start with that, the big-browed man in the office said. Chung-Soo's style is simple. He avoids grabs well, even though he has nothing special. He knows his opponents well and is trained. He's bigger, so he's guaranteed to use grabs. If he can't handle them, it'll be hard. He'll drag you to the bottom of your stamina. Therefore, wrestling skills are a must. But will he be able to learn them in such a short time? He hasn't done wrestling before, the guy asked. What about Korean wrestling? He used to do it. The thick-browed man clarified. We're talking about Raw Hui. So understood what he was talking about and exclaimed, if it's Raw, he'll beat anyone. The impudent guy boastfully poked himself in the chest. He was confident in his skills, but he was fighting with young Kun now. His strength was leaking out like air from a balloon, as if he were fighting a gorilla and not a man. He stepped inside young Kun's stance with his right foot. It was time to get out or the big guy would just crush him and cut off his supporting leg. Young Kun felt his strong body collapse. Now that he had lost his balance, Huiso grabbed his opponent's shoulder with his right hand. In one movement, he turned and threw away Yang Kun, who was standing on one leg. As if he had turned a wardrobe, the impudent guy thought. Huiso didn't let go and completed the rotation. Now he pressed Yang Kun to the net. Damn, he's good. Even the big guy had trouble with the nimble kid. As soon as he regained his balance, Huiso had already made a pass to the legs and grabbed the opponent under the knees. He wants to knock him down. Yang Kun got angry at such insolence. He spread his legs wider and leaned his body to prevent himself from folding. And this is not a joke. The blonde trainer also watched their fight. He kept his balance well and used holds, he noticed. Who would have thought? It seemed like Young Kun could easily deal with the newbie. And now he was puffing with all his might, holding back the impudent athlete. Young Kun is a veteran wrestler, and he easily spun Huiso around and they switched positions again. The wrestler's big hands passed the brash guy's defense, and they locked in a grip behind his back, as if Huiso was being grabbed by steel pincers. The big guy lifted the light guy off the ground and deprived him of his support. Huiso didn't wait to be thrown into the ring. His right leg hooked under the opponent's knee. He stood on his left knee, gaining a point of support. He made an incredible move. Turning his body, he broke the grip of Young Kun, who lost his balance due to the sweep. Even if he was caught in a hold, he would break free every time with an incredible movement. The experienced Young Kun was surprised. You know a thing or two, Li Hui. So, I'll have to teach you, said the big guy. You are surprised too early, the eldest. The impudent guy caught his breath. They met again in the center of the ring, taking each other into a clinch. The guy quickly got used to MMA. After Korean wrestling, he noticed the eyebrows. In MMA, everything is not as simple as in regular wrestling, as the daring young man realized. What was his weight before they left the hall? Asked the bushy-browed Sun Hoon. They were on their way to the weigh-in. X1 allows for an overweight of half a kilo, so we'll pass, the trainer replied after hearing the result. But he didn't eat anything, he clarified. No, the guy sighed. He didn't drink water either. He weighed himself a lot when he was wrestling. He knows all about it. You only talk about wrestling no matter what you ask. The bushy-browed trainer grumbled. Why alone? What about friends? The cheeky guy looked at the girl next to him. She waved it off. She's just free today. Maybe you'll just get lost. Why do we need a girl? The boy was cheeky. But who will look after his things? The girl asked. Then sit quietly like a doorman. Hui so grimaced. Can I beat him up? She asked the eyebrow sticker. How friendly you are, Song-hoon noted. And what about his other friends? He asked the guy, and he replied that he hadn't told them yet. He's just afraid of losing, that's why he didn't say anything, the cheeky girl sneered. Some people are walking on very thin ice. Hui-so smiled. The ice is cracked, said the cheeky guy and gave the cutie a slap. Lovers quarrel only to make up, sighed Song-hoon as the couple began to clash. Hui-so couldn't help but let out a sigh of surprise as they entered. Inside the large room, there were quite a lot of people. The atmosphere was different from what he felt in the basement when he watched Young Hwan's fight. Stop staring and follow me, the bushy-browed man told him. The cheeky girl hissed. Our seats, Song-hoon told him to take them, and wait, the guy nodded. Hui-so obediently took his seat and looked around. He immediately noticed him. His future rival stood out sharply from the rest of the people. Cho Sun-cho, he asked the bushy-browed trainer, who confirmed and told him not to stare so hard. Don't look. Don't say hello until you reach the star down. The battle of glances, explained the eyebrowed one. Why greet them? They're going to fight later. He decided to play at being polite, grumbled the big-browed man. Simplicity itself, he is still doing it, said Song-hoon. Now he understood when the bushy-browed coach told him about it. Bangs deliberately doesn't look at him, even knowing that Hui-so might be looking. They were separated by several meters, but both pretended that the opponent did not exist. The weigh-in ceremony began and the fighters walked up to the podium one by one. Their weigh-in was announced, and the brow-stick man stood up to call Hui-so, but stopped short. Let's go! The reckless guy had already undressed and was standing in just his sweatpants. What a fool, what a cheeky girl who hit him on the seat with her trained leg. Why did he undress before the announcement? She asked embarrassedly, but didn't show it, but he still had to undress. The carefree guy answered. And what kind of ridiculous family shorts are you wearing? The girl blushed. These are her father's. Women don't understand how important they are, the cheeky guy answered. Finally, he was called and the team trudged up to the podium with the scales. It's all officially counted, Lee Hui-so, 77.2. Excellent, Sun-hoon met him. You can't be called a pro if you can't even do that, the impudent girl grumbled. I don't care, she said. Put your pants on already. She shoved the pants at the guy, but he refused. It's hot after all. What kind of animal is this? He got dressed quickly, but the guy dug his heels in. A strange chuckle came from the audience and the couple froze. Who will marry me now? The beauty blushed. I won't forgive you, she threw his pants and ran away. What kind of ridiculous embarrassment was this? Hui-so childishly didn't understand, watching her go. The star down begins. Hui-so heard his name on the speakers. They stood in a stance opposite each other. Cho Woo-jung was indeed taller and more massive, but he looked exhausted. His skin was dry and taut. Apparently, he had undergone intensive drying. Tomorrow there would be another person in front of him, noted Hui-so. Will he be able to win? Hui-so wondered when he heard his opponent's voice. How annoying he said it. Not even in the amateur league, what a loser Cho Woo-cheong made a face. What were you thinking when you agreed to fight? It was a disgrace in sparring, your bangs were spread out. Who was he holding on to? The league director helped him get through. The opponent was grimacing. What did Hui-so think was wrong with him? It's clear that he's being provoked, but it's so annoying. Don't provoke your opponent, warned the man from the association. Let's give it our all and not let each other down, the fighter with the bangs quipped. Are you deaf or something? You need to answer when you are addressed. The enemy was clinging to you, but Hui-so shaved him off. Shut the fan, it's blowing. He asked for a replacement himself, and now he whines when they clean up after him. Hui-so straightened up and scratched the back of his head. He should have said thank you since he saved this match, and not whined like a woman, dissatisfied refuse, the impudent guy declared. You've completely lost your mind, Cho Woo-chung got angry. They knocked on your door earlier, Hui-so said sarcastically. What should I write on your grave? The bangs-headed man leaned his forehead against the ground and bared his teeth. I'll smear it like a sniffle. But he didn't finish. He was roughly pushed away, pressing on his throat. The shaggy fighter was completely enraged. Dehydration was taking its toll. The coach and organizers barely managed to stop the big guy when he rushed at the impudent guy. If you're unhappy with something, show it in battle, not with your tongue, said the cheeky guy at last and bent down to pick up his pants. Oh, I almost forgot. The guy definitely caught the wave of his bravado. They are only a year apart. No need to put on airs, he said. When he returned home, he found his mother alone. His father had been taken fishing by his boss, just like in the old days. Mother washed the dishes. They never spoke properly since then. The tired woman was very worried but remained silent. Huiso walked up to his mother and hugged the little woman tightly. Let her go, she told him. I think I'll fight better if I know I have support, he told his mother. He had a fight tomorrow. He held her in a gentle embrace while she did the dishes. Huiseo bit his lips. His mother was still angry at him, but there was nothing he could do about it. I'll go to my place, he said, not wanting to put any more pressure on her. Tomorrow they'll show him on TV, the guy bragged. With heavy thoughts, he turned to leave for the room. If you want to eat, he heard from his mother. When it is necessary to make peace, his mother will always feed him. You need to eat before the fight, otherwise you won't have enough strength, she told him. Mom, Huiso pulled, and a weight suddenly fell from his soul. Make no mistake, if you lose, I don't want it to be because of me, the loving mother grumbled. What will you eat? She asked a little more softly, concern taking over. Spaghetti, less pasta, more meat. The son was delighted, and she told him to take a shower and wait. So light, like a feather, he hadn't lifted her for a long time, the boy said cheerfully as he picked up his mother in his arms. The arena is flooded with light. The octagon is surrounded by a net. The fight is about to begin. Huiso was warming up on his paws with the eyebrowed one. Don't forget about protection, he instructed. Great, that's enough. You can rest, he told him after the warm-up. He said the blonde guy in good shape, and that made him feel uneasy, Song-hoon noted. Look how relaxed he is, the old coach asked the guy so easily, and he joked that he relaxed in advance because he was waiting for him. 2 pieces of advice for this fight, said the unshaven coach. First, give Cho Woo-jung 10 times in the face. As if it were easy, the guy mumbled. Don't rush. Hit according to tactics. Provoke a blow. He's a master at this. The trainer continued, massaging the athlete. What about the second piece of advice? Asked the cheeky boy. Listen, don't panic. If everything gets out of control, Song-hoon will tell you what to do, the boy thought. Why are you silent? His coach asked him. What should he do if his intuition tells him to do the opposite of what Song-hoon said? Huiso answered. Usually it's clear what to do, but Song-hoon doesn't let you do it. The thick-browed one frowned upon hearing his name. Do as you see fit, his old trainer reassured him, much to the indignation of the big-browed man. What is this? Song-hoon asked himself. The coach told the boy to do what he wants, but not to lose his temper. Master Sang wanted to challenge such a statement by the eyebrowed man, but the command to start was given in the locker room. Let's go! The unshaven coach pushed the impudent boy towards the exit. They walked down a dark corridor, the blinding light of the arena shining through the passage. There it was, the same exciting feeling that had gripped Hui. So the first time he heard the noise of the crowd. The unshaven trainer watched the guy's reaction carefully. Many fighters were embarrassed by the large number of spectators. Just the thing to get in the mood for the fight, said the guy. Great, replied the unshaven master. Let's warm up. While Huiseo was shadowboxing, Sung-hoon quietly approached Sang-guk. He is responsible for this fight. Why did he tell the guy to stop listening to him? The bushy-browed master asked. Leave him alone. Let him be willful, said the unshaven coach. But he is making his debut. How can you allow him to do whatever he wants? The thick-browed one grumbled discontentedly. He's not like the master. If he listens to advice and loses, he won't return to the ring. But Sang-guk stood his ground. In other halls, Huiso was told what to do, and only because of this he refused the elite club. The master replied, let him do what he wants. The match was commented on by the hosts, Li Hui. So came out in the blue corner. They announced the start of the main fight. Debut match, he had been practicing MMA for only a month, defeated with 1 punch and succeeded in sparring. The commentators accompanied Huiso's exit. Newcomers rarely appear in such an arena, and he will really have a hard time coping, they continued. In the red corner is the rising star of the arena with 3 wins under his belt. Cho Woo-jung. The spectators are actively supporting him, but will he justify the trust? Don't worry, move quickly but stay calm, the unshaven trainer instructed. Blue corner, star rookie, height 1.78 m, weight 77 kilograms, Li Huiso. The guy confidently entered the cage. Red corner, a fighter 183 meters tall, weighing 77 kilograms. The future of Korea's welterweight, the wild stallion Cho Woo-chung. The participants went to the center, the referee gave the command, and they almost collided heads. Cho Woo-jong was noticeably taller. Elastic muscles, not at all like the one at the weigh-in, Huiso noticed. You have to be careful of his grabs. He was preparing for the fight when his opponent spoke to him. Make sure you learn everything well, he muttered through his mouth guard. This is his last pro fight, his opponent promised menacingly, but Huiso didn't care. Loser, are you still angry or something? The cheeky boy with the bangs egged him on. He's not just rude, he's also stupid. Focus on the match. Cho Woo's face twisted in anger. Blue is ready, red is ready, fight. The referee gave them the command. The gong sounded. His gait is light, which means he's calm. The thick-browed trainer watched Huiso. Prepare a bucket of ice and Vaseline, asked the bushy-browed man, anticipating many heavy blows and cuts. The crowd cheered, and Sun Hoon felt a chill. What happened? He asked, and turned sharply and looked into the cage. What happened? Cho Woo-jung was lying with a broken nose. Huiso was standing over him. As soon as the fight began, Cho Woo-jung attacked first in order to quickly deal with the impudent newcomer. He moved confidently, not expecting any surprises at all. A short left jab shot into the face like a magnum. The right straight flew straight into the bangsman's jaw without delay, a clear 2. Li Hui so knocked out his opponent within 10 seconds of the fight and towered over him. The shaggy one sat down on the ring as if all the arrogance had been knocked out of him at once. Pull yourself together, Cho Woo-jung, his mustachioed trainer yelled at the banged man. The fight wasn't over yet. He barely dodged Huiso's finishing blow from above. The fighter rose sharply. The attack had thrown him off balance, but he quickly recovered. He raised his hands and took a stance. The commentators went crazy from such a start. Cho Yu thought nothing. Now he will get his rhythm back. But Huiso didn't wait for his opponent to rest. He gathered himself and lowered his body forward a little. With one jerk, the daring guy closed the distance. Cho Yu didn't have time to react. He received a right on the way out, again on his broken nose. The fighter lost his balance and fell back. The fast Huiso crushed the massive opponent. The blow shook and stunned the man with the bangs, and the situation suddenly became catastrophic. And yet he stayed on his feet. Huiso was approaching, but not looking for trouble. The shaggy man gathered himself into a box, pressed his forearms to his body, and covered his face with his hands. He stopped, which means he wants to be hit harder. Huiso put more force into the blow. He showered his opponent with powerful combinations in order to break through his defense. Focusing his attacks from above, he ducked and hooked the ribs, hitting behind the elbow. Cho Yu gritted his teeth from the pain in his spleen and felt sick. The proud fighter could not stand such a one-sided exchange. Opened up and went for a breakthrough. He fired a powerful punch to throw his opponent back, but Huiso easily ducked under the drawn-out strike. Cho Yu's right hand hit him so hard that his head turned in the opposite direction. His strong build, flexible and strong muscles absorbed some of the energy from the blow, and that was the only reason he hadn't fallen yet. He took a wide step forward and attacked over the top, still hoping to win the exchange. Huiso watched the strike as if in slow motion. He clearly read every move of his opponent. The left countercross landed cleanly, doubling the damage to the chelkastum. It's impossible. When did he manage to make a counterattack? Such a technique is not what you expect from a beginner. Both fighters lost their balance, but Cho Woo staggered more. Huiso regained his balance early and closed in on his opponent again. In a desperate attempt to save himself, the bangs-faced one made a pass at the legs to knock down the fast guy. The cheeky boy stepped back and lowered his body into a low stance, not allowing himself to be knocked over. Let's puff, he smiled. The enemy was wasting his last strength on futile attempts. Huiso stood up and pushed the beaten-up chelcast away from him. They returned to the counter again. The spectators were going crazy. The experienced fighter couldn't do anything to the newcomer. Cho Yu was up against the net, breathing heavily. Huiso raised his hands. He showed no signs of fatigue and waited. The bushy-browed coach couldn't look away. He thought that Huiso would be at a disadvantage. The opponent was superior to him in skills and experience. The daring guy opening his defense rushed forward, closing the distance. He wants to fight, thought the bangs-headed man, and prepared to block Huiso. But instead of fighting, the daring guy froze at the last second, and he delivered a straight left punch to Cho Yu's open forelock. Unconventional strikes, feints, broken rhythm. This is his true style that Sun Hoon understood. The same thing happened with the skinhead. He destroyed the opponent's rhythm and his sense of distance. Without preparation, you can't use that. Huiso's hands clasped behind Cho Woo's head, and he grabbed him tightly. Like a panther, the flexible guy jumped up, raising his knee to strike. His entire body mass concentrated in one point and broke through Cho Wu's defense. Everything in his eyes started shaking and swimming. How could it be that Cho Yu stopped hearing everything that was happening around him? He tried to make another pass to the legs and take the fight to the ground, but Huiso's legs were too wide apart. I told him so, Huiso thought, easily controlling his opponent with his hand from above. Don't talk nonsense, show me. He loaded his magnum. The explosive uppercut blew Cho Wu's jaw off so hard that he lost his mouthguard. The back of his head fell onto his back from Huiso's monstrous blow. Browstick couldn't believe his eyes. And the unshaven old man enjoyed the fight. Huiso was already flying towards his downed opponent to finish him off on the ground, but the referee jumped on top and stopped the match. Huiso stood over his fallen opponent and caught his breath. 1 minute and 49 seconds. The commentators were shouting at the same time whether there had been such an explosive debut before. Everyone who followed Huiso will never forget this fight. The guy clenched his fists. Adrenaline went through his body in waves. He did not immediately understand that the fight was over. A flawless victory. The whole hall rejoiced. The triumphant raised his fists in a victory pose. He passed out instantly as soon as he sat down in the comfortable chair in the back seat. The old master snored like a pig. Leave him alone, he did a good job, objected the eyebrow bearer. Yes, it's not about Huiso, but about this one. The grumpy old man pointed his finger back. What a pig, they slapped the coach on the forehead. He probably worked harder than everyone else. Wasn't that a great fight? Who would have thought that he would avoid all the punches and finish in the first round? Said the brow wrestler. True, the old man agreed. He knew the guy was good, but he didn't think he was that good. Today his heart was beating fast. Then, the eyebrow-shaped man remembered the last minutes after the fight. Huiso lifted the blonde Taesu onto his shoulders and they entered the arena to see the winner. The guy was sincerely jubilant, rejoicing in his victory, and they all rejoiced with him. Song-hoon felt confused and didn't know how to react to the results of the fight. Song-hoon, a cheerful guy, tore him away from his thoughts. He won, I saw. His laughter and joy were infectious. Good job, smiled the thick-browed man. I didn't hear his recommendations at all, the guy asked. It's all because he did well, Song-hoon answered. It was cool, the coach told him, 1,000 points, and the pleased, cheeky newcomer broke into a smile. He said that he would help, but he himself was silent, as if he had abandoned the fighter. His eyebrows were turning over heavy thoughts. Master Sang-guk, on the other hand, knew what the guy needed and gave him confidence, which turned the fight in the right direction. Amazing, Sung-hoon thought. The boss knows how much he is respected, he asked. What is needed now? The unshaven master grumbled. Why do they suspect him of self-interest? The man with the thick eyebrows was surprised. Stop trying to build a saint who is always picky about little things, grumbled the old man. You whine about your stubble, you're even embarrassed to come to the gym, the old trainer grumbled. Yes, it's just an excuse. He's lazy. That's why he doesn't go. The big-browed man was indignant, and he even argues with me all the time, grumbled Sang-guk. And why does he always drive them? Now let him drive them all himself, grumbled the unshaven master. As soon as they came to this, the bushy-browed one was surprised. And what about a dinner at the company's expense for 600,000? Here you eat the last ramen without salt. And here it's like this, you can't shut up the grumbling. All this respect is just chatter, at least once said when you take energy drinks. Song-hoon stuck the earphone in his ear to save himself. The world suddenly became a pleasant, comfortable place without stress. No one is without vice, Song-hoon thought. The cheeky young man dressed up and showed up at the cafe the next day. Hey, Goldfinch, come here, his friends at the table called him. This is where those blockheads are, thought the cheeky young man. The star has come? Fall down on your faces, greeted Huiso. It seems he caught the crown, declared his friend. Only now did the other object. What's more important is why our friend was running around naked in his underwear in the arena, his bespectacled comrade asked. Why didn't he say anything? They had to find out everything online. His comrades were indignant. There was no time. The impudent guy justified himself. 3 weeks to prepare everything, said Huiso. Pathetic excuses. He is no longer friends with us, just teasing friends. It was impossible not to notice that Huiso was now really getting attention from young people watching MMA. They stared and whispered behind their friends' backs without any embarrassment. Oh, now you hide your face under a cap like a star, they asked him. Just got caught in the arm. Wait, so became embarrassed. On the way here, he had already caught a couple of inquisitive glances. Popularity had fallen like a sudden avalanche. For 10 years, he had been involved in sports and no one cared. And now in just 2 minutes of fighting, he had received so much attention. Enough about him. How are they doing? Asked Huiso, The bespectacled man was working part-time to get back to preparatory school. You need to find a permanent job. Won't part-time jobs affect your studies? Asked the cheeky guy. You need to graduate from college, answered He-Bomb. I will be a civil servant, said the second comrade, with a serious look. Both friends stared at him as if he had said something unimaginable. A poor student wants to become a civil servant, what a pattern. His friends laughed. But they were right after him on the academic list. What kind of fools are they? Pak Min frowned. They were chatting happily about the good old days when Huiso felt a vibration in his pocket. He took out his phone. The guy was surprised why his father suddenly decided to call. Busy, he heard his father's worried voice on the phone. No, what happened? Asked the responsible son. At the corporate party, I'll be late. If with friends, then you'll drink too, asked the father. Mother is left alone at home if you can. Come home early to have lunch with her, said father. That's right. She waited for him all night, thought Huiso, and understood why her father called. No matter how excited he was, he should have stayed with her. It's okay, he told his father. He was planning to come back early anyway. Yesterday, I didn't say this. The fight was great. I'm proud of you, son. I heard Huiso, the most important words in life. Yes, nonsense, he smiled. Happy as an elephant, thanks, Dad. I think I'll be back early today, he told his friends when he hung up. He said you would hang out with us all night. His friends were surprised. It's just that next time he'll treat you, Hui, so promised his comrades. He waved goodbye to them and hurried home because his mother was waiting. He should have said it right away, we all know it anyway, Che-Bum noted. And Park Min, his mother's boy, correctly agreed with him. Huiso walked, jumping quickly, his soul unusually light. He took out his phone while walking home. The thick-browed trainer was calling. The prize money has arrived. Check it, Sun Hoon asked him, and the guy went into the account. 1,165,000 for the match. He received a tidy sum. He got the main event bonus, and they transferred another 10 million for that. He had been poor for so many years while he was involved in sports, but one fight changed everything, the cheeky guy thought with regret. He met her on the way home. She was standing with her back to him behind the counter. A short, sweet woman was trying to get a discount on vegetables. Even from afar, she was so beautiful, Huiso thought as he looked at his mother. He had been told that his father had been one of many admirers when they were younger, and that seemed to be true. He smiled. She had wasted her youth and beauty on him, the boy realized with pain. His mother finished her shopping while he was thinking and headed towards the house. Mom, he snuck up behind her and suddenly hugged her tightly. Scared me to death, couldn't you have called first? The beautiful woman grumbled. Why go so far, he asked. It was the same near the house when he took the bag. It's cheaper here. A short walk is good exercise, the mother answered sternly. For the sake of 1,001, she went so far, dragging a heavy bag, a loving son. They had to spend money on his sports activities, and now they were saving every penny. Didn't he go out with friends? His mother asked. The caring son waved her off. They had things to do, he said. Maybe we should have dinner at a restaurant, suggested Huiso. But why? Grumbled his mother. She had already bought everything. He had made a little money today, the son said proudly, so they could just leave the groceries at home. How much did he earn? She asked. It was a secret, the son answered, but he would show her when he earned well in the future. The tired woman laughed easily. I'll repay you 100 times over, Huiso thought as he watched her laugh. What do you want to eat, sashimi or seafood? The satisfied mother answered. It was not at all necessary. They walked home peacefully. The manager waited patiently for the X1 boss to look at everything. The director watched the fight attentively. The shouts of the crowd and commentators were heard through the speakers. They watched a video of a fight between a brash newcomer who had just recently started training in MMA. The guy made his debut a month later and showed himself well. He completely dominated his opponent throughout the fight. He used high techniques and tricks, defended himself well, and by all indications, he was a high-class fighter. Impressive and spectacular jump kicks, the crowd roared with delight, and a brilliant knockout at the end of the second round. An incredible fight, the director thought. The recording ended quickly, but the feeling of a good fight did not go away. What do you say, director? Asked the assistant and turned on the light when the video came to an end. He fights so damn well the director couldn't hold back his emotions. He is really a newbie, he was surprised, since you haven't seen him. That means he is definitely a newbie, the manager replied. It was worth leaving on a business trip, and here is a whole treasure. What team is he on? The director asked. Team Attack, the assistant answered. This is the guy who refused Director Kim, the manager reminded. That's why he has a dissatisfied face, the director realized. He got into trouble because of that, the assistant added. It's not surprising. He was set up by the person who asked for help. The director laughed. But we won't have any problems with that, he asked his assistant. The guy refused the money because he wanted to train with Sanguk, the assistant reported, which means he is loyal. 22 years old, served in the army, was read a resume by an assistant, received $2 million for the battle, and was also given a bonus. So in total, he received $3 million, the director calculated. Get it no matter what? Let him choose his own matches if he wants. The director lit up. I'll get to it after the holidays. My assistant took over. The match just ended. There is one more person who caught the manager's attention. That's all, said the manager. He still has a meeting, so he won't be returning to the office. And I'll take the card, said the manager. Of course, don't deny yourself anything, the director allowed. He loves MMA, but hasn't been this excited in a long time, the manager noted. I wonder how far this guy will go, the manager thought. The director turned on the recording again. He became very excited, as if he had become younger. How well he fights, the director of X1, the largest MMA fight organization, said again. Huiseo walked slowly, enjoying the fresh air. It was a warm autumn, not hot and not cold, just what you need for a walk. Oh, a familiar back. His gaze involuntarily slid over the girl's slender figure. Ming Yu, he cheerfully called the obstinate girl, since they had already met. The beauty recognized his voice and turned around. This idiot again, she thought. Without saying anything, he walked forward as before. What a little pest, thought Huiseo. What a joy to meet her. The guy came closer. Stop pretending that they are friends, the girl bristled. Stop pretending to be smart. He snatched the small book from her hands. What a children's book, he assessed the cover with butterflies. Kindergarten, the guy said. This is philosophical literature. She gave the impudent guy a slap. Wow, so you can read. And how interestingly the cheeky boy asked, You still won't understand even if I explain, the thorn answered. Come on, who can't read maps, he asked. It's written there about wise relationships, the art of life, and the history of mankind. She became embarrassed. Is she really a nerd? The guy whispered with his lips. I'll strangle him now if he doesn't stop. The beauty remained unperturbed. I don't recognize him at all, the guy noted. My mother didn't teach me not to talk to strangers, she asked. When they arrived in the hall, she continued to calmly ignore him and read. What a difficult character, the guy looked at the cute thorn. There he is, the slacker. Song-hoon entered the office. What are you sitting around for? He asked. Oh, Mr. Eyebrows, the rascal greeted. Let's go out, Song-hoon called him. What else? Hurry to the director's office for a minute, he said. Take this. Song-hoon handed over a stack of documents for the guy. This. He read more closely into the boring lines, with a not at all boring result. A contract from X1, the cheeky guy exclaimed excitedly. They want to sign an official contract, Song-hoon confirmed. Surprised, he asked the boy. He thought this would happen later. He was happy. A debut without a single missed shot, they couldn't miss it, the bushy-browed coach answered confidently. He was very lucky, he told the cheeky guy, who didn't understand whether it was a compliment or not. It's exciting, even though Cho Yu couldn't show everything then. He didn't fight in his style. It won't be so easy from now on, the eyebrowed man warned. The daring guy truly understood that if his opponent had not underestimated him and not provoked him, he himself could have ended up being beaten. It happens in different ways, continued Song-hoon. Sign the contract. He promised to tell the details later. 3 years, 3 matches. Even if you don't manage to play all the matches, the contract will end in 3 years. But what about the opposite? If in the first year he participates in 3 matches and is unable to perform? The athlete asked. Good question. Look at the 4th point. Group versus group. The contract for the exchange of fighters was read by Huiseo. This allows him to fight for other associations while they are owned by X1. The organizations conduct a dialogue directly, without intermediaries and taxes. Additional expenses are paid by the organization, and the training camp is paid by the fighters. It looks like there's a lot to pay, the internal financial consultant tensed up. The prize money may be modest, but with this contract, even if things go badly, they won't be able to fire him because the benefits are more important than the prize money. You might think that the association is being greedy, but they do a great job of ensuring risks so that the athlete ends up winning. An important point, Sun-hoon pointed out, is that if he joins the SFC association, the contract is automatically considered canceled. They are the main competitor for X1, so to ensure everything runs smoothly, there is a ban on exchanging fighters between them. What's wrong? Sung-hoon asked the worried boy, who was impressed by the mere mention of SFC. They arbitrarily declared themselves the best platform. Even though the standards of the sport rose, small organizations retained the title of impeccable. It is not surprising that even those who know little about this sport have heard of it. That's right, and now he won't be able to have anything to do with them for 3 years. The eyebrow guy grinned. Why did he do this? The guy asked. Insurance, the bushy-browed trainer moved on to the next point. If it is less than 500,000, the fighter pays more. The organization. The penalties for incorrect weighing are the same, Sun Hoon read out. We've sorted out the main thing. It's time to count money, of course. The impudent financier rubbed his hands. The lowest salary is $1 million. The base salary is 2, plus half for a win. For each win, the base salary will increase. Not sure about the pay, Huiso said. The rate is higher, but the bonuses for wins are lower. These are bonuses for newcomers. After their debut, experienced fighters need to win 8 fights to receive the same bonuses, explained the eyebrowed one. It would be possible to make a personal deal to get more. But there is no point in straining the association. The conditions are already the best that can be obtained. The last one is the bonus system, a prize for the fighter who puts on the most exciting fight. But he already knows. He has already received one. He finished, with the bushy eyebrows. Remember this carefully before you sign the contract, said the serious, bushy-browed coach. It won't be easy anymore. Now everyone knows what he's capable of and will be ready. You should learn to fight in different styles and work harder, so be ready. Yes, exclaimed the impudent guy. Song-hoon waited until the boy put a cross next to his name and reached into his pocket. A present, he placed another paper on the table in front of Hui-so. The new match is already being announced. The daring athlete was surprised. On New Year's Eve, he has a new match and a new opponent. The coach smiled contentedly. A crowd of bandits with bats and rebar picturesquely surrounded the hero in the center. With shouts, they rushed at him in a well-rehearsed sequence. Well-placed wide swings that fit into the frame. They hit within millimeters of the hero in the middle, who also moved well. The stuntman turned his head in time and the fist slid across his face. Immediately after him, the next extra attacked, as if during a rehearsal. He was thrown back with a beautiful and effective roundhouse kick. The crowd of bandits parted, letting the fighter who had flown away pass. They screamed and rushed with redoubled fury. It looked natural. Dai, the extra, jumped up and flew at the actor in the center of the parking lot. They spun around in crazy twisting strokes. A flying spinning kick hit the target. They worked well. The actor kicked at head level, demonstrating good flexibility and form. The extra was very surprised after all. They were getting more than they were supposed to on the set today. But the lead actor didn't hesitate to give it his all. The last one left, the main character turned around at the sound of footsteps. Come on, he read out a memorized line according to the script. The big man clenched his sledgehammer fists and assumed a defensive stance. His hair was tousled by the sudden movements as they moved towards each other. The lead actor leaned over and raised his knee for a sidekick. The foot flew firmly into the open defense, and at the moment of impact, the long-haired guy managed to jump to the side and sink. He pretended to gasp after being hit and fell to his knees. The actor stood over the fallen enemy, clenching his fists tightly. That's all. He looked down menacingly, allowing the cameraman to take a close-up. It was filmed, there was a scream on the set, the scene ended, and the lights came on the set. Good shots of Sang-hoon. The director praised the main actor. The worried cameraman ran up to the extra. He saw how badly he got it. We didn't overdo it? He asked the long-haired guy how he was. We need to finish it in one take. We won't be reshooting. The big guy shook himself off. Don't strain yourself so much anyway, the man told him. How could he let him down after he got this role for him? Hai-seok scratched his head. Be patient. When I become famous, I will not forget about you, his friend promised him. The phone rang at the hairdresser Hai-seok and he bowed, stepping aside. Of course I agree, his friend heard the loud cry of the long-haired guy. They called from the audience. He will have a fight on the main card. Things are getting better. The big guy rejoiced. And when is the fight? His comrade asked. On New Year's Eve, he answered joyfully. They watched the recording of the fight. The long-haired brute held his defense tightly as if he were a rock. His opponent hit with all his might. Desperately and with a sweeping motion, it was obvious how tired he was. Despite his large body, the strong man deftly dodged numerous blows. He waited for the right moment and kicked his opponent in the ribs, and he finished him off with a quick hook from the left, with minimal delay. The match ended in a quick victory. The big guy showed good fundamentals. What do you think? Asked his bushy-browed trainer. A normal fight without holds and wrestling in a standing position, noted Hui-so. 4 fights in the amateur league, 2 professional fights, the basis of karate, 3rd dan, victory at the nationals, Red Song Hoon. He has good fundamentals, a real thorn, they attack a lot, have good endurance, explained the bushy-browed coach. Endurance is like a battery level. No matter how a person copes mentally, if he is exhausted, he will not be able to move. Many professionals who train for many years can freeze and get hit, not because they don't want to move or don't know how. There are 3 types of strategies for this match, Bravastic continued. The first option is grabs and pushes. He's bad at them, but Huiso is bad too, so that option is out. The guy is pinned. The second one is to outshine him in endurance, but the impudent boy is smaller and has worse endurance, so this one is also out of luck. What is the third option? Asked Song Hoon, to go out and win. The impudent athlete threw up his hands. Bingo! The usually calm eyebrow twister suddenly exclaimed. Attack relentlessly and crush his defenses until you break through him completely. If he were that strong, he wouldn't think about strategy and would just attack with all his might. Huiso sighed. Such attacks don't exist, the eyebrow man said. But there is technology, he noticed. What kind of technology? The impudent boy pricked up his ears. Muay Thai, also known as Thai boxing. Sun Hun simply answered him. This type of martial arts, the strongest in attack, especially elbow and knee strikes, master it and you will be able to break his defense, Haiseok. Let's start right now, suggested the bushy-browed guy. But the impudent guy was surprised who to learn from. Don't worry, everything is ready, Song Hoon praised himself. He will now be introduced as the only Thai boxing specialist on the team, said Sun Hoon. Here he is, the great slob with the bangs, Chung Hwan. There was a silent pause. Huiso couldn't find anything to answer and wondered if this was a joke. He doesn't inspire confidence. He smiled tensely at his best friend. Sung Hoon asked him to teach the impudent blockhead how to hit with his knee and elbow. But Jung Hwan didn't agree with it, surprising Huiso. You can't hit your opponent with your elbow on the ground, and you can't hit him with your knee when he's leaning on 3 points. At the moment, the most Huiso can do is just push and kick, his friend noted. That's why you need to study the flame, said the friend. What kind of plum is this? Huiso didn't understand. One of the important holds in Thai boxing for delivering elbow and knee strikes, the friend replied. There are many matches in which fighters lost because they did not know the flame. These techniques require a good base. First, let's learn how to grab, said Young Hwan. First, with your left hand. Grab your opponent firmly by the neck. He will most likely do the same. Your friend asked correctly. Then you pull your opponent's left hand with your right hand to create the correct angle. This is the flame grip. It takes the right angle to hit your opponent with your elbow at close range. You see, the fingers are free in this position. The one who takes it first will win this fight, showed the essence of the technique of Chong Hwan. Just like now, he suddenly grabbed the neck of his impudent friend and pulled him towards himself and down. This is training, Hui. So was indignant. Stop grumbling. How are you going to get out? He asked when he closed the lock on the back of his head. I'll just grab your arms and throw you off, said the daring fighter. But what if he hits you with his knee from below? Young Hwan began to work on it. He can't go back. They hold him tightly and only press harder. But if he tries to go to the legs, his head will be too close to his knee. Try to get out. Young Hwan easily dragged the guy from side to side. He completely controlled him. In the first half of the capture, you can still quickly shake off the enemy. If you have the strength and a quick reaction, he pushed away the impudent friend. There is nothing more terrible than getting caught in a flame when you are already pretty exhausted. Now he will show you how to get out, his faithful comrade taught him. He ordered Huiso to grab him, and he locked the padlock around his friend's neck. He pressed his shoulder hard on his wrist, as if hiding his head in a shell. With a loud cry, his friend freed himself from the grip, easily throwing off Huiso's hands. That's cool, the comrade said smugly. Stop fooling around, there's still a lot of work to do, the cheeky guy replied. This is part of the teaching of the great guru. Praise quickly, he kept joking. But looking at his serious friend, he continued. You need to take the correct stance if you are taken into flame, and tense your neck and back. If the opponent is the same height, then when he moves his back, his arms will straighten, and the strength will leave them. He will no longer be able to control the grip. Then rotate your torso, use your shoulders as leverage, and break free from the grip, the friend explained. But if the hold is already complete, the strength of the neck is not enough to break free. You can try to knock him down while he hits with his knee. He asked Huiso to use a full flame hold on him, and he clasped his hands around his neck. If you get stuck in a flame, you can slip your hand between your opponent's hands, he demonstrated. When the capture is complete, there is very little space, and the enemy, Knowing what can be done will actively interfere with this. But if you turn your shoulders and make your opponent look inside, Young Hwan made the move. No matter how little distance there is between the hands, you can slip out. In this case, the hand slides inside the grip, he hooks his right hand onto Hui So's hand, and turning the body again, he easily tore apart the strong lock that it held. It is difficult to see the free space to get out, but the situation can quickly change into different outcomes. That was not bad. Hui So praised his friend, more praise to the god of praise, he rejoiced. Who would have thought that such an unreliable slob would be useful? Continued the impudent guy. Come here, answered the friend. Since he used to wrestle, he should have good balance. He needs to learn this hold, and there will be no problems, summed up Jung Hwan. That's all for today. Time to shed, Jung Hwan whispered quietly. We so finished training, you can grab him. He waved his hand to his friend. Strength coach Taeyong happily walked onto the stage, finally fresh blood. The training maniac was blooming. For what, everything in Huiso's chest went cold, but it was too late to run. Why is he here, the traitor? He asked Jung Hwan, and he justified himself by saying that the muscles of the neck and back are important for flame, and Taeyong is the best fit. That's how... Doesn't he know what kind of person this is? Huisung shook his friend desperately. And what kind of a man is he? A huge brute crept up from behind. Hiccup! The impudent guy cried out. So what kind of person is he, dear Kim Huiso? The gorilla asked the guy. The best in the world, my favorite coach, Hui. So smiled tensely, letting his friend go. Since the guy appreciated it, let him carry it back now. Are the words about love really a lie? Asked the 120-kilogram fighter, putting his hands on his shoulders. He mounted the daring horse Hui So. Gallop on, faithful horse, he said to the boy. No pain, no gain, Chung Hwan quipped after his comrade. Who said he was staying, Taeyeon asked. He would ride him after. They are so busy and he doesn't want to disturb them, so he goes to train with Hai Bum, but he is busy with the beauty Yu Jin. The gorilla objected. Maybe there's someone else, Jung Hwan mumbled timidly as the athletes exchanged glances. Well, no, I understood their look. The sportsman is a slob. Save me, the hooligans are depriving me of my sight, he screamed and rushed away. But they were in a cage. There was nowhere to run, and he was pressed against the net. The monsters pounced on the poor guy, and the impudent horse carried Taeyeon to victim number 2. A few weeks later, they engaged in some light sparring with grappling. Jung Hwan quickly raised his hand to grab his friend. Huiso saw all the movements and easily defended himself, blocking the attacks. And he was even able to counterattack. But Jung Hwan dove under the swing of his hand. They moved quickly in a stance, attacking and counterattacking at close range. Huiso knocked Jung Hwan's hand away and got even closer. He felt a grip on his neck. His friend became noticeably faster. Pressing his neck lower, Huiso fired his knee into his stomach. Jung Hwan straightened up with the strength of his back to prevent himself from being caught in a full lock. Huiseo slipped his hand inside Jung Hwan's grip and held his neck tightly. The knee dug painfully into the side of his ribs, and Jung Hwan cried out. Jung Hwan slipped his hand between them and pressed it against Huiso's chest. Turning his body, he broke their grip, and the fighters flew in different directions around the ring. Both landed on their feet and quickly regained their balance. Enough, Jung Hwan said suddenly. They had finished sparring. He did a good job. He got the gist of it and praised me pretty quickly, his friend. Rest until the next training. He waved at him, and a tired Huiso fell to the floor. It's lucky that Jung Hwan studied Thai boxing professionally. Without him, he wouldn't have learned it. His strength and endurance increased. The daring guy assessed himself, although usually you can get one thing. One tired cutie suddenly sat down next to him. These days? Hui So asked the girl, meaning the days before the fight when you need to watch your weight die. She answered silently. No snacks, fatty foods, fast food, or salt. It was already hard without juicy chicken. She could afford nuts and dark chocolate. In addition, the girl had to drink a lot of water, 6 or even 8 liters a day, which affected her mental state. Fewer calories, more training, and running to the toilet all the time. It's no wonder that the usually prickly girl turned into an irritated hedgehog. And yet he wanted to support her somehow, since the beauty tried so hard. Only 10 days left to endure, he gave the girl his signature smile, 32. Why is it talking to me? The beauty wondered. Let him take better care of himself, she bristled. But how can he not take care of his peer and friend? The impudent guy insisted. Get lost, you're annoying, she replied, but the guy absorbed all the barbs. I really wanted to strangle her. But it was clear that she was having a hard time. Hui So thought when the coach brought Yu Jin some water. The girl stood up sluggishly but obediently. Hui So looked at her small back. Now he treated her like a friend, and it was not easy to watch her suffer. She wants to die now, he thought so hard when he was called out. It's time already, Taeyeon called to him, and a chill ran down the back of the daring athlete. The big guy in front of him did not promise an easy walk. Time for a fun warm-up, that is, a workout before the warm-up. The coach laughed cheerfully. The cheerful inscription on the t-shirt only increased the oppressive feeling. I will kill you, Hui-so read. Mom, give him back. He thought about how many heavy sets they would prescribe today. Time flew by. The team got 5 matches. Young-hwan participated in the Central League battle. There were no problems with the other 3 matches either. Yoo-jin won a tough match in the 3rd round with a choke and became a star in the lightweight division. The slacker friend almost won his match, but missed a counterpunch and was knocked out. Taeyong got so angry that he promised to strangle the negligent fighter. But he took it all as a joke, and he was almost strangled. How bad it is because of the weight control, the cheeky guy whined. Song-hoon sternly told him to be patient, because others have it much harder. This time there was no noise, the cheeky guy noticed. And what did he want more noise? The bushy-browed coach asked, and Hui-so shook his head. That was also normal. He was called to the weigh-in, and he ran there briskly. Give me your things, helped the bushy-browed Sun-hoon when he started to fuss. Fighter Lee Hui. So passed, weight 77 and 2 kilograms. Next, Ju-ho Seok called the head judge who was conducting the event, and called again when the fighter did not show up. He was there when they took roll call at the beginning, was surprised by Hui-so, and heard the sounds of the flush tank. Sorry, I went to the toilet. Ju Seok came out of the stall in a dirty suit. Even without makeup, he looked lousy. Where is the escort? The judge asked. The guy looked so bad, like he was about to die he couldn't lose weight, Hui-so thought. He almost fell off his feet, but the referee managed to catch the exhausted, long-haired fighter. Ju-ho Seok weighed in, results announced, 77.5. Shirtless, he looked like a formidable opponent. I'm thirsty, the cheeky guy impatiently urged the trainer, but he kept rummaging through his bag. It seems he forgot the bottle in the car. How many people has he trained and still forgets water? Song-hoon grumbled at him. Are you thirsty, Hui? So heard a muffled voice from behind. Take this, please. The guy with bags under his eyes spoke politely and offered his water, even though he himself was suffering from dehydration. It was embarrassing for what he did. It was hard to lose weight because of work. Ji-suk apologized. What kind of job is this? Asked the cheeky guy. A small role as a hooligan in a movie. The long-haired big guy became embarrassed. It's not easy since you also have to work part-time, Sung-hoon said sympathetically. The role is small, but you have to work hard. Ji-seok justified himself. I think I'll go, he said. It's not nice to be too friendly before a fight, said the long-haired fighter. Thanks for the water, Hui. So said goodbye. A good guy, he said. Cho Woo-chung was a real beast, true, the bushy-browed trainer agreed. But don't feel sorry for him for being polite. He'll fight like a dog. Of course, he will give it his all at the match, the cheeky young man answered decisively. On the day of the match, he was chewing on some strange dry vegetables. How he wanted some chicken, the cheeky guy whined. What a sumptuous feast. Chestnut hair tickled the face. The sweet smell of chocolate teased the nostrils. Today is her day off. Hui-so was surprised by the appearance of the girl. She helps Young-hwan with the fight. The beauty explained. Since they even called her, it means that Young-hwan is serious, said Hui-so. Otherwise, Taeyong will fold him in half. The cutie answered, and reached for a slice. It doesn't taste that bad, why whine? The cheeky girl inserted a pin, then come on in. Hui-so suggested. I'll eat until my stomach bursts, he grumbled, mashing the vegetables. Look, the prickly cutie guest pulled out some candy from her pocket and put it in front of him. Snacks of chocolate and red ginseng, eaten an hour before the fight. Improve blood circulation, she explained. But why such concern? Hui-so was surprised. It just remained. The girl turned away embarrassedly. Really, let her also say that they were lying on the floor. The impudent athlete did not believe her. I told you, it just remained. The angry cat hissed. She brought them on purpose. The impudent guy teased and grabbed her in the face with a salad. Get out of here, dog! The girl shouted. She was thinking about how to strangle the impudent guy, but suddenly her cell phone rang. It's time to go down, Jong-hwan. I need help with my things, the girl said quietly. Before she leaves, he told her, if you even think about making jokes, I'll finish you off. The prickly cat immediately warned. Thank you for your concern. The cheeky guy smiled sweetly and sincerely. This is how you should always answer, she muttered quietly in a thin voice. Come on, don't disgrace yourself there in the ring. The girl extended her fist. Of course he would win. Their fists touched as he lightly punched her. The coaches watched the fights from undress. Another fight ended. The time for Huiso's fight was approaching. Another knockout. Are they on doping or something? The bushy-browed trainer frowned. So Huiseo unpacked the candy he received from the cheeky girl. What are you already eating? Taeyong asked him. Ginseng and chocolate, which Yu Jin gave him, told him to eat before the match. The athlete answered. This thorn. The big guy was surprised. How disgusting it is, even chocolate, the impudent fighter grimaced. He was about to take a nap. Taeyong was even more surprised. Mental training, he sprawled on Huiso's chair. Maybe he's crazy because he's not worried at all, the blonde coach noted. The same thing happened in the first match, not worried at all, which only made things more worrying. Song-hoon frowned. It's good that he's not their concern now. They need to think about their fighters. The bushy-browed trainer sighed. The scoundrel decided to sleep, Taeyeon shouted. He was meditating. The impudent fighter justified himself. What kind of snoring meditation is this? The big guy didn't believe him. Blue corner fighter Lee Hui-sung. The stands thundered, welcoming. The long-awaited moment had arrived. It is not surprising that he is being greeted so much. Everyone remembers the match that was in September, the commentator said. Isn't his schedule too tight? Another answered. The previous fight was without injuries, and Lee Huiso couldn't miss the final event of the year, which meant X1 expected a lot from him, they discussed. Will he live up to expectations, the hosts wondered as Huiso prepared to enter the ring. Stay on the edge of the zone, don't be greedy, don't lose control, the bushy-browed trainer instructs before the fight. Okay, I'll remember, promised the daring athlete, anticipating the fight. Go ahead, tear him apart, Huiso finally got into the ring. He warmed up his body as usual, as if before sparring, making light jumps. Jusiok appeared. Now he looked stern and massive. There was no trace of exhaustion. The shaggy giant walked into the cage, the difference in their sizes making itself felt. The referee read them the rules and gave them the go-ahead as the fighters faced each other in the center of the ring. He is huge, although almost the same height. Big muscles will allow him to fight to the point of madness. Huiso analyzed his opponent. Red is ready, blue is ready. The referee gave the command to fight and stepped aside. At the first sound of the gong, Jusiok rushed towards Huiso like a dog on the loose. But this time, the daring guy kept his distance and was in no hurry. It was not to his advantage to enter into an exchange with a large opponent. He met his opponent with a series of long punches and jabs to test his defense and break his tempo. Huiso kicked the ball into his thigh, but Jusiok managed to raise his knee and block the serve. He immediately counterattacked, pressing with all his mass. A powerful blow to the body to the liver found a gap in the daring guy's defense. It hurt. Huiso continued to dodge and study his opponent. He was almost pinned against the fence, but Huiso managed to get out with a deft jump and deliver a short jab to the head. The shaggy big guy maintained a strong defense and was not afraid to get close to his opponent. Well, really, everything doesn't matter, Huiso realized after the blow. This blow won't knock the big guy down. Keep the pace and control the attacks, the bushy-browed coach shouted from below. Jusiok moved like a bull, his fists widened, and he came dangerously close. A powerful right hook to Huiso's guard knocked him aside. He had to stop to regain his balance and immediately took another series of heavy shots on defense. How tough, Sun-hoon assessed their opponent, but they have something to respond with. Huiso was good at defending himself against attacks he couldn't dodge. He deftly dodged blows to the head and was just a hair's breadth away from a heavy knockdown. Jusiok's cannon shot knocked down his crossed block. An explosive uppercut almost took off his chin, but Huiso managed to stop his opponent's movement in time with a kick to the chest. A direct counterpush knocked even a big guy like Jusiok back. The strong mop quickly regained his balance and prepared to repel the next attacks. But his appearance became confused. The enemy was behaving too insolently. He's gone crazy. What is he doing? Coach Huiso was stunned. Why did he lower his defense? Huiso opened up completely. He stretched out like a wild mongoose, making it clear who was currently in control of this field. He's deliberately asking for trouble. The shaggy big guy assessed the situation. Nothing has changed. You need to press until the enemy is exhausted. The main thing is to maintain the rhythm. Juseok went on the attack, and instantly he ran into a straight left to the head, bypassing all defense. Huiso easily stopped his opponent. He attacks quickly. He clearly saw the enemy's next move. The next movement was also quick, and the big guy managed to notice it out of the corner of his eye. The right landed on the side. Juseok didn't have time to raise his defense. That's not all. He saw how Huiso regained his balance and was preparing to attack again. Low kick, prepared to defend from below Juseok and pulled up his leg. No middle kick to the left, he responded as Huiso changed his stance and raised his right leg. Again a trick, the fighter became confused, not knowing what to expect from the enemy. Huiso had completely confused him. He was superior to the big guy in speed, and now he was also using tricks. Everything has changed. He is forced to constantly watch Huiso's legs to understand when to expect a blow. Without noticing it, the big guy had his back against the net and was being driven into a corner. They completely changed roles. Now Ju Seok was the hunted victim, looking for a way to get out. Contemptuous exclamations were heard from the audience about why he was standing there and swearing. Although he had never been hit before, the audience did not understand his situation. Ju Seok gritted his teeth, no matter how difficult it was. He decided to break through. A side middle kick landed right under Ju Seok's elbow into his body, and while he was thinking, Huiso attacked. But the big guy stayed on his feet even after he was kicked. Huiso took a step and raised his knee again as if for a kick. But instead of the lower one, he struck the upper one, right in the big guy's face, almost taking his head off. Strong neck muscles held his head in place, but the blow stunned Ju Seok. He was pinned against the net and bombarded with a hail of blows from all positions. The shaggy big guy again tried to break through, but this time to the side. The crazy and daring guy chased him with a crab as if inviting him to join him. These stupid tricks again. Ju Seok was nervous. He got it hard. He attacked straight and was met with a clean counter right straight, so ruined his rhythm of attack. It's hard to analyze when the opponent does feints and tricks. All sense of distance is completely lost. The eyebrow stick grinned. Huiso methodically broke down the enemy's defense, crushing him with a heavy bombardment. He had to hold out until the last blow, Ju Seok realized. He would definitely run out of breath soon and stop. Now he caught the moment when Huiso swung for a strong blow. If we counterattack now, as he's closing in, the battle will turn around again. But the daring opponent dodged the counter blow and came dangerously close. The bastard read his intentions, the shaggy big guy belatedly realized. A sharp knee stung him in the side along his floating ribs, and Ju Seok winced in pain. The pain from the damage paralyzed him. He couldn't move. With the last of his strength, he raised his hands in a deep defense. He needed to drag out time until the end of the round. The impudent mongoose drove his knee straight into the stomach at full speed. Another monstrous blow. Even the strong body of the big guy could not withstand it. Excellent. The bushy-browed coach rejoiced. Keep it up, he shouted. Ju Seok was hunched over and backing away like a crab, and Huiso was waiting for him to stick his head out. Now that the enemy was immobilized, the daring fighter could stroll towards his target. The shaggy, strong man found himself at the net again. So much pressure was put on him by his daring opponent. Huiso cracked his eyes open with sharp, small movements of his legs. He provoked the enemy by standing in front of him, within striking distance, completely open. He's probably thinking about how much strength and stamina he still has left. Huiso noted. Don't worry so much. The fun time is over for him. Now it's time to play Huiso. He bared his teeth predatorily. There goes the shaggy big guy, completely confused. He was already completely broken and didn't know what to do. Punch after punch came and he took several jabs to the head. Unable to counterattack, he absorbed all of Huiso's blows. It was only by a miracle that he held on against the barrage of precise attacks, each one stronger than the previous ones. You can't give up like that. The fighter held on with all his might. Seizing the moment, he ducked under the blow and went to Huiso's legs, grabbing him. But he didn't lose his composure. His heel deftly hooked the opponent's supporting leg. Turning his body, with a light movement of his hand, Huiso threw off the heavy giant. Ju Seok regained his balance and made another attempt to take the fight to the ground. What? He managed to notice the quick movements of Huiso's hands. There you go, little bastard, exclaimed the bushy-browed trainer, recognizing the familiar move. Huiso used a plum on Ju Seok, a Thai boxing move he and his friend had practiced. He clasped his hands behind the healthy opponent's head and he couldn't get away. Gathering his entire body like a spring, Huiso drove his knee into the victim's body. The fight turned into a one-sided beating. The damage that had accumulated over the entire round now spread as pain throughout Ju Seok's body. Huiso landed on his feet and continued to break his opponent with his knee. Get out, was all Ju Seok's useless coach could advise. The big guy pulled himself together and punched Huiso in the jaw, but because of his position, the blow couldn't be strong, and he calls it a punch, so didn't even notice the jab. What a blow. He pulled Ju Seok's neck to the ground and nailed him in the head with his knee. The big guy held the block tightly, like a turtle hiding in its shell. No matter how tough he was, it was becoming too dangerous, the hosts commented. Huiso's legs swung back like a powerful pendulum. This time, the cannon's shot pierced the remains of Joe Siok's defense, exploding his head. The big guy slowly sank into the ring. Huiso did not let go and went forward. When the tuft fell, he pounced on top and methodically pounded his fists on the head. The caring, bushy-browed trainer suggested, "Press on the neck." With his hand firmly planted on Ju Seok's neck, the daring boy was able to deliver powerful blows. "Grab him and throw him to the ground!" the big guy's useless trainer shouted. Ju Seok was shaking from the pain and blows, but even more from his helplessness. Gritting his teeth and overcoming himself, he was able to rise and grab the impudent guy. But the mongoose Hui Seok was ready for this. Pulling his legs back, he easily broke the grip. The desperate steps were met with retribution, as Jo Seok's neck ended up in Huiso's elbow grip. In one movement, he closed the chokehold, placing his hand on top of his own. "This technique," the commentator shouted, recognizing the popular technique. After escaping the hold, Li Huiso performed a guillotine from above. The situation became hopeless for the big guy. He could neither break the hold nor throw his opponent off. He was quickly running out of oxygen in his blood and time to think. Huiso pressed harder, squeezing the thick neck of his healthy opponent. The referee elbowed him in the gut and pulled him away from Ju Seok. He ordered stop. "The fight is over. Victory via choke." Huiso catches his breath after a tough fight. The commentators were delighted, along with the spectators, as the fight that began so uncertainly ended in a rout and strangulation. In 4 minutes and 18 seconds, Huiso takes his second win in the first round, the cocky guy throwing his hands up in victory. The little fool did a great job, and during the hugs, the big guy Tian ran to the winner. "What a guy, he only recently learned the holds," the blonde guy said. "And he really is amazing," Song-hoon agreed. "He acts calmly, but he himself is so excited that he can barely contain himself," the blonde noted. "It's good that at least someone else gets this excited during a fight," he thought. Today, he relived the forgotten feelings from his first MMA fights. "Great job. Today, the winner can do anything." "Okay, I'll sing now," said a joyful Huiso, sitting astride Taeyeon. "Son, enjoy your evening," his mother called him, and he went out to answer while others celebrated his victory. "What's wrong with Mom's voice? Did she really drink?" asked the worried son. "Just 1 glass," said the adult woman. "Just don't get drunk. You're not good with alcohol." Huiso was worried, but his mother said that she drank at home. "I'm so sorry," the loving mother repented. "Don't worry," her caring son reassured her. She didn't support him when he first started. The woman was upset, but he's stubborn. The loving son objected. She felt like she was making him fight for money. He had been through so much and couldn't even eat properly. His mother almost cried. She's probably a bad mother, a completely disintegrating drunk woman. Luckily, he heard his father's voice. "Completely drunk," the old man grumbled. "She's completely wasted. Don't worry. He'll take care of her. The son can rest," said the father. "Calm her down," the caring son asked, and the father promised to cope. He performed well, and his dad told him the most important words in the life of any child. He still has to work and work so that his mother doesn't worry anymore. The guy breathed a sigh of relief. "With this team, he will definitely succeed," he smiled. A recording of a fight where Huiso sang like a herd of bison was playing throughout the restaurant. Here comes the hero of the occasion. The coaches are shouting at him. The drinking is in full swing. He should take a couple of vocal lessons. What a terrible singing. It was as if he had no ear for music. How embarrassed he was in front of the audience. His teammates teased the winner. They met each other's eyes for a second, and he remembered the dark chocolate and the silky hair on his cheek. Thorn made a face, covering her face with her hand. What a cheeky girl, thought Huiso. She will also laugh at him. The last thread of patience snapped in him. Now he will arrange a merry drinking party for them. The hall burst into loud screams. A few weeks later, Taeyong was yelling madly at his protege. "Hopeless, he is hopeless." He pounced on young Hwan. He told him not to rush. The coach was indignant. The other coaches could barely restrain the brute. "Well done, Jung Hwan. Don't be sad," the other trainer told him and led the mad bull away. "Everything is wrong," the exhausted fighter exhaled heavily. "Refresh yourself." The cold can of soda felt pleasant on the bruised cheek. "Oh, thank you," said young Hwan. "Don't worry about it," Huiso reassured him. Sorry, he didn't live up to expectations. He helped him so much. The fighter reproached himself. At least he didn't lose. Consoled Huiso. In the first round, everything went well for him. He started with a straight one, which won the sympathy of the audience. Taeyong shouted at him to press slower and watch his opponent better. But the slob got too overheated and pounded the deep defense like a wind-up toy, ignoring all advice. As soon as he got tired, he opened his chin, following his bad habit. And, in the end, what was supposed to happen happened. Both fighters exchanged blows simultaneously in the center of the ring, and both of them fell into a deep knockout, which amused the spectators' stands, but since young Juan won again, he won't become a pro anytime soon. You won't scold me. The annoyed friend was surprised he was going to. Huiso admitted honestly, but his comrade had already heard enough. He is definitely a good fighter, but he is too reserved in the ring, under the eyes of the cameras and spectators, and it is very difficult for him now. You'll win next time, I'm sure, said the cheeky friend. Will he? A shadow of doubt fell on the face of the usually carefree guy. Huiso, he turned to his friend after a heavy silence. He had already thought about it, and his friend began a difficult conversation. The guys went ahead and called them, interrupting the serious conversation. Now let's go, young Juan perked up. He decided that now was not the best time for such conversations. Forget it. He smiled with his broken mouth at his best friend. Let's go before Taeyong loses his temper again, okay? Huiso resigned himself. He said nothing, only watched his depressed friend go, and at that moment his back seemed small. Great news for our gym. Young Kun signed a contract with SFC, told great news, eyebrow coach. The audience loudly congratulated the athlete. Everyone was happy and suggested celebrating. The world is so fickle, muttered Huiso. And what's wrong, grumbled the thorn nearby. Yesterday, young Juan lost the opportunity to debut, and today young Kun received a contract with SFC. The guy was at a loss to decide whether to rejoice or cry. It didn't matter that young Juan was already hanging on young Kun's arms, the girl noticed. Another announcement in mid-June, there will be a match and they need a person for the coaching team, announced Sung-hoon. The eyes of the experienced coaches lit up. An away match was a great opportunity to travel, who everyone immediately rushed to him like cats to sour cream. The blonde guy wanted it so much that he even pushed the massive Taeyeon aside. Me, he asked me to. But it's not so easy to push aside a giant. He himself could push aside anyone, and he proposed his candidacy. Why are they silent? Asked the eyebrow-bearing extras. Do they even have a chance? Whined the other team members. Part of the crew, part of the ship, said Song-hoon. Everyone has a chance. Wonderful. The athletes blossomed with rays of hope. Those who debuted as pros and had a match coming up were excluded, Sung-hoon said sternly, and the gang immediately faded away. This is the order from the authorities. Huiso was filled with enthusiasm. Even the thorn on the right wagged its tail. But then who should go? Everyone asked a logical question, and Sun-hoon thought about it. Let's draw lots. He took out a board to draw stripes for the game. Great. Go out one by one and choose a number. Everything is mixed up so that no one guesses. When he finished, he immediately warned everyone that no matter who won, there should be no hard feelings. And the team agreed. Huiso will be the first one, the bushy-browed coach said, and everyone visibly tensed up. Lucky, so lucky, the lucky bastard rejoiced, not noticing the upset looks around him. Luck is not a crime, the impudent guy weakly justified himself. Well, congratulations, said the bushy-browed coach, and the guy smiled modestly. Just in case, does he have a certificate? Asked Song-hoon. What kind of certificate? The guy was surprised. White with a seal, answered the eyebrow. To be a second coach in SFC, you need a sports license with a state seal. Is there really none? The bushy-browed coach asked, and Huiso tensed up. He answered, None. It's a pity that he can't get through. Song-hoon responded mockingly to the lucky, impudent fellow. This can't be. The impudent guy was horrified. Maybe next time the coach consoled the defeated impudent man, to the general jubilation of the crowd. Let's just play one more time. He reached for the marker. It's not over yet. It's too early to give up. The daring fighter has risen to his feet. He can get a license before the match starts. There is still time, the impudent guy declared decisively. Do you want to qualify now? Sung-hoon asked doubtfully. The match is already in June. When will he have time? But the cheeky guy has already poked the phone screen. That's what he said. He showed the advert for the second-level test for a sports trainer. The test was in May. The results were in a week. This is more than enough before the match. The daring guy did not lose his enthusiasm. Sung-hoon wanted to explain the details, but Taeyong interrupted him. How could they sit and wait to see if he passed the test or not? Reasonable things. Huiso had nothing to say in response to this. The lonely thorn stocked up on popcorn and watched the battle from the sidelines. If he gets a license, he will go to the match. If not, he will treat the entire team to a banquet worth 300,000. He put forward the conditions. The sum is round, thought Huiso. He earned it for winning the last match. The gym fan insisted. Mere trifles for him. All you need to do is get qualified, thought the cheeky guy. They are waiting so tensely. Something is clearly fishy here, the athlete doubted. and Sung-hoon looked unhappy. Taeyong reassured the coach that everything would be fine, and the daring fighter pondered over his decision. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work out, he'll just pay. But the daring guy wasn't going to miss such an opportunity. Shake on it, he agreed, and Taeyong accepted the bet. Don't back out later, he said sternly. This concerns him too, Hui. So answered him. Freebie, let's decide what we'll drink and eat, the other coaches agreed, as if they had already written off Hui so. But he's trying so hard, guys. What do you think needs to be done first? Taeyeon said sternly. We need to decide who will go instead of him. He ended with another farce. Hui So snored peacefully over his textbooks, which he hadn't sat down to since school. His caring parents watched and tried not to disturb him. The old unshaven master returned to the hall after a long bender. Boss, the bushy-browed trainer greeted him as he came around the corner. What did not expect to see the boss at work? Asked the unshaven master. Here are the snacks. He gave a bag, all because the master worked outside the hall, said Song-hoon. There is so much here. The brow-bearer was surprised. The master had already eaten, he asked him, and he answered that he had eaten before coming. They cleaned the hall well. It was so clean the old master was surprised. Song-hoon probably made everyone scrub everything. He can be left in charge of the hall since he is so meticulous, the unshaven master thought, looking at his colleague. Who do we have here? The unshaven master wondered, looking into the restroom. Huiseo is preparing for the test to become a trainer, Sangguk learned from the eyebrowed man. He said that he can't concentrate at home. What kind of test is this? Asked the unshaven master, the second level of the trainer. Song-hoon shared the details. He won the position of Young-kun's second coach, but he doesn't have any qualifications to be admitted, so he's puffing and puffing, said the thick-browed man. Why didn't you dissuade him? The old master grumbled, as if it would be easy to do with this stubborn blockhead. But the unshaven master wanted to object, but Song-hoon raised his hands. Everything had gone too far anyway. It was too late to dissuade him. Why is everything so ugly when I just step away for a moment? The lazy master grumbled regretfully. He has a rating match in May, Sangguk said. Great news. The thick-browed man rejoiced. A lightweight match, the lazy master clarified. But why suddenly Sun-hoon was surprised? His body is not very inclined to gain muscle mass, his opponents are bigger than him, and it will only get more difficult. He needs to fight in his own category. He is not so experienced in losing weight. And if he still worries about preparing for the test, he might not cope. The unshaven master worried. Let's listen to what he has to say first, the grumpy coach decided. I can handle it, the daring fighter declared without a shadow of a doubt. He understands exactly what is happening, he grumbled. The master, of course, the athlete answered confidently. You will need to lose a lot of weight. I'll need to lose 10 kilograms from my current weight, plus a diet, and then study. Then it will be very hard, the old master insisted. We can just start, and then we'll see, the guy said confidently. He promised to make sure that nothing interfered with his training. Everything will work out. He is Li Hui. So, the impudent guy proudly poked himself in the chest. Is this enough to take his word for it? The master grumbled. What else is left? You just have to try. The young and daring one dug his heels in. Okay, said the grumpy master after a moment of thought. Let him do as he pleases. Hui So heard the old master's approval with joy. But there is a condition. The grumpy trainer shook his finger sternly, that the guy should not even think about refusing. There should be no overlap, training, sleep, food, study. You can't get up early and go to bed late for the sake of study, the master said sternly. They will prepare for the match together, the unshaven master suddenly declared. He is always on a bender. The impudent fighter was surprised. This time the enemy is serious. You need to know how to fight him, so he will help, said old man Huiso. Of course, all matches are important, the old master continued to grumble. But this case is special, win or lose. How he behaves during the match will affect his career, that's clear, he asked the guy. He responded promptly and energetically, always ready. This match is the most important. If you do everything haphazardly, you can lose everything for which you worked so long and hard. He pointed his finger at the boy. Okay, I'll remember this, the guy mumbled. What a weak answer, the old master grumbled at him. If you doubt, don't take it on, he pressed. I'm ready to put my life on the line, the impudent guy shouted loudly throughout the room. Excellent, that's better, the unshaven master grumbled contentedly. Here is your opponent's data. He handed several sheets to Huiso. What kind of stupid name is he? I couldn't read it, cheeky guy. Mitsubishi Suzuki, this is your first time fighting a foreigner, the old master laughed. Don't let the Korean auto industry down. As the store, Mitsubishi, greeted the bespectacled, bearded salesman. Yes, the stooped Japanese man rubbed his glasses. He was acting deliberately modest. The bearded fat man scratched his belly. "Everything is okay?" he asked his employee, and he quietly answered that everything is fine. The buyer forgot to take the change. The bespectacled man mumbled. The beard said nothing. Consider that he earned a few kopecks. The bespectacled man began to lament that if a person would not be able to ride the metro if he did not have enough of these kopecks. How can a man be so timid? That's why he doesn't get along with anyone. The fat man patted him on the shoulder. In any case, you did a good job for two. The shift is over. You can go home. The bearded man, the fussy employee, let go. After changing his clothes, Suzuki went outside, gaped like a klutz, and ran into a passerby. "Sorry." The bespectacled Japanese man apologized overly modestly. Mitsubishi slowly made his way to his hall. The closer he got, the more intensely the fire flared up in him. As soon as he crossed the threshold, another person appeared, replacing the timid and cowardly one. He looked closely at everyone present in the room, which made them catch their breath. The athletes quickly stepped aside, making way for the unsociable fighter. Mitsubishi took off his glasses like a restraining seal and carefully placed them on the shelf. The long-eared maniac killer changed into a sports uniform. Suzuki walked up to the bag, warming up. He loved hitting the punching bag the most. Again, this crazy guy made other athletes tense up, thinking about changing the gym. The sounds of heavy blows echoed throughout the hall, the bag swinging like a toy. The blows were a dry bang, as if a heavyweight was hitting. The bespectacled man could not be called a weakling. The valley maniac broke into a creepy grin, imagining how he was beating living flesh. Meat, more meat. The blood boiled in his veins when someone called him Mitsubishi. He told me to come to the office when I arrived. The mustachioed trainer yelled at him that he came because of the sound of blows. "You're raping the pair again." His master waved his papers. Crazy, he thought. "Stop apologizing, it's no use anyway," he shouted at the negligent fighter. The match was in March. He gave him papers with an offer from the association. "Li Hui So," the maniac read the name on the papers. "Here is fresh meat." The inner voice whispered, "Meat. Let's have a feast, a bloody feast, a real bathhouse. Tear everyone apart," whispered the voices of the madman. Li Hui Seo rubbed the back of his head, someone remembers, he thought, as he puzzled over the exam questions. What kind of stupid questions are these? He gave up. His mother told him to study at school, son, but no, he didn't listen. Now he suffered. The fighter was grieving. "Stop pretending you have a brain," his thin voice pricked him. Why is he sitting here, wearing out his pants and not in the restroom? Asked him the gorgeous and sweet sportswoman he thinks better here, he answered. "Close the door before you leave," she said in an indifferent tone and was about to leave, but the guy suddenly stopped her. "Do you know what is written here?" he asked her, not understanding why, but he didn't want her to leave so quickly. And what was there? She leaned closer. The spicy smell of cherries and chocolate teased her nostrils. That stupid question he showed in the book. And this one here's just something to cram. The girl gave her verdict anyway. He's too stupid to understand. And this one too. She read his list. At some point he stopped listening to her and just looked at her lips. No wonder she's been nicknamed the MMA goddess. Long brown hair that smells like lavender shampoo. Beautiful jasper eyes shine brightly and attractively in the sunlight. Velvet skin, elastic and toned, glowing with health due to the fact that she plays sports. The scent of perfume quickly intoxicated. "What are you staring at?" She caught his intense gaze. "Nothing special. She just smells delicious," the guy blurted out without thinking. Oh, he realized that he had fallen into a trap, and now he didn't know which paw he needed to bite off to get out. "The smell is nice. I like your perfume," he tried to explain, but it only got worse. "I just got out of the shower," she said in a gentle and embarrassed voice, thoughtfully twirling her silky hair around her finger. "That's right. That's the whole point." He smiled like a complete fool. "If there are no more questions, then I'll go." The girl stood up calmly. It's good that she didn't get angry. He took a breath. And what kind of voice was that? He looked after the beauty with the narrow waist. She was leaving again, Eugene, he decided to call the girl. He was also going to go. Didn't she want to go with him? Then he awkwardly scratched the back of his head and tried to speak calmly. This completely broke their usual pattern of communication, so the girl even froze. He was also silent. Silence is a sign of consent, but he didn't know it, so he thought he had just been brushed off. That's right. Song-hoon gave him a bunch of tasks, so it won't work whether he was saving his reputation or digging deeper, depending on how you look at it. For a long time, she suddenly asked softly, as if nothing unusual was happening. How long will he help Song-hoon? The dumb girl almost added at the end, embarrassed, and again twirled her silky hair around her finger. Yes, perhaps the guy who had just lost the last bits of his mind was terribly slow. And what? He asked. I just asked, the beauty answered, slightly disappointed. She left, the girl said, and he absurdly wished her good luck and to take care of herself. What was that now? The blockhead completely lost his former audacity. Yes or no, that is the question. If yes, then yes. And if no, then no. Thoughts swarmed like bees in the young head. The bell quickly brought him back to his senses when it rang at full volume. This is an old master. He read the message with the video of his opponent. But what did he hope for? The heated guy asked himself. What's wrong with this patient? The cheeky guy experienced a bout of vomiting. Huiso was deep in thought, but it wasn't his crazy opponent that worried him. Did that cheeky thorn notice what he was trying to do? They had grown distant again lately. He thought about the girl. What was I thinking about? An unshaven master, the boss, appeared, and the guy immediately said hello. He's not overexerting himself, the old coach grumbled. And everything is on schedule, Huiso confirmed. Excellent. The master praised his efforts and asked if he had seen the Mitsubishi fight. The daring guy, completely out of his mind, gave this assessment of his opponent. He appears to be a talented boxer, with furious attacks that stun his opponents and bring him closer to victory. But there is one problem. He has absolutely no breaks. Even when the fight is already over and the referee stops him, he tries to finish off his opponent. At the weigh-in, he looks shy. Doesn't even look his opponents in the eye. And when he beats them, he looks like a real maniac. That red-headed guy is just a naughty child compared to this crazy guy. 10-win streak, only 1 loss. History in X1 starts with 6 wins. He's a pretty successful fighter, fast, defends well. Considering this, the guy needs to box. But he is definitely worse at this. An unpleasant opponent, because their styles are very similar. And he began to notice details better. His studies helped. He already knows how to fight, the old master noted. But Huiso threw up his hands. He hadn't learned this yet. I saw that match, his coach asked. I saw it, the impudent guy answered incomprehensibly. The match ended in a technical knockout. The victory over Mitsubishi would be based on this match, the unshaven master told him sternly. Objectively speaking, Choi Do-hee is weaker and slower than John Siley, the unshaven master explained. Despite this, Choi's strikes were preemptive, and even if they struck at the same time, Silly was hit harder. Why? The master asked. It doesn't matter. It was a waste of time asking. The coach grumbled when the guy let out a long, "Hey!" Correct timing and high precision of strikes, the unshaven master continued to grumble. Choi Do punched a little faster, although his punching speed was slower, and this disrupted John's pace, although his punching speed was faster. Even though they were punching at the same time, Choi knew his opponent's movements well and turned his body faster, thus outpunching him. The same goes for the accuracy of the blows. He didn't hit just anywhere, but at painful and vulnerable spots. If you do the same, the opponent's strength no longer plays a role. Now they will practice these 2 things during training, but is it possible to do it in 2 months? The impudent guy wondered. In most cases, it's impossible, but the guy might succeed. The unshaven master grumbled contentedly. Isn't there too much faith in him? The fighter suddenly began to doubt. Everything is fine. He won the matches with his talent, and now he needs to learn to use it. That was all. The old master stood up to continue loafing around somewhere. Get to work, he said sternly to the cheeky boy who also wanted to relax. Huiso quickly felt like a cabin boy on deck. Working on the ropes instantly filled his hands with fatigue. At first, the old master told him to pump up before training his skills, and the satisfied Taeyong happily accepted the fresh meat. He also trained according to the Barbara program, 15 pull-ups with a weight of 10 kilograms, 30 push-ups with a 10-weight pancake on your back, 40 times on the press, also with a pancake. The stomach almost bursts in 2 from this. 50 times a weighted stand, always with the same damn pancake. 70 movements with ropes and rubber bands for resistance. All of this was considered one approach, which had to be completed as quickly as possible, with 2 minutes of rest between approaches, for a total of 5 circles. With each circle of hell, the body slowed down and the rest time increased until the murderer Taeyeon shouted, "Stop." "But open the air intake! Breathe through your nose!" the training maniac demanded discontentedly. But whatever you do for the sake of victory, after it he will definitely strangle him, the daring fighter promised himself. Look, My arms are already falling off, complained Huiso. And it really is shaking, said Taeyong in a sympathetic voice. How much longer do I have to do this? The guy groaned. The boss said to squeeze him dry 3 times a week. The exercise fan scratched his beard. The daring fighter was horrified 3 times. You also think it's not enough. Taeyeon approved of such initiative. He recently learned from overwork that you can even lose muscles when you study, Huiso said. But Taeyeon promised to take care of it. But from such care, for some reason, the load only became greater. Finished, asked them the old master from afar. They squeezed me out like a sheet. Not a drop was left, the exercise maniac reported. Good job, the master grumbled. Great job on the warm-up, now the real training begins, said the old slacker. First exercises with a punching bag. He told Young Hwan to show how it's done. Young Hwan lightly hit the punching bag and it bounced back with a spring, always returning after the blow. To avoid being hit by the punching bag, Young Hwan moved his head to the side. He moved deftly from left to right and delivered precise blows to the punching bag. This training comes from boxing. It works on the accuracy and timing of punches. If he can work as well as Young Hwan, he will become stronger. The cheeky guy immediately decided to try and lightly hit the pear. But on the return, he hit not the center, but the edge of the pear, and it bounced to the side diagonally. It's hard, isn't it? The master grumbled. All because he sees her as a stationary target, and the guy doesn't have the right balance. He needs to learn control. The next stage of tap ball, an ideal exercise for improving accuracy and the dynamics of visual sharpness and counter punches, was demonstrated by Young Hwan. The ball was tied to the head, and after the hit, it kept flying towards the face. If Young Hwan moved, the ball would also fly at strange angles. He quickly kicked the ball so that it flew towards the cheeky guy enough to scare him. It's scary, said Huiso, because small and fast, it's just a sponge, grumbled the unshaven master. Oh, quite good, the daring athlete also decided to try, but praised himself prematurely. He immediately began to fool around as if he had received a new toy. What a blockhead, thought the old master. It's amazing that the pros use such a size, Young Hwan admired. Looking at his daring friend, he really is a genius. Right now, forehead, the old coach suddenly shouted, which confused the guy. But Huiso still didn't lose his coordination and accurately directed the ball. On one of the bounces, the ball was flying too fast when Huiso got going. So he dodged at the last second, and the sponge hit Taeyeon's face. Oh, the cheeky guy thought. It seems like someone still has some strength left. The coach grinned menacingly. Now stand still, the training immediately turned into a farce. Like children, the unshaven master grumbled to himself. The ball not only moves quickly, but also flies in a curve. But the sharp-eyed guy recognized it and managed to dodge it, he noticed. Now he confirmed his guesses. The guy has special eyes. All that remains is to open them, the old master grumbled contentedly. But when this training turned into this circus with horses, the unshaven master frowned with displeasure. Due to fatigue, he came home by bus and had no strength left to walk. How it breaks. The guy trudged along sluggishly, stretching the stiff and wooden muscles of his neck. He's still not used to the punching bag, maybe only singles because of its strange trajectory. But if he had done it in one day, it would not have been interesting. There were still 2 months ahead, the guy thought when he saw a familiar silhouette. Mom! He called out to the cheerfully tired but beautiful woman. What is she doing here so late? The caring son worried. She just met with friends, she quickly answered. Okay, the guy thought, but sniffed suspiciously. It seems like someone was eating barbecue, he said cheerfully, not understanding what was really going on. Apparently the smell had soaked into his clothes. The mother was confused. Why was he returning so late? Asked his loving mother. He has a match soon. A lot of training, the son answered contentedly. The match was so soon she took his arm. Didn't he want to pass the exam for a trainer's certificate first? Both, the son answered confidently. It won't work that way. You won't be able to rest normally when the match is just around the corner. The loving mother grumbled. It doesn't matter. He'll do it his way anyway. At first she couldn't talk about it at all, but it seems she changed her mind. He looked at the tired woman. Everything will be fine, Mom. Who cares about him? Let them beat him there. The mother grumbled. Oh, hen, they passed by the street food, maybe take one, said the cheeky son, for he soon had a mask that reminded him of his mother. There is no need to lose weight anymore. You can take one at a time. He ran briskly to the counter. He already has a healthy forehead, but he's such a fool she looked after him. It looks like I should buy some perfume, she thought, sniffing her clothes. Everyone was given sheets of paper. The examiner's voice was heard, then proceed. Hui So began the test. He came back, he told To Young. When he arrived, he felt even more exhausted than after training with him. I failed it well, he asked mockingly. It will be clear in a week. The athlete scratched his head. Okay. Let's focus on training. The strength training fan was looking forward to winning the bet. Hui So showed excellent skills. The bag was now much easier to handle. How are you? The lazy master has returned from lunch. To Young noted well. But too sensitive and sluggish, he said. Nothing can be done about it. Since he is at this stage, the old master grumbled. There are two most difficult stages in weight control. The first is dehydration. With the loss of water, a person becomes weaker, no matter how strong he was earlier. The strength will return later, but now he needs to strengthen his muscles properly, and this is exactly the stage he is at. You can't take creatine, it retains water in the body. You need to maintain a diet, and the loads only become greater. But how he tries, To Young admired. It must be a pleasure to teach him, the old master grumbled contentedly. He keeps his word and gets stronger with each training session and listens much better than expected, the master said. He is still young. We need to keep an eye on him so that he doesn't have a nervous breakdown. The old master strictly punished. To Young happily ran to the exhausted fighter. Everything will be fine, he said, although he himself was the main cause of stress, the master thought. Dead. He's definitely dead already, Hui So, sprawled on the floor 5 days before the match. Give me some salt, his inner beast growled. Now he hated everyone who ate tasty food. Even though they had cut back on the workouts, he was still training with the bands, and his hands were shaking like a longtime alcoholic's. You can't count how many trips to the toilet he made. His urine is cleaner than alpine mines. He checked himself into a medical center to make sure he was okay. Taeyeon knew how to keep his body in shape, but the training was still exhausting. Soft footsteps were heard nearby, and Hui So looked up tiredly. Cooling off, inserted a hairpin, a cheeky thorn. Look who's talking, he answered rudely, to the sweet girl who was worried about him. He was really angry, Yujin thought, but she understood his state perfectly well. She waited a minute for him to realize what nonsense he had said. Phew, that's true, the guy muttered with dry lips. Now they had changed places, and he himself felt what it was like to lose weight intensively. Here she threw a bone, a small bundle, onto the ground like to a mad dog. It will help to satisfy hunger for a while, said the thorn as he unwrapped the bundle of nuts. The small nuts, and even carefully peeled ones, were appreciated by the daring guy as a gift. Since she still hadn't gone home, she was sitting in the break room and chatting, he imagined. Give it back if you don't want it, the thorn said sharply as always, but the guy quickly swallowed the entire contents. I don't feel anything, my hungry and exhausted body rebelled. But thanks for your concern. He managed to smile with lips chapped from dehydration. Nothing special. The girl waved it off. She gave away the rest as usual. The cheeky guy grinned weakly. Oh, she felt embarrassed. What a blockhead. The girl became embarrassed and blushed slightly. It doesn't matter, she replied sharply and turned to run. Let's have dinner after the match, he suggested after her. And what else? The thorn muttered and quickly retreated. It's so cute to be angry. The simple-minded guy laughed, not understanding the reasons at all. It's hard to even laugh. It's time to go home. He slowly rose to his feet. Who could be calling at such a time? He felt a vibration in his pocket. Yes, Dad. He picked up the phone with anxiety. His father didn't call without a good reason. What happened? He asked after they exchanged greetings. Where is he now? Everything inside him went cold and shrank. In intensive care, Hui So heard. He rushed into the hospital, forgetting about fatigue and exhaustion. He was so worried and in a hurry. Patient Lee Kak. Wook, he shouted throughout the emergency room. What are you yelling about? My father's familiar voice called from behind, cheerful as always. Someone might think that he is already dead, grumbled the father. What a disgrace, he said about himself, sitting on the bed bandaged like a Hindu. What happened? That his son showered him with a hail of questions. Be quiet. There are other people here too, his father reassured him. It doesn't matter now, the caring son dismissed all objections. Wait, what kind of clothes are these, he noticed. His father's unusual robe. He left today in a shirt and trousers, Hui So noticed, and suspicions crept into his head. Let's talk somewhere else, my father said heavily. He clearly didn't want to tell, but there was nothing he could do now. They sat down away from people, in a quiet place where they could talk calmly. What happened to the last job? Asked Hui So, the market decided. He knows how it happens. The father smiled. And that's why he went to the construction site, the son realized. There are unpaid debts. You can't be unemployed. The father answered reservedly. In a few years, everything will settle down. Don't worry, he reassured his son, but how could he not worry if they were in the hospital? Another terrible guess crept into his head when he compared the past and the present. Mother also works. Huiso's heart sank. His father admitted correctly in a restaurant. Why didn't they say anything? The loving son was upset. Forgive me, he said to his father. Why all of a sudden, what kind of regrets? The parent was surprised. For so many years they paid for his coaches. All parents do that. He has no talent, and sport is not his thing. He should have left earlier, he muttered. Grandma told him that he needed to leave, but his parents insisted that he continue to study, and now the family is in debt. They believed that once the expenses were recouped, life would become easier, Huiso recalled. But he still failed. I want to become someone my parents can rely on, the guy blurted out. Li Huiso, his father cut off his tirade angrily and sternly. They didn't do this for him to whine now, or maybe he thinks that it would be better if he made a different decision. The father got angry. They didn't follow anyone's lead out of whim. This was their conscious decision, the father answered calmly. No one will blame him regardless of the results, especially since he was a schoolboy before and could not make such decisions. Son, there is nothing special about us. Every person faces their own difficulties. If he puts a strong and warm hand on his shoulder, it's part of life's journey. Lack of money, trauma, and everything that hasn't happened yet. Everyone is healthy, and they have a responsible son. One day, all the financial difficulties will also be solved, the parent confidently declared. Live with pride for your family, he said, and Huiso almost cried, a bitter lump rising in his throat. He raised his hand to his face to brush away involuntary tears. The last thing he needed was to start crying like a little girl. How's your head? He asked, calming down. He thought he wouldn't ask anymore. He answered about his father. Well, they bandaged him. He looked into the phone camera. Mother is probably going crazy, said the guy. Don't worry. Father will soon go on a business trip to the countryside, the parent reassured. Enough about that. He has to study tomorrow. Go home. No one is dying. Put him out on his father. There's nothing to be done anyway. The impudent guy sighed. Where does mother work? He asked. It would be better not to go to her. She would be embarrassed, father warned. I'll watch from afar, since I've already learned about everything, answered the loving son. If you're ready, go now. Your shift will soon be over, his father told him. Huiso managed to catch her at work. What are you thinking about, friend? Don't you want to go home? Her colleague asked the middle-aged but still beautiful woman. The loving son looked out the restaurant window from afar, his heart bleeding, but he could do nothing. Mom is working hard again for his well-being, he reproached himself. He works so hard at work, but at home he doesn't show it at all. The guy was angry with himself. Just wait a little longer, dear mother. He clenched his fists. He was sure to win this match. Deep inside, he was burning with hellfire. The next day, he worked for 10 men, filled with cold rage. The blows exploded in dry pops on the training paws. The trainer could barely keep up with him. A blow, a dodge. Huiso moved like a clockwork toy without losing the sharpness of his movements. He saw the blows that were flying at him and easily dodged them. Bam! There followed a powerful counterattack that almost knocked out the assistant. Why did he get so worked up? The old master noticed the change in his mood. Taeyong shrugged his shoulders, wondering himself. Just yesterday, he was whining and complaining of fatigue. Don't overexert yourself, Huiso. The match is coming soon, the unshaven master shouted to the impudent fighter. It's not clear how this happened, the old master noted with satisfaction. But the guy not only became morally stronger, he also began to move, with minimal effort. He follows Taijun's timings, or rather, even reads them, the old master analyzed. Excellent, he grumbled contentedly. The boy is developing. Bam, the glove on Taijun's hand flew far away from the powerful blow. Show me what this crazy guy can do, the unshaven master grumbled to himself. On the day of weighing, I joyfully raised my hands when the scale stopped at 70.5 kilograms. The stocky Japanese also passed the weigh-in without any problems. Stir down, they took a stance. The Japanese looked shorter but more massive accordingly. He looks impressive, the cheeky guy noted after examining his opponent. Maybe it's because he doesn't need to lose weight that much. Watching from above was even more interesting. For the first time, he fought with someone shorter than him. There was just one problem. His tank was leaking. Suzuki grinned terribly and muttered under his breath. Do you think that your opponent is a punching bag or something crazy? Said the impudent guy. Luckily, the Japanese guy didn't understand a thing about Korean and just stared at Huiso. That was it. The referee separated them in different directions, ending the star down. Huiso looked great in his best form and looked confidently at his opponent. The abnormal person feigned shyness and modesty. "Why are you picking on him?" Sun Hoon asked the cheeky guy who started it, but he justified himself. "What did he do?" asked the coach, grinding his teeth and muttering. "Giving me goosebumps," said Hui. "So he really is as strange as they say." It seemed like he didn't care who was in front of him, as long as he could be beaten, the boy thought, and was grateful for that. Because that certainly won't happen on match day, he'll be able to focus on destroying the opponent. "Good shots, now rest," Sung Hoon told him on the day of the match. After warming up in the locker room, the cheeky guy sighed with relief and sat down on the bench. He was completely calm. "What are you thinking about?" "He's been quiet for a while today," the unshaven master asked him. For once, the lazy master paid attention to him. Unusually, the guy quipped. "Your tongue is your enemy," the trainer grumbled. "Nothing of the sort," the cheeky boy replied. "This fight will prove his worth as a fighter." He thought about the old master's words. "What is its real value?" the daring fighter asked himself. The boy raised his finger up meaningfully. "What an impudent fellow," thought the master. "Nobody likes spoilers," said the cheeky guy to the lazy master. "You're behaving as insolently as always. But without spoilers, it's more interesting," the unshaven master agreed. "We're waiting for your performance," he grumbled contentedly. 10 minutes, the organization's assistant interrupted them, their exit. "Let's have some beer and fried chicken after his win," the unshaven coach said. "The master will treat you," the impudent fighter agreed and smiled. In the blue corner is the star newcomer Lee Hui-so. The audience greets him with loud applause. The hosts commented on the match. This time he has a tough opponent. He has 7 wins under his belt in the lightweight division. In the red corner, a living Mitsubishi Suzuki engine, wearing a Hani mask, enters the ring. He always fights hard. The match lasts 15 minutes. There is enough time. Don't get into trouble. The more skirmishes, the calmer you need to be. The unshaven master gave the parting words. "Go ahead, make a cutlet out of him," he wished the fighter. "If you fail again, you won't get any more contracts," reminded Suzuki, his mustachioed coach. The fighters came to the middle, the referee called them, and they stood opposite each other. They are both so different, it's surprising that they are in the same weight class, the presenters talked. Suzuki won't have an easy time in this fight, but who knows, he's knocked out opponents bigger than Lee Hui-so. Besides, the Japanese has much more experience in fighting than the newcomer. Matches of physical strength versus experience, the leading commentators discussed. The referee gave the command to fight, and both fighters began to move in a circle, studying each other. Suzuki opened the fight first, landing a direct hit on Hui-so's guard. He immediately went into a series of strikes, judging the correct distance. Tall Hui-so had to quickly duck under heavy blows. As soon as I bent down, a powerful uppercut was aimed at my head and flew past my chin by a hair. Hui-so dodged with his upper body, saving his strength. The blows whistled, scratching the tip of the nose. Each one could be the last. With perfect timing, Hui-so fired a straight left to stop his opponent, and then he immediately moved the attack downwards, adding a low kick to the shin. Suzuki's calf muscle went numb from the stinging blow, but the stubborn Japanese, on the contrary, took a step forward and attacked from above. A hand slid across the back of his head as Hui-so moved his head just a little to avoid the blow. Using his footwork, the cheeky guy circled around his opponent. Both fighters demonstrated excellent defensive and offensive skills. Hui-so watched the Japanese man carefully, recalling their common historical past. Mitsubishi drove like a tank straight ahead with powerful right hooks. Strike, defend, he left no gaps for Hui-so to counterattack. The Japanese fired a straight punch and immediately closed the distance between them. He kept trying to break through the brazen guy's defense, but he diligently dodged all the blows. With each swing, the driven fighter got closer and closer to him, until he finally hit the block with his sledgehammer. The audience exploded in applause. The powerful blow sent the daring guy flying back towards the net. Having driven his opponent into a corner, Mitsubishi began to rain blows on his rival. Hui-so leaned his body forward and rested his hands on the Japanese man's chest. With one movement, he pushed the striker away and stepped out of the corner. But the stocky Japanese did not let go of him, also moving with the blow. "It's so much fun to beat people up." His inner voice went crazy. Hui-so was pinned down again, and a hail of gunfire pounded his body. The Japanese man's mustachioed trainer got excited again and became worried, although he had told the fighter to remain calm. The series of blows did not end. Mitsubishi was definitely in good shape, the commentators noticed. "Too dangerous," said Song Hun. "The blows fly low," the old master thought. "It must be raining." No, he just lets himself be beaten. Suddenly an idea struck him by the unshaven master. Look closely, he said to Song Hoon. They both saw how well the guy was holding up. Like the swinging pendulum of a metronome, Huiso counted the strokes of the cylinders. The Japanese man's strike, defense, and pistons were practiced on his blocks. The tact, the high consistency, the strong and weak blows, he felt them all. Suzuki was really going wild. Huiso counted the gaps and combinations. He waited patiently. Mitsubishi showed no sign of getting tired and made ever wider swings, as if anticipating victory. He moved quickly and efficiently like a professional, which is what it takes to read. The metronome froze in the middle of the beat, and now Huiso felt the right moment. A razor blow cut off the chin of the psychotic opponent. He stopped, froze as if he had been nailed to the floor, having received a blow he did not expect. And then he got a bad mark. His head jerked like a toy. The Mitsubishi leaned back as if its engine had crashed into a pole at high speed. "Here it is," the old master grumbled. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Everything happened so quickly that the spectators did not notice all the blows, but saw how the stocky opponent fell into the ring. He held up well. The master praised the daring guy. It was lucky that he was throwing punches thoughtlessly, and it became easier to calculate him. Li Hui. So asks for a standing ovation from the audience. The commentators chattered. Is there a more relaxed fighter? The cheeky boy turned his gaze to the madman below and brazenly pointed his finger at him. No, he waved brazenly. Don't even think about getting up, he mocked his opponent. Get up, we'll kill him, get up! The voices in my head were shouting in unison. Kill! Immediately, Mitsubishi went completely crazy from shock. Get up, the referee ordered the Japanese man who was hesitating. They stood opposite each other again, but now a completely different atmosphere surrounded them. This time, Li Hui so attacked first, confident in his advantage. Keeping his distance, he fired at the enemy from a long distance, using his height and speed. Why are you standing there? Don't you want to come closer? Hui so mentally asked his opponent. Or he had already given up. A powerful uppercut broke through the defense and removed the block. The one-sided fight infuriated the Japanese even more. Unable to withstand the shelling, he rushed forward, ignoring the possible consequences. Excellent, that's a strike catching the rhythm perfectly, Huiso countered with an uppercut to the jaw. Let me get to know you better, the fighter thought. The strong neck absorbed the impact, distributing the damage throughout the body, but the blow was still painful. The Japanese tried to counterattack himself, but received a second blow, a right to the side. And the left finishing blow, even at close range, was not normal enough to enter into an equal exchange. He earned a second fall. If he gets another one, he automatically loses. The Japanese quickly tried to get back on his feet, despite the severe concussion. But before he could do this, a sharp knee blow was already flying towards his head. The knee could have dug into his head, and he flew back again. There was nowhere to retreat. My back was pressed against the net, and the match turned out in a mirror image. Gritting his teeth, the crazy Japanese could only wait for the next attacks. A second flying knee strike to a stationary target sealed the deal. Huiso didn't give his crazy opponent a chance to respond, breaking his turtle defense. Each blow was heavier than the previous one. The daring guy hit with all his body weight. Having pinned him with his hands from below, Huiso moved the attack to the top, delivering a high kick to the head. Even with his defense up, the opponent was receiving damage. The Mitsubishi's body skidded to the left due to the momentum of the impact. As if that wasn't enough, his opponent froze in front of him. Huiso raised his hands and stood within striking distance of his opponent, mocking him. Kill quickly! The voices tormented the freak with anger. The cheeky guy smiled mischievously. He was in complete control of the battlefield. The raised hand shot out sharply, but Mitsubishi managed to dodge. He immediately tried to deliver a jumping attack, stepping towards Huiso. A wide swing slid past the daring fighter a couple of centimeters away. Of course he will dodge. The crazy fighter expected this. Here's a real punch. He fired a long, straight right. Just in time, at the last moment, Huiso simply moved his head out of the line of attack. Even such an unexpected trick didn't work on the sharp-eyed guy. The crazy guy became worried. Huiso easily slid into long range, where he could once again deliver multiple blows with impunity. Hey, what nonsense! Huiso looked at the helpless Japanese man with disdain. No, he shook his finger again, making it clear that he couldn't do anything. The punctured fuel tank began to whistle loudly. Mitsubishi could not bear such a disgrace. At that very moment, he rushed forward without any plan or calculation, relying on blind chance. Huiso clearly saw the wild, wide movements of the abnormal one and deftly dodged. The smile never left the face of the daring guy. He was not at all afraid of his opponent's destructive moves. All attacks failed, the stocky fighter panicked and couldn't understand why. Huiso dodged so easily as if he was dancing. He moved flexibly and elastically. A middle kick with the speed of the wind cut through the torso of the crazy Japanese. Huiso raised his leg for another middle kick, and his opponent cowered in advance. But instead, he simply made some random movements with his leg to confuse his opponent. "Now he's just having fun, he doesn't even let me take a step," the old coach grumbled contentedly. No, this was the third time the impudent guy mercilessly teased his opponent. "So!" the Japanese man shouted, and all his valves finally blew. "Don't fall for provocations," the mustachioed coach advised, but it made no sense. The stocky freak went into disuse, forgetting about protection and about everything except his hatred. Huiso moved easily along the line of a wide, drawn-out strike. The counterattack penetrated the skull with a leaking roof. The Mitsubishi received double damage. He fell for the third time, and Huiso didn't let go of this opportunity. The Japanese man's battered face was swollen like a beetroot from bruises. Suddenly he felt a fear he had never experienced before. Hell was empty. All the demons had gathered here. They came for him. Huiso's elbow slashed from above. "You're angry, okay? Get even angrier," thought Huiso as he destroyed his opponent. He needs to feel with his whole body what it's like to be beaten half to death. The way he loves, Huiso's blows chopped at him. All this time, the freak was doing exactly this in the ring. The fight turned into a bloody massacre. Mitsubishi let go of his defenses. He lay there completely stunned, his eyes rolling back. The referee shouted stop. The last hammer blow sank into the ring near the Japanese man's head. Demon Hui. So came to his senses. The fight was over. The referee covered the defeated fighter with his body. Li Hui. So wins another fight by knockout in the first round. The commentators go crazy. A fighter who hasn't even spent a year in the ring has burst into the lightweight category rankings. Li Hui. So won the fight at 3 minutes and 38 seconds into the first round by technical knockout. Just look at these headlines. Taeyeon was scrolling through the news feed. How could the viewers not appreciate such a bright fight? Song-hoon also changed and allowed himself to relax. He was not like this before, the old master noticed. It was unusual to see the always stern and picky eyebrow-twirling match winner. "Excellent!" the unshaven master heard the impudent guy's cry. "What has already happened?" the old master grumbled. "The test results have arrived," the excited fighter answered. "Passed," the confident guy declared. 2 wins out of 2. "It seems it's time to look for documents and find out what the weather will be like," the impudent guy dreamed, not noticing how Song-hoon and Taeyong slowly moved away. The cheeky guy started calling his mother and chatting happily about his victory and future trips. "What are we going to do?" the coaches whispered conspiratorially. "It's not his concern," the old master grumbled. "He didn't think he'd get through," Taeyeon lamented. Huiseo didn't take into account that after the written test, there would be an oral and practical exam. In other words, he wouldn't be able to make it to Yeon-kun's match. What do they know about pain? Huiseo is sprawled in the middle of the ruins of a castle in the air. The dream of going abroad has just collapsed. "What's wrong with him? He looks like a dead fish," asked Yeon-kun. "Will it take a long time?" his comrade reassured him. Sung-hoon dared to approach the athlete who was disappointed in people in life. "Oh, mister," who eventually became the second coach, the impudent guy greeted without hiding his envy and indignation. "Of course he himself is a fool, since he believed that he could do everything in 4 months," the impudent fighter whined. In any case, since Song-hoon is busy, he is now entrusted to go to Yoo-jin, the main slacker of the hall. "The girl got sick. Lives alone. There is no one to take care of her," the trainer explained. "But why him?" the fighter answered sourly. "There are plenty of other guys." "Go to Yoo-jin," the other guys perked up, vying with each other to offer themselves as guardians. "It is precisely because he doesn't want to that he has to do it," Song-hoon said sternly. "Others will simply eat her up. Since his match just ended, he had nothing to do anyway, so he might as well go and have some fun." Song-hoon handed over the corporate card for expenses. "Got it," the cheeky guy resigned himself. "Can I buy something for myself?" he asked. And Sun-hoon gave the go-ahead. "The main thing is to bring the receipt." "I'm counting on you." Song-hoon saw him off, and the guy headed off to visit. The apartment is on the top floor, and the girl knows how to live successfully, the impudent guy envied. He came to visit a friend and greeted the concierge. This door, he quickly found his bearings, with the address in his phone, and rang the bell. Someone got tired of living there. A sick sparrow crawled out. "What a look. At least she could have combed her hair." The cheeky guy said hello. Ah, the alarmed sparrow defended. The girl did not expect to see him outside the door. She slammed the door loudly right in front of his nose, and the mouse hid in its hole. That's how she receives guests, the tactless guy grumbled. While she was going crazy, trapped in her own home, the girl was breathing heavily. Was he following her? The little gray mouse squeaked. No, it was just Song-hoon who gave him the address and told him to check it out, the guy explained. Why didn't you warn me? She squealed angrily. Didn't Song-hoon call her? The guy weakly justified himself. Big deal. The house is a mess. He came for nothing, the guy grumbled, and she told him to shut up, thinking about how to reduce the scale of the disaster. And they said that she was sick, but she herself caused a stir. The impudent guy grumbled at the door. Come in since you came. The gray sick mouse ruffled his feathers. Don't look around. Don't look at your feet either. It's better to gouge out your eyes, grumbled the embarrassed mouse. Oh, familiar methods. He assessed the pile of unwashed dishes covered with a towel in the sink. Don't go to bed yet, eat well, but the mouse was in a hurry to burrow into a warm nest. Even when sick, one must move and eat, insisted the cheeky guy, asking where the portable table was. Behind the kitchen, the mouse muttered. She was so weak that she had no strength for barbs or embarrassment. And he loves to eat, the sick cutie noticed, watching him gobble up the porridge he brought. While she was watching, her stomach also began to rumble. Now she was behaving so quietly, Huiso smiled. The mouse slowly brought the spoon to his mouth and began to eat. In other circumstances, it would have bristled with thorns and would not have even let him over the threshold. He certainly thought about having lunch together, but who would have known that they would eat like this? The cheeky guy noticed, and the mouse also smiled sweetly. He asked the girl how long she had been ill, and she said that 3 days ago, yesterday was the worst. Wait, so she hasn't washed since then? That's why she has a nest on her head. The impudent guy took advantage of her lack of weapons. But she washed herself. Just smell it. He theatrically plugged his nose, although the aroma of chocolate and cherries intoxicated him. Even more exhausted because of the blockhead, the girl leaned back on the side of the bed, her eyes closing on their own. But it's good that someone visited her, the sick mouse blurted out in a moment of weakness. It's just a pity that it was him, but it will do. She returned all the barbs to him. I saw the match, the girl muttered. That's true, the guy forced a smile. Even when she got sick, she didn't look at me. Leave it, she said softly. Well done. She sincerely congratulated the athlete. The fight surprised her. She knew he was not bad, but this was a completely different level, the mouse shared. How unusual it is to hear compliments from her, even awkward. He scratched the back of his head. She is definitely sick. Was the tired mouse surprised by such impudence? Why would she do something like that? The girl asked scornfully. However, she has something to say, the cutie looked away embarrassedly. She really did think he was an idiot, the sweet girl said harshly. Such directness made even the impudent guy freeze to the floor. These are some statements, Huiso paused, thinking about how to respond. In principle, she didn't really hide her attitude. Even a stupid person would have guessed. Oh, really? The girl showed little remorse. But since she confessed, it means everything is not so bad at the moment, the guy cheered up. At first, she thought that he was taken unfairly, so he does whatever he wants and acts like a self-centered piece of ass. Pinned Hui so, but it turned out to be something completely different. Her voice became timid and soft again. Still, he has skills and hard work, and his self-confidence is justified in places. Although he is still a boastful peacock, she continued, No, since you are praising, go on, the impudent boy insisted. I'm sorry, the girl said humbly. Come on, the athlete waved it off. This will only ruin their relationship. She did it not to amuse his vanity, but so as not to feel worse herself. The sick mouse mumbled weakly. What's wrong? He asked when the mouse finally lost all its strength. His firm, cool palm rested on her forehead. She thought for a second. So good. What is he doing? The hot mouse asked languidly as he touched his forehead for comparison. Stop grumbling. He lightly slapped her on the forehead, switching on the caring boyfriend mode. It seems like she's getting worse. She's been torturing herself so much before, and she's still sick, Hui so realized. Heavy loads, strict diets weaken the body, which is why the risk of getting sick is higher. 2 matches in less than a year, meetings with fans, etc. It wasn't easy for her. Hui so gently took her arm and helped her up. Take the pills. He gave her an antipyretic, and the hot cutie didn't argue. He softly wrapped the little mouse in the nest, and the girl quickly fell asleep. He looked at the cute little nose sticking out from under the blanket. Now it's time to tidy up the kitchen and living room, the guy decided. Idiot, she squeaked his name, Li Huiso, and the guy listened. Still not asleep, he asked. Thank you, the sick mouse whispered quietly. I don't hate you anymore. He heard honest words. The level of relations increased from negative to neutral. Although he is still a fool, she added with a sweet yawn, Hui so smiled. Even in his sleep he says the same thing, which means he speaks sincerely, he realized. Having completed his duties in the kitchen, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Well done on this part, said the caring guy. The forbidden door, the room of a lonely girl, rose before him. To be or not to be? That was the question, the impudent guy thought. She locked it securely. There can be no doubt what is there. He scratched his beard. Be that as it may, he took the risk of opening Pandora's box and looked inside. The wardrobe was full of unwashed clothes. It was a pigsty. The guy who lived with his mother at 23 was horrified. It's impossible to tell the clean from the dirty. Everything is mixed up. He assessed the scope of work. I'll wash everything. Having finished his business, he returned to the hall, quite tired of household chores. They were just looking for him, one of the coaches called him. What had already happened surprised Huiso. Blow quickly to the master. There is a tall guest who has come to see you, the athlete was informed. There were a couple of things to do, so I dropped in for a minute. The whole director of X1 was being disingenuous. Why are you frozen as if you did something wrong? Asked his bearded grandfather. No, I'm just surprised that the director came in person. The athlete apologized. He came to personally discuss the contract with the athlete, but the unshaven master insisted on being nearby. This is some other contract. The guy rubbed the back of his head in confusion. He didn't really study at school. The talk is about changing his current contract, the cunning director said. SFC wants to take him over. The director stunned the guy with such a powerful statement. That he didn't look very surprised, the cunning director stated. They suddenly contacted each other and demanded Huiso for themselves, even though he had barely made it through 3 matches. But why didn't they contact them directly? The impudent guy asked. Apparently, they decided to act politely. After all, the organizations exchanged many fighters. Still, he hopes that Huiso will refuse this offer. It is difficult even for home champions to survive in SFC, and it is also difficult to attract the attention of viewers. It's more profitable to stay here, said the director. He won't stop him from leaving, but he'll be glad if Huiso refuses. They make good money on him. Of course, the conditions in X1 will be better, the director promised, and the impudent guy pricked up his ears. A permanent salary of 8 million, plus a 100% bonus for winning. The fighter's eyes widened when they told him the amount. They had already discussed this matter with the old master, but it would be up to Huiso himself to decide. Then let's trust Master Sang-guk, the guy said. Is there really nothing to say? The unshaven trainer was surprised. If he could, he would sign everything right away, the fighter admitted. SFCs are not only good for the money offers. What about their reputation and prestige that is important to them? Sang-guk asked. They are the world arena. Any fighter as good as Huiso will want to participate in it, the unshaven master insisted. Now the competition is very high. There are a lot of fighters, and they are exhausted to the point of losing their pulse. Where is the prestige? The director objected. These are the words of the spirit of the old men. But what will the other fighters say about this? Answered the unshaven master. Opinions may differ, just state your conditions, the director suggested. The starting conditions were 10 million, and the same for victory. The director heard their demands. Isn't it too much, Hui? So looked doubtfully to offer such a salary to athletes of national level. They really will have enough of this, I heard the surprised voice of director Huiso. They seem to be cautious in front of him. The director discouraged the athletes. 12 million and the same for victory. He stunned them with a new offer, raising the required rate. 12. The athletes muttered in unison, not believing their ears. The total had grown by 1/3 from the starting point. He will also introduce them to a sponsor, so that they will receive about 30 million more a year, the cunning director suggested thoughtfully. Of course, everything is not free. He will get this money if he wins the match. But what if he loses? Huiso clarified. Let's make do with 10 for participation and 10 for winning, as Sang-guk suggested, the director reasoned. They will remain the winners in any case. What's the catch? The old master didn't believe in such generosity, but the director raised his hands. So far, he can't reveal all the details. But now he is preparing for something, and he hopes that Huiso will become a part of it. The director narrowed his eyes slyly. But what is he talking about? Sang-guk asked. The market will soon expand, but it is a risky bet. Everything will work out if it goes according to plan, the director said. He couldn't say anything else. But they certainly had nothing to lose, the director assured them. And Hui So was already wagging his tail to sign while the master was thinking. They agree, the director heard, and beamed like a saint. It was not for nothing that he came here personally. Tomorrow he will send a rough version of the contract. The conditions will change, so they will receive the final version after the match. The director politely said goodbye, and Sang-guk offered to walk him to the car. Hui So, he addressed the athlete at last, and he listened attentively. Be sure to take care of your master. It is difficult to find such a person, he said, and even the old master was embarrassed. Of course, he will always be grateful to him, the impudent guy replied. Well, that's great. I expect new achievements from him in the next match, the director said goodbye. This is luck, the self-confident guy rejoiced. Whether we were lucky or not, we will find out only in the future, the unshaven master grumbled. Something is wrong. The naive boy was surprised. Something doesn't add up, the master grumbled. They wouldn't have been offered such a deal if it hadn't been beneficial to the association. The director is definitely not the kind of person who would miss out on profits. Although they don't know what will happen in the future, it's not clear how he will use the guy. Is he a bad person? The fighter asked. No, Sang-guk shook his head. He certainly won't intimidate or pressure his athletes. Then there are no problems, the carefree guy rejoiced. He trusts so easily, the old master grumbled. Of course he trusts the master completely, because they have come so far together. The impudent guy grinned. He shouldn't be so trusting. He'll definitely be deceived, the coach grumbled. But did he have anything to deceive himself with? Asked Hui So. Anything is possible, the old man grumbled, which means he will still trust this time. The carefree guy answered. He had come so far thanks to the master. He could take a risk once, the boy flattered. Don't laugh, you fool! The master slapped the guy on the shoulder, as if his flattery could work, the trainer grumbled contentedly. Keep your mouth shut until it's official. If he spills the beans, there will be chaos in the team, the coach sternly ordered. That's settled, the unshaven master grumbled. What about Eugene, he asked, and the guy laid out the details. At this point, the old master let go of the impudent boy and took up the papers. The phone vibrated in my pocket. I love my master, the impudent boy sent him. The internal financier was jubilant. Soon he would receive a huge sum for the fight, and also the sponsor for just 2 matches a year. The cheeky guy was drooling. Climbing to the top is really not easy. He grew up quickly, the cheeky guy thought. But even if we put all this aside, there is even better news than this. Now SFC turned their attention to him. He raised his hands in satisfaction. No matter how things turn out in the future, if he changes his mind, he can become the second fighter in the International League, along with Young Kun. The golden ticket to the arena is every fighter's dream, and he got it in just 1 year. He was definitely well established here and could continue to do so, the boy thought. Then he will pay his parents everything he has owed for so many years. A sudden call tore him away from his castles in the air. The Thorn Min-jin was calling him. Apparently she had woken up recently. He entered the room, the mouse squeaked energetically. Apparently she felt better. It's great that she feels better, he told her. The ferocious little mouse did not calm down. He came in, the embarrassed girl screamed. He sorted out his things in boxes, threw out the trash. The guy answered calmly. After all, no one asked him to. The Thorn was angry. He also washed the panties and bras, hung everything up separately, he said in a casual tone. Crazy idiot? She squealed from anger and embarrassment. What's wrong with that? He was surprised. He didn't really look into it. She might not worry, he reassured the girl. But it only got worse. Why? He continued to squeak. For the umpteenth time, this conversation was leading nowhere, the impudent guy decided. Just get well soon, the impenetrable boy answered her. Maybe if I don't go to the gym today, I might as well die soon, the carefree athlete muttered. Hurry up, the match is about to start, they shouted to him from the audience as he picked up the delivery. The pizza and fried chicken arrived. A cheeky guy came galloping, and my friend was very happy. He quickly laid out on the floor. Now everything was ready for quality viewing. He was more worried about this match than his own, Hui So said. And Jung Hwan agreed, his heart racing with excitement. In the blue corner is the undefeated Bob, the middleweight champion with a score of 12 wins, Ricardo da Silva. In the red corner, a fighter with a fair number of victories from Korea, Kang Yong-kun, announced the match host. Blue is ready! The referee pointed at the fighter and Ricardo raised his guard. Red is ready, He asked the same thing to Yang Kun, and he took a stance. Fight. The referee gave the command, and the fighters began to move. Yang Kun rushed towards Ricardo from the start, and he missed the shot. Without slowing down, the Korean grabbed the champion and threw him into the ring. The teammates were jubilant. Yes, they shouted, keep it up. But the strong champion was able to get up and counterattack. Now Yang Kun missed the blows. In the second round, he missed a lot, having lost his enthusiasm in the first round, and the Korean was knocked down. How so? The team tensed up in anxious anticipation of the outcome. Yang Kun lasted until the third round. Both opponents were breathing heavily. The champion looked exhausted and did not dare to attack the impudent Korean. Gathering his strength, he rushed forward to seize the initiative in this round. Ricardo made a pass to the legs, instantly getting closer to the opponent. Yang Kun had a hard time keeping his balance and not falling. He had lost a lot of strength in the last round. At the last moment, he managed to perform the throttle and squeezed Ricardo's neck. He quickly ran out of oxygen and slapped the mats. The match was over. The stands roared with Kang Yang Kun's first victory. Everything is really completely different. The daring guy assessed the fight. Both fighters are champions of their home organizations, but in that arena, they are just contenders for the world title. This means that there are still many monsters there that are stronger than them. Renewing his contract with X1 was the right decision. Hui So realized after watching this match. He is still too inexperienced. There is no point in rushing. He needs to start by conquering the home arena. The guy decided for himself. The phone in the team office was ringing loudly, but no one was paying attention to it. It seems like everyone is too busy worrying about the match of a fighter from their gym. The guy realized and went to answer. Tim Atak, Hui So introduced himself, and the voice on the phone asked why the coaches weren't answering. Today is Yang Kun's debut match, the guy explained. Everyone is too absorbed in the match. How did the match go? They asked him. The victory in the third round. By chokehold, Hui So voiced impressive results. It wasn't all smooth sailing. He was very tired after 3 rounds and almost lost, the guy bragged. In any case, there is news for him, the cheeky guy was told. There is a possibility of participating in the main match in September. It was clear from him that he was attacking, so he grabbed him. The strong Korean boasted of his victory. Hui Seo sipped his beer thoughtfully and remained silent, and Sung Hoon noticed this. Why are you so downhearted since you received an invitation to the match? He asked the despondent boy. He had a good time in the States. The cheeky guy made a dig, but Sung Hoon brushed it all off after all. He worked there. And how are the American girls? Asked the cunning boy, very open. The always reserved coach blushed, so everything is not so bad, understood Hui So. Scoundrel, let him tell you about the invitation. He poked the fighter in the shoulder. There is no exact date yet, the guy said. Has the opponent been decided? The bushy-browed coach asked him. And Hui So replied that he hadn't yet, and that worried him. The choice fell on 2 fighters, but Pereiro was recommended. The bushy-browed trainer heard a familiar name. Harsh, yes, said the cheeky guy. He is number 1, and the other is Kim Ji-hyun, number 3. They're both strong guys, Song Hoon frowned, and the boy became worried. Very strong opponents. Let's start with Pereiro. He has a disgusting character, the bushy-browed coach said. A sidekick, a barn, a flying elbow strike. All these techniques disable opponents, and many fighters never return to the ring after them. He has a bad reputation among fighters because of doping, steroid injections, diuretics. He was caught with almost everything. Many organizations abandoned it after high-profile scandals. If the fight gets out of control, he risks not returning to the ring. Sung Hoon frowned. Kim Jo-hyun is also not simple. He was nicknamed the keeper of his weight category, the bushy-browed trainer continued. He is well-trained and is a ruthless monster for beginners. Even in the pro environment, he has received many nicknames. Based on what I heard, Kim Ja-hyun will be easier, the guy asked. It's not that simple, it's the main event, Song Hoon clarified. Jakin had won most of his victories by decision, and the guy was now even more confused. The judge's decision means that Jaehyun will hold on until the last round and score points. A newcomer who has not fought more than 2 will quickly give up. He needs to win the fight in 2 rounds, but no one has ever done that. He's like an armored train, Hui So thought. In terms of painful moves, Pereiro is more suitable, but in any case, both need to be analyzed, the meticulous trainer advised. Watch the videos of their matches first, okay, Hui? So sighed. Now he was even more worried. Even late at night, he could not sleep. His thoughts revolved around the upcoming match. He watched the video for several hours and still didn't decide anything. Both opponents were formidable for him. He had to choose without thinking. Now he was only more confused. The guy sighed. Who is writing there at this late hour? He wondered and looked at his phone. The unshaven master decided to write to him, and when he found out that the guy was not sleeping, he called him. Sung-hoon told the old coach everything, and that the boy couldn't make a choice. Let him not bother and choose the one he would like to fight the most, the master advised. Isn't that too presumptuous? Huiso was surprised. Trained athletes like him can rely on instinct. Both opponents are not easy. The master will be able to train him for any match. Or he doesn't believe it and thinks that they will let him lose. The old master grumbled discontentedly. The guy was able to laugh with relief. In that case, there was no point in straining myself, the cheeky guy decided. I wasted so much time on speculation. The fighter smiled. Then the answer lies on the surface. He already knew who he wanted to fight. Of course he chooses him. The brave fighter grinned cheekily. I'll go get the sword, the boy squeaked and ran after him. The boy picked up the ball and saw a grown man in front of him. He sat there with a stern frown as if he were a complete stranger. Dad? The boy beamed, recognizing the familiar face of the man who was pretending to be a passerby. Son? The long unshaven man suddenly smiled tenderly. And he was early, the boy noticed. He came early to see his progress, his father said. He was able to play much better, and was even able to score a goal, the boy boasted. It's a pity he didn't see it, the man said. Never mind, he'll show him next time, the boy promised cheerfully. Give me the ball, the boy's friends shouted, and he replied that it was time for him to run. He will be here and look after him, so let him play as much as he wants, the father promised. His father is so scary, the boy's friend said, but the son denied everything. Dad can't be scary. The man looked at his son with satisfaction. He loved him very much. The boy really did grow a lot. Another person noticed his gaze. Why is the phone switched off? The bald, bearded man asked him. We haven't seen each other for a long time, the fighter said reluctantly. How did he know where he was? The athlete grumbled. He asked his ex-wife. His manager simply answered. Was the old man following her or something? The fighter was indignant. You should have just picked up the phone, the bearded man replied. He sees his son once a month. Couldn't they meet another day? But the bald, bearded man insisted. An invitation from X1 has arrived, the manager said, and the fighter grimaced dismissively. September, Korea, Seoul, the opponent liked him more than the other guy. He could accept the offer first, but the fighter turned up his nose. Another match as a substitute, I refuse, the unshaven athlete grumbled. He has already won 9 fights in this league. They are constantly giving some newcomers. Why put up with this? The fighter was indignant. It's all because he did crazy things before, and other organizations rejected him. He simply did everything for the sake of victory. The stern fighter frowned. How lucky for them that they are broke. He looked thoughtfully at his son. You know how much children demand, the athlete grumbled discontentedly. Let him stop using doping and start respecting his opponents. He will get more offers. There are other details of the proposal, said the bald-bearded man. But the fighter waved it off anyway. He will not fight, even if he is given a title fight in case of victory, the bald manager asked slyly. Pereiro snatched the sheets of paper with the contract as soon as he heard these words. That's great. That's where we should have started. Pereiro rejoiced. This proposal interested him. Juan, he called his son to come over for a minute. He really wanted to share this joy. See you at that cafe. After he talks to his son, the fighter threw down the papers. All the papers are now like they've been chewed up. The bald manager was indignant. Soon he will become a champion, the father said to his son. Dad will become the strongest, the boy rejoiced. Yes, and he will become the son of the strongest fighter who lifted the boy into his arms. They both laughed and fooled around for a long time, rejoicing at this news. I give up, Huiso wheezed in pain, and he began training hard again. I just pressed it, and the bastard is already clapping. The blond boy was indignant. He had almost used his technique. Why waste time? The athlete was disingenuous. How he was going to fight with high-ranking fighters? The trainer was indignant. I knocked to learn faster. The fighter waved it off carelessly. And what to do with this lazy, impudent fellow? The blond trainer wondered. Let's do it this way, he suggested to the impudent guy, and Huiso pricked up his ears. One time, if he beats him once, the coach will buy lunches for a whole month, the blonde challenged. Freebie, the eyes of the daring fighter sparkled at such offers. A month of free lunches in the off-season, when you can gain weight. The impudent guy calculated all the benefits. Excellent. The daring fighter jumped to his feet. Now he was fired up for training. The blonde frowned. The changes in the guy were too noticeable. Huiso looked only forward with the gaze of a true killer. Great. Now he sees his strength of spirit, said the blonde coach and responded in kind. The blonde master started first and moved forward. He leaned lower, aiming for the cheeky boy's legs. Capture, he understood. But the daring fighter did not have time to react. Damn, he realized when the trainer's hands reached for his neck. A trick. He was aiming for the neck. The trainer's hand fell below the back of the head. In that case, he would repay in kind. Huiso also entered the flame with the blonde. The daring fighter's foot slid and caught the blonde under his supporting leg. With his other hand, the daring guy slid under his opponent's leg, and he easily lifted it into the air and then quickly threw it in one motion. Having firmly slammed the trainer onto the mat, he pressed him down with his body from above. The blonde lay calmly. He gave the initiative to the fighter when he grabbed his hand. He was surprised by how quickly he moved to the ground. Huiso was in a hurry to complete the move and take the opponent into a hold. The naive man was too hasty and did not secure his legs. The trainer grinned and threw his leg over the fighter's back. He made a turn, trapping his arm tightly between his legs and going into an elbow lock. In the blink of an eye, the daring athlete found himself at a grave disadvantage. Damn! He changed the position of his hand in a second. I need to get out, the guy decided. By pinning his arm with his foot, the trainer took control of the fighter's other arm, and he was unable to get up. What a pity, the blonde trainer grinned. He did everything too quickly. He really is good, the cheeky guy admitted. Let him go now and they can talk again. The motivation of the award alone is not enough, the coach said. He must feel the pain of the reception in order to avoid it even more vigorously. We had a great conversation. Let's play like this next time, said the blonde guy as he said goodbye. Good job, the meticulous Sung-hoon praised him as the boy stood up. I saw it myself. It's not very good, the guy muttered. In fact, everything was fine. Song-hoon calmed him down. There was nothing he could do, he said. Almost overpowered Lee Soo with his 4th dan in jiu-jitsu, praised Song-hoon. I couldn't even beat him once. I was grieving about the missed opportunity. A cheeky guy, not knowing that most people can't even knock down a coach. He was able to do this even when he was being attacked, the bushy-browed man noted to himself. Lee Soo has the same physique as Huiso. Even if he couldn't defeat the fighter, only a few in this weight class can do it. Maybe it was because of his past training in Korean wrestling, Sung-hoon thought. This sport is quite rare. It is difficult to master, and few people study it. You could say that this is part of Huiso's unique skills, a special set. He only lacks experience and understanding of how to properly use everything he already knows. Impressive growth, noted the bushy-browed one. Song-hoon clearly remembered something important and changed the subject. Tomorrow he will be tested for doping, people from the association. Pereira will be tested too, asked the cheeky guy. No idea, it's a random test. The bushy-browed trainer shrugged. It's a pity the guy was upset. He definitely wouldn't have passed it. But something is worrying. The supplements he takes do not contain doping, the impudent fighter asked. Their team has never been caught doping? There is nothing to worry about. He won't fail because of fried chicken. The athlete chuckled. Of course, what nonsense. The meticulous Song-hoon waved it off, and only then realized the scale of the crime. Ha ha! The cheeky guy scratched the back of his head awkwardly, thinking that it would work. It didn't work. The meticulous eyebrow sticker looked at him intently. He ate chicken? The meticulous coach stated rather than asked. The boy turned away. Repeat the question. The meticulous coach lost his temper, and beads of sweat appeared on Huiso's forehead. Lee Soo, he saw the blonde boy. How about training some more? The torture of lectures from Song-hoon looked worse than suffocation. At least the soy one was tasty, asked Song-hoon calmly, but he ate it in a spicy marinade. The naive guy easily fell for the trick. Could it really be that the spicy marinade means the suspect is getting confused in his testimony? Noted the meticulous Song-hoon. The match was announced a long time ago, and he still eats such food. Heavy hands fell on the shoulders of the impudent guy. No need to exaggerate, he only ate a small piece. The daring fighter stepped back. If you tried it, it means you've already succumbed to temptations. The chicken is good, and there's also a marinade. It's good to eat it on the sly. How to lose this weight? Song-hoon exploded. 3 pieces of everything. Huiso ran away. 3. Just now there were only 1. Now the number is growing. The meticulous trainer drove after him. Now stand still. We'll have to skin him so he'll be lighter, shouted Song-hoon. Everyone who works with this guy is going crazy, Lee Soo noted. And the one who suffers the most is Sung-hoon, Taeyong agreed. Huiseo was unable to escape retribution. Sung-hoon made him sweat until he was completely exhausted. Keep chasing him like a dog and make sure he doesn't eat anything. The meticulous trainer frowned. Huiso was puffing and panting during his morning run. The last few days before the match had not been easy. Inhale and exhale 3 times, keep running. Sung-hoon was riding his bike next to him. Shadowboxing, he said sternly, and Huiso stopped to swing his arms. Great, now from the beginning, grumbled the strict trainer, who had not yet forgotten about the chicken. Huiso caught his breath in the shower, the only place other than the toilet where he could rest. His diet became poor. Fish, rice, sprouted greens, no salt or spices. Again, he looked at the dry and tasteless food under the strict supervision of Song-hoon. Something doesn't please him. The thick-browed man frowned, and so quickly replied, No, sir. Only 2 weeks have passed since the beginning of this week. Now he did not just think about the eyebrows. Pereiro is unusually developed because in order to reduce their difference in weight, the guy would have to gain up to 82. In addition, he needed to maintain the same fluid balance in his body. He does not eat carbohydrates or salt. When animals are stressed, they become aggressive. Humans are not far behind. They become sensitive but can cope with it. Even though the guy had never objected before, even so, Song-hoon wouldn't regret it. Bring some water, said the cheeky guy. Stop sitting around, useless coach. And Sung-hoon immediately regretted praising the bastard. He went to the water cooler and the lazy repairman called him. Resting after training, Sung-hoon told the boss. True, they will be ready, he answered the lazy boss, what the impudent guy asked. What's up early in the morning? Prick up your ears, daring fighter. Pereiro arrived in Korea. The bushy-browed coach looked sternly at the fighter. He needs to prepare for the interview. It's good that we arrived on time. Song-hoon brought the cheeky guy for the interview. For the occasion, the boy had dressed up in a suit and was now fiddling with his tie. Such an uncomfortable suit, the guy grumbled discontentedly. The bushy-browed trainer always answered him. Let's go. The bearded director was already sitting behind the podium in the center, as expected. Lee Huiseo arrived, the cameras started flashing, and the event attracted a lot of attention. Director Huiso waved his hand, as usual ignoring all formal etiquette. Well trained, asked the director and responded to the handshake. This is his first conference. Can he handle it? The director asked. So answered that he will do what he has to. Or maybe there are some recommendations for him. No, he can do whatever he wants. Just let him not swear. The director smiled. What are you saying? He won't swear. The impudent guy assured the director. Since he is so confident, he can sit down, suggested the cunning director. Everyone who was supposed to arrive had already arrived, but the opponent still hadn't arrived. Huiso became tense. The assistant approached the director and quietly whispered something in his ear. I ask for your understanding. The director made a statement. The athlete Pereiro is currently stuck in traffic and therefore is delayed. Let's begin the interview with the participants of the joint event. A whisper went through the hall. It seems that it is difficult to find the way here, especially for foreigners, thought the cheeky guy. But even 20 minutes later, the athlete did not show up, which completely infuriated the old director. This means there are no manners at all. No excuses will help here, the guy decided. The interviews with the other athletes had already ended, and the microphone was finally handed over to the cheeky athlete. Here he is, great, let everyone fall down and glorify him. Huiso introduced himself. The first question, as if in school, was raised first in a race. His past is not revealed, the journalist asked, and many judge him as a newcomer. What can the athlete answer to this? He started training MMA in July last year. The match against Cho Woo-jung was his debut. So confirmed his status as a rookie. So he debuted without going through the league. The journalist was surprised. At that time, Chung Woo's opponent got injured and the guy acted as a substitute. This means that he trained for the first 3 weeks without knowing his opponent at all. The journalist was surprised. That's right, the guy replied, and gave the floor to another journalist. From the very first match, he manages to dominate his opponents and win in the first round? How does he train? The journalist asked. He had some tactics from the very beginning and he stuck to them, the cheeky guy replied. So simple, the journalist was surprised. So simple, the daring fighter rubbed his cheek, not knowing what else to add. The stream of questions did not subside, and they again pounced on him like piranhas. The guy is holding up well. Despite the fact that this is his first conference, he doesn't cross the line and remains confident, the director noted. He certainly knows how to work the crowd and how to attract attention, the cunning director thought. The interview was stopped briefly because the one who had been expected for a long time showed up. Fighter Pereiro arrived at the conference as if he had just flown in, dressed in light clothes, as if he had just come from the beach. Sorry for being late, The manager apologized guiltily on his behalf. This is an outfit, the guy thought. But what could be done like this? He wondered. Huiso, a dark-skinned and bearded fighter, approached him. As if nothing had happened, he was the first to extend his hand to his seated opponent. Nice to meet you, good fight? Pereiro's manager translated. The impudent guy looked askance at this phenomenon, not rushing to react. And yet he decided to extend his hand for a handshake. But his opponent squeezed his hand hard. Looks like a pretty girl, nothing special, Pereiro muttered contemptuously. The translator was stunned, wondering how to translate this and get the message. Let's give it our all. He smoothed out the rough edges a bit. Pereiro sat down as if he were the main guest here, and only now the real show began. He too was bombarded with a barrage of insignificant and boring questions. The fighter even yawned. He felt so bored that he would have been better off sleeping in a hotel, he thought. Is anyone really concerned about his removal or other ridiculous rumors? He asked reporters. Why he agreed to fight a child, or what the association offered him. That's what should really concern them, he said. But on the other hand, there is no secret about it. At first, he really didn't want to, because of the big difference in age and experience. But Director Yang offered conditions that couldn't be refused. The director heard and thought, what a blockhead. For winning this match, he will receive a title shot. The fighter provocatively stated that he was playing his own game. The title fight will be next. What news? The guests were surprised. Please be sure to write about this, but first he will of course smear the brat's cute face. The director made a statement to quickly end the conference and save the situation before the madman said too much. Wait a minute, Hui. So didn't agree. Is the fight over already? He asked. He also had something to say. Before discussing the title shot, we first need to discuss this fight. But he intends to win, the guy said. So he is so sure, the journalist asked. Why else would you take part in a fight if you're not sure of its outcome? The athlete answered boldly. The opponent may be thinking about unrealistic dreams. Here is a suitable headline. Pereiro could not get the gold belt. The fighter was insolent. You think there's a chance, brat? Pereiro grabbed the microphone. We'll see when we fight. The old man has plenty of weaknesses, and he knows about them, the fighter said insolently. He's just pushing his price, said the fighter in shorts. Everyone here knows it's a bluff. Oh, we need facts. They are here, the cheeky guy grinned slyly. How long can this wedge-headed guy last before he goes back on steroids? Huiso issued a prepared provocation. The stocky and experienced fighter darkened. The impudent guy crossed the line. It seems no one has taught this brat good manners. We'll have to teach him, the dark-skinned athlete replied. The crook will teach manners, Huiso sarcastically said to those who don't know about his passions. Director Yang asked the guy not to be so cheeky and not to criticize his opponent, nothing like that. Let him let his hair down, the impudent guy asked. Because seeing the old man's face, he would die laughing. A bottle of water flew past. Water splashed everywhere, and Huiso looked askance at the enraged old man. I'll rip your filthy tongue out right here, the old dog growled. He himself is almost bald, but he barks like a young man. The impudent guy covered his ear. Repeat, you bastard. While he was still walking under the table, he was already turning people into invalids, shouted Pereiro. Huiseo made a statement to everyone regarding his opponent. He always fought like a beginner, but no one lasted longer than the first round. The only thing that distinguishes the opponent is his passion for doping. Will the aging fighter be able to protect the remaining hair on his head from a young opponent? The daring guy concluded his speech. At this point, they ended the press conference. The director turned to him, the impudent athlete. He hadn't left yet. The cunning director was surprised. First, he wanted to make sure that he hadn't ruined anything. The impudent guy scratched the back of his head. If he was so worried he shouldn't have started, the cunning director caught him. The doping issue could hit the entire organization, Director Yang warned. I'll be more careful in the future, the guy said. But since Pereiro let it slip about the title shot, this match will be a sensation. He did it so that no one would go back on their promises, the director said. Don't worry. The impudent boy threw up his hands. He still won't let the director do it. That's how surprised he was. Because he will win the match. The impudent guy poked himself in the chest. How self-confident. There was only a little time left before the match. The cunning but satisfied director nudged him in the side. Of course, the cheeky guy nodded goodbye. See you later, the director waved to him. Does the boy understand how hard it is to be number one? Does not think for a second about defeat? Looked at the running boy, the director. Events are taking their course. The match looks like it will be very interesting. But the guy is also demonstrating serious willpower. Now that the stone has been thrown, all that remains is to watch until the end. The cunning director grinned. How far this thirst for victory would take him, he wondered. The scale showed 73.2, great. There's still plenty of time left, Song-hoon said contentedly. Let's continue to follow the diet. This time he had to lose a lot of weight, but the methods were simpler. They used salt baths, not the usual sauna, which deprives you of stamina. Hold on for another day, the bushy-browed trainer supported. Huiso nodded calmly. He had long been accustomed to the loads. There was a sound of a fall in the hall, and the impudent guy turned around at the noise. Taeyong was lifting Jung Hwan. He simply slipped. The fighter justified himself, getting up with difficulty. The match is close. Be careful, his coach worried and handed him a bottle of water. Jung Hwan has a fight in a week in the league, the bushy-browed master clarified. Preparation takes a toll on the nerves, Huiso noted. He's already 26. He's supposed to debut soon, So remembered his friend's hesitation after the last fight. Let's hope he doesn't miss his chance, Song-hoon answered thoughtfully. This guy isn't one to give up easily, his daring friend said confidently. We'll try our best. The daring friend showed his fist to Chung Hwan. He responded in kind, immediately, so that there would be no doubt about his mood. After weighing in on the day of the match, they did a little warm-up. A daring fighter, he dodged all the blows clearly and without unnecessary movements. And he managed to counterattack with precise blows. He was in his best form. Huiso easily avoided a feint to the legs that turned into an uppercut. He responded to a direct lunge with his hand with lightning speed and a kick to the ribs. And then he immediately added a left straight, every movement cutting like a razor. After the hand, I worked the middle kick again, in a combination of low-high-low. Huiso stopped, raising his guard, indicating that the warm-up was over. How exhausting, he sighed wearily. Let's take a break. Good job, the coach told him. As always relaxed, would he ever see him tense again? Sung-hoon wondered. He looked at his phone to see the latest news headlines. Almost all of them were about Huiseo, and almost no one was talking about the title shot. No matter how well they prepared the guy, Pereira was still #1 in his weight class and very dangerous. The bushy-browed trainer worried. This kind of attention proves how much people rely on Huiseo and expect changes in the rankings. Most athletes can't get that much attention for years, Sung-hoon thought. Every move gets so many reactions, even though he doesn't even strive to become a star, but he is destined to shine. He looked at the relaxed fighter. Judging by the way the preparations are going, the main event match will start soon, Lee Soo said, and Sung-hoon thought that it was time for them to get ready. Get ready, he called to Huiso, who had been listening to the music in a relaxed manner the whole time. What's with that indifferent look? The bushy-browed trainer asked him. When someone is under pressure, shouldn't they say something encouraging? Why was the eyebrow guy surprised? They say that every day anyway. It's sad that everyone takes his calmness for granted, the cheeky athlete said. For him, it's a spell for victory. So Sun-hoon scratched his chin thinking about the magic words just in case. They prepared a lot of things, from jiu-jitsu to wrestling holds, said the bushy-browed trainer. True, it was not easy to endure that pain, the daring fighter agreed. Now he can forget about all this, Sung-hoon said to the surprised boy. With that, he walked out to the ring, demonstrating shadow boxing, sharp blows cutting through the air to the roar of applause. Just a year after his first match, this fighter got the main fight of the evening, which is a record for MMA, the host commented. It seems that someone has become an open fan of this athlete, the presenter's colleague teased. Without comment, he replied. And now it's Pereiro's turn to come out. He's walking menacingly with his hands raised up, the presenter said. He's bigger than Huiso, asked the bespectacled one. Right? The second one agreed. According to official data, his weight is 83.8. Will athlete Li Hui so be able to cope with a difference of almost 10 kilograms? Pereiro has recovered well. Now that they are face-to-face, it is clear that both have strong endurance, and Pereiro, as if in a different weight class, is a difficult challenge for Huiso. A typical wrestler's body, Huiso assessed from close-up, short, thin waist and ankles, but stocky. And this wedge-shaped haircut, he never let his hair down, the cheeky guy noticed. In the corners, the judge in the ring gave the command and they dispersed. Ready, the referee checked, fight. And with the sound of the gong, the fight began. Pereiro extended his fist. Let's start with a greeting, the daring fighter thought. So he does know basic etiquette, the cheeky guy extended his hand in response. But instead of a light push against the fist, he noticed a full-fledged blow flying to the head. Bam! The match started with a sharp punch to the face, sending Huiso flying back. The unexpected blow shook him. His head started buzzing, and he lost coordination for several seconds. What is this? The bespectacled presenter jumped up. "Professionals shouldn't use such dirty tricks." "After the gong, the fight began," the second one declared. Pereiro rushed forward as if from the start, leaving his opponent no chance to recover. "Pull yourself together!" the bushy-browed trainer shouted at the impudent guy. Pereiro fired a right cannon into the glove box. Huiso could only stand his ground and defend like a turtle, the punches bombarding him endlessly. Why was Li Su only defending himself? He seemed to have received a stunning blow, and the thick-browed coach was nervous. The daring guy held the block with all his might, but even through it he felt the full force of his opponent's blows. He was quickly pushed back and cornered by this one-sided pressure. "Get out of defense, move to the side," the bushy-browed trainer commanded him. The guy heard and immediately took his advice, taking a step to the left. But the experienced fighter Pereiro pursued him, immediately taking over. With a powerful hook to the defense, he pinned the impudent guy back to the net. After working with straights, he charged under the ribs with an uppercut into an uncovered area of the body. Instead of trying to finish, Pereiro plays it safe and wants to land more punches first, Sung-hoon noted. Unlike Mitsubishi, he was calm and in control. Huiso held on steadfastly. But the situation could not be called stable. He was losing strength. With a sharp movement, Pereiro performed a takedown and grabbed the impudent guy by the leg. Huiso immediately responded and stopped this attempt. He bent his body, rested his left hand on his leg, and stopped his wedge-headed opponent with his right. After a long defense, Huiso revealed his face and the commentators gasped. He received a slight cut, and his face was covered with abrasions. The first time this had happened to the impudent guy. "How tenacious," Pereiro noted, realizing that he wouldn't be able to throw the guy off. Then he let go of his leg and grabbed his body for a throw. He pressed him against the net and again hit him several times in the side where there was no protection. The heavy Pereiro had the advantage in strength. Huiso was able to move away from the net, but the bully continued to press him with punches. "That's how the stupid brat liked to pull the tiger's whiskers," Pereiro gloated. After defeating this brat, he takes the belt and becomes the champion. Blood splashes everywhere. He will make a bright comeback, prove to this woman and his son that he is the strongest in the world. The impudent guy felt really bad. He clearly saw all the crushing blows approaching. Pereiro's jab cut through the guards and went straight into the cocky guy's face, his head snapping back. For the first time in his match, the young fighter fell from a blow. Huiso slid down. That's where it all ended. He held on well. Pereiro had already raised his hand for the finishing blow, but Huiso managed to group himself and dive, moving towards his opponent. He deftly slid right under the dark fighter's blow, avoiding it at the last moment. Despite the punches he took, the guy got out and maintained good footwork. Now he was approaching his opponent, who was open after the blow. Huiso clenched his fists tighter. The old brat had made him very angry. "What?" Pereiro was surprised, belatedly noticing the flying counterstrike. The impudent guy's back relaxed like a steel spring. The uppercut to the head hit its target, connecting tightly with Pereiro's face. This is because of his stupid hairstyle. The impudent fighter threw the brute back. "Bastard!" Pereiro hissed, bloody juice flowing from his broken nose. The daring boy took off with a knee strike. The wounds he received did not stop him. Defense, Pereiro thought, reacting to the rapid advance. But he did it too late, and the sound of bone hitting bone was heard. Pereiro fell backwards towards the net, unable to stay on his feet. The angry guy stood over him and caught his breath. "Since he was beaten so badly, now it's his turn," the boy said furiously. Didn't he say that the old ruin had too many weaknesses? The impudent demon took a step towards his enemy. The daring demon went on the offensive, raising his defenses. He fearlessly approached the enemy. Huiso swung his left as if preparing a wide hook, and he hit Pereiro with a straight right to the jaw, a clean blow that passed the defense. The old fighter tensed up. He lost the sense of the striking distance. First, he needed to recover, he thought. "What an incredible turnaround in the match," the delighted commentators cried. The daring fighter's blows cut through the air. He hit accurately and quickly. Huiso quickly grabbed Pereiro's block, and he removed the defense, throwing his opponent's hand aside. He immediately struck his old opponent in the face with a sharp elbow. Pereiro also suffered a severe cut to his eyebrow and bleeding. With a light and imperceptible movement, Huiso knocked out his supporting leg. As a result, the massive brute lost his balance and fell forward, only to be hit again with heavy blows to the face. Pereiro climbed into the shell, raising the block from his hands closer to his face. Huiso immediately took advantage of this to deliver an uppercut to the exposed stomach. The dark-skinned old man winced from internal pain and suddenly wanted to show everyone his breakfast. 3 punches to the body, Li Hui. So doesn't stop, the commentators roared over the speakers. Pereiro's defenses fell, and he could no longer hold up his hands. And immediately he received a straight punch to the face. The top-bottom-top combination worked again. Huiso seized the initiative. The ego attacks are incredible. Each one achieves its goal. The presenters admired. "Don't get cocky, brat." The old man still had something to say in response. Pereiro went on the offensive. Huiso deftly dodged the wide hook, as if he was just waiting for it. The right middle kick clanged across exposed ribs instead of a counter. The old brute again writhed in pain as he was beaten in his most sensitive places. But overcoming the pain, he again struck with a right hook to stop the brat's attack. The impudent mongoose saw all the movements as if in the palm of his hand. Super reflexes helped him escape at the last second with a slight movement of his body. Left leg charged into the liver. No one lasts forever. Huiso counterattacked again. Another counter kick made him double over. The cheeky guy raised his open palm over his opponent, and he gave the old man a resounding slap. The brute's head turned from the blow. The commentator screamed in excitement, deafening in the ear. Huiso raised his arms in triumph, like a gladiator in an ancient arena. He was not at all afraid to show his back to his opponent. The judge immediately issued a warning and demanded that the rules be followed. The old man became furious. His face turned purple with anger. "Great. Let him get angry and go crazy." The cheeky guy smiled. "The kid has picked up the pace. He needs to be broken," thought Pereiro. Now he rushed forward like a swimmer in a pool, his hands clasped around his leg before he even landed. "Thank you for opening up." The cheeky guy grinned. He was waiting for this move. He turned around deftly and made the old fighter fly past by inertia. He was waiting for the capture. Pereiro realized. He immediately grouped himself. Now the impudent guy was reaching his hands towards his knee. Great, he'll be able to get out quickly. His grappling technique is better than that of the brat, the old fighter thought. He had hoped to take advantage of the pause to rest, but instead he found himself sniffing the impudent guy's feet. The daring guy's high kick almost cut off the old man's jaw. His capture was just a trick. Pereiro was angry that he had fallen for such a trick. He lost his sense of balance, and the impact damaged his vestibular system. "Need support," thought the old fighter, and noticed how Huiso was rapidly approaching. The daring boy jumped like a gazelle, and a flying knee strike landed on the old man's head. The ringing in his ears almost made him lose consciousness, and his face looked like a cutlet. Having fallen, the old man tried to climb onto the impudent guy, hugging him with his arms. "How to hold on," the impudent demon grinned. "That means there is still strength." He was truly glad about this, Huiso thought, moving his legs back to avoid being knocked over. His hands clasped around the old man's thick neck. The guy didn't miss any opportunities. A knee strike tested the strength of Pereiro's defense. He hits like hell. The old fighter cowered like a turtle, his blows reaching even through the defense. If he holds on well, then he can be beaten even harder. The impudent demon smiled maliciously. The old man falls to the side without support. Huiso hurries to help him with this. He threw Pereiro away from him straight to the net. "Damn it," thought the old athlete. "He's never been hit so hard in a fight." Jab. The old man saw the faint flicker of his opponent's left hand. "Or a hook, and a strong one," the experienced athlete guessed, reacting to Huiso's movements. He covered his head, expecting a powerful blow from the impudent guy. "I block and counterattack," he managed to think. But instead of a blow, he felt a grip on his neck. The sharp knee was flying towards him again, and even the veteran had difficulty. A sharp blow to the knee knocked him out so hard that it even penetrated his defense, and the old bull's head fell back. He had already accumulated so much damage that he began to float, and everything went blurry in his vision. Huiso shot the old man with impunity from a long distance with powerful frontal kicks. "The bastard won't even let me recover." The old veteran gritted his teeth. Pereiro took the front point position. The commentators explained his actions. In this position, knee strikes and kicks are prohibited. Could his kick really be that strong? The boy wondered, since he hid. But unfortunately for Pereiro, the boy knew how to deal with his fist as well. Like a cornered animal, the old fighter retreated back in search of a safe corner. A blow to the back stopped the fleeing man, and a loud slap was heard. No matter what he does, he still gets beaten up. It's useless even to defend himself. Pereiro grimaced. I needed to get away from him. He took a step to the side, mirroring the beginning of their fight. "Where are you going?" The cheeky guy shook his finger at him. Pereiro is not allowed to leave. For the first time, he himself is driven into a trap. The commentators are excited. Huiso pinned him to the net with sideways shots to the defense to keep him in place. Everyone makes mistakes sooner or later. Pereiro was patient and waited for the impudent guy to make a mistake. Having waited for the blow, he abruptly moved his body away. causing Huiso to fall forward slightly, losing his support. Great. Head open, Pereiro loaded his hand for a punch. A sharp overhand unexpectedly shot at the impudent guy. The guy realized it was too late to dodge, and instead counterattacked with his elbow. The fidgety bastard gritted his teeth, the old fighter missing the unexpected jab. Elbow, successful elbow attack, the bespectacled commentator yelled. It was impossible who called this monster with the reaction of a mongoose newbie. Pereiro was horrified looking at his opponent. A clean uppercut hit his open head again. He had long since lost all feeling from the intense pain. This is how he will lose the match that should have brought him closer to the championship, flashed through the veteran's head. Huiso did not stop and beat his old rival. All his efforts went to waste. Pereiro realized that his end was near. He will definitely fix everything. The last hopes in his soul were cut short. Arrogant fool, his ex-wife whispered in his subconscious. Oh. The old fighter sighed in disappointment as the sentence was already whistling in his ears. High kick Huiso cut him down like a tall tree. Even the coaches' mouths dropped open at such a stormy and dramatic ending to the fight. The back of his head fell back far from the blow, and Pereiro went completely limp, and he fell as if mown down in front of his opponent. His heavy body fell with a deafening crash onto the ring. The referee covered the defeated fighter and declared the end of the fight via knockout. The veteran, who had won for 6 years in a row, was exhausted and knocked out in the first round. The stands were going crazy. The host shouted. He did it. Beat the old meat properly, the daring fighter boasted to Hong Sun, and he praised the good fight. Today he will do whatever he wants. Even if they don't think about stopping him, the winner, Song-hoon, was cheeky, nodded, and promised to cover for him if anything happened. You promise exactly, the daring athlete rejoiced, and the bushy-browed coach immediately regretted his decision. He'll have to clean up this whole mess tomorrow, the impudent guy grinned. Journalists immediately approached the winner a couple of minutes after the fight. Congratulations on the victory. It was a spectacular match, the journalist said. First of all, everyone is interested in the brave counter who changed the course of the fight, how he decided to make such a blow. The situation was not critical. He needed time to recover, and while he was being beaten, he identified his opponent's weak spots. Huiso answered. And when the right moment came, he just struck, the boastful athlete said. It's unbelievable, the journalist said. The odds were 9-1 against Huiso. They were betting so much against him, the guy was surprised. The journalist confirmed everything correctly, and the guy sighed in disappointment. Does no one really believe in him? What does he want to convey to the match spectators today? The journalist asked him. The cheeky guy answered briefly. I hope everyone who bet against him and lost a ton of money will make the right bet next time. Especially when it comes to his matches. Let the scoundrels think about it properly, the impudent athlete shouted. Unbelievable, let's all support the winner together, the journalist replied. But Huiso raised his hand to say another word. I have something to say to Director Yang, he said to the cunning old man. Only quickly the cunning director answered sternly. What will he do this time, he was worried. First of all, I apologize. He deprived them of the opportunity to advertise the next match with Pereiro. The guy brazenly apologized. But everything can be fixed if you give him this opportunity, he said. Put out your finger. He will cut off your arm up to the shoulders. The cunning director was horrified by the unbridled impudence. The director thought about his answer as an excited hubbub grew throughout the hall. What is he doing? The meticulous coach was stunned. The excited crowd chanted his name and pressed the director, but he was slow to respond. He is so confident. Title shot. A completely different event. Will he be able to handle it? Asked the cunning director. Who knows? The cheeky guy answered evasively. But since the director asked, he could answer the question himself. He won all 4 matches in 1 round, the guy said confidently. He changed 2 weight categories and passed all the tests with dignity. And today he completely destroyed the one everyone feared. The daring fighter boasted while Pereiro was coming to his senses. Please think again whether he deserves a title shot. The daring athlete boasted in the rays of glory. Just look at him. Even if he is frolicking, this is not a bluff. The cunning director narrowed his eyes. Mr. Director, everyone here is busy. Maybe he can give an answer? The fighter was already being cheeky without stopping. He is too self-confident. The shadow of the eyebrow muttered. Let's see where this leads, thought Director Young. Now he can't give a precise answer, said the cunning director. Even though he is the main one, the opinion of the champions and veterans should also be taken into account. He should first consult with them. Today was his first time fighting someone of high rank. It's not shameful to ask for a title shot right away. The director asked a tricky question. Will he lose his reputation, and what to do if everyone starts asking for the same thing? The cunning director continued. However, fighter Li Huixio has his reasons. He is worthy of this fight, the director said firmly. He can't say anything more, but he promised to promote the title match. The crowd exploded upon hearing such amazing news for Huixio's fans. Huixio was jubilant. He got what he wanted, the proper attention of the public and promotion of the match. The director also smiled slyly, anticipating future earnings. Taeyeon and the bushy-browed coach clapped their hands in joy because the impudent guy got away with everything. Huixio sat in the half-empty stands and watched the other athletes fight. He was waiting for his best friend's fight today and was relaxing while watching the ring. Could this really be number 1 in X1? The manager asked in a theatrical tone of surprise, as if he had come here completely by accident. Long time no see. The guy said hello to the manager who brought him into the world of MMA. That's right, it was a long time ago, laughed manager Jang Yong-kun. How are the wounds? He asked. Are you waiting for Young Hwan's match? The manager clarified. Everything is fine, the cheeky guy answered. An amazing fight. To win against Pereiro like that, the manager congratulated. The smug guy was indignant. Was he really the only one who believed in his victory? Some people chewed more than one cigarette out of envy that they didn't take the guy to their place, said the manager. It was worth persuading him better, declared the impudent athlete. So if they try hard enough, he will switch to them. The manager became interested. First look how much better they are, the guy answered evasively. What a bastard. Now he will always remember how the manager roughed up the athlete. How is Young Hwan? Is he well prepared? The guy answered confidently, of course, not doubting his friend. It's a pity that he performs so little, he has no luck in the ring, the manager noted. And Huixio was also worried. Young Hwan had 4 opportunities in a year. He is a promising fighter. It's even a bit of a pity, Huixio thought. Don't worry, he said firmly to the manager next to him. Lee Jung-hwan is one of the few who will do everything to achieve his goal, the daring fighter assured the manager. In the blue corner of the ring, Team Attack fighter Lee Jong-hwan announced the host. In the red corner, Team Mountain fighter Park Chang-sik introduced his opponent. Taeyong watched his protege closely and was very worried about him. He remembered their conversation that took place in the locker room before the fight. Young Hwan checked to see if the gloves were fastened correctly. The slacker, the hardcore workout enthusiast, called him. Come here for a minute. We need to discuss something, Taeyong told him sternly. Does he know why he gets yelled at in almost every match? His coach asked him. Apparently he's not good enough. Young Hwan looked down. Of course not, you fool, because they are worried about him, said Taeyeon. I'm sorry that they brought him into the team and trained him until he was blue in the face, the big guy said with difficulty. He did it because he saw the guy's potential and wanted to see his debut. But in the ring, he seems to become a different person, constantly making mistakes and unable to show himself. Young Hwan shrank even more from these words. It was offensive to hear such things before the fight, but the words were true. But Taeyeon himself is to blame for this. He grabbed his ward by the shoulders. He shouted, pressed him, and what's worse, he didn't believe in his victory, and the result showed itself. Taeyeon admitted his guilt. He guessed that he was ruining the guy's career, but the further he went, the angrier he became, and the harder it was to think about everything. It's a shame I acted like a child, Taeyeon apologized. In this match, he will not repeat his mistakes. Now let him do what he thinks is right, and he, as a coach, will support him. Give it your all, the big guy told him, and the boy answered decisively and became more cheerful. The two fighters clashed immediately after the gong sounded, the commentator said. Young Hwan's opponent was getting closer despite the counter punches. Young Hwan did not back down and accepted the exchange in the center of the ring. Young Hwan's opponent became overexcited and rushed into battle thoughtlessly. But Taeyong's fighter also lost his rhythm. And this happens every time the big trainer got nervous. Young Hwan's opponent rushed forward like crazy, sending blow after blow. Even though Young Hwan knew how to move, his legs seemed to have grown into the ring. He felt like he couldn't keep up with his opponent's rhythm. So he will lose again, Young Hwan suddenly realized and felt clearly. Taking a step back, he heard Taeyeon's advice through the noise of the battle. Young Hwan took a step and saw someone swinging a wide blow at him. He tried to dodge, but the blow still reached him on its way out. Young Hwan rolled into the ring, his opponent rushing after him. Damn it! The fighter got angry. I need to get out of here, he thought. As soon as he stood up, his opponent grabbed him for a throw. Young Hwan blocked the shot and got a breather. But now he was pinned tightly against the net. Now he hears Taeyeon's voice and his support. The fighter took a breath. Great, catch your breath, calm down. the big trainer shouted at him. Young Hwan deftly kicked his opponent's supporting leg, causing him to lose his balance. Young Hwan held his breath and pushed his heavy opponent away from him. With one throw, they changed the position. Now Hwang had his opponent pinned down. Taking advantage of the pause, he cut off his jaw with a left hook. Also, Young Hwan felt like he had a great opportunity. Dodge! Taeyong shouted at him, and the fighter managed to dodge at the last second. It opened up, and Young Hwan immediately took advantage of it. The opponent received a powerful counterpunch from the right to the jaw. He's exhausted, keep pushing, his coach shouted at Young Hwan. Young Hwan did just that, and gradually broke through his opponent's defense. He did a great job of completely disrupting his opponent's rhythm, the manager noted. He's deliberately giving it his all, and if he continues, the guy thought everything will work out well. Young Hwan landed an uppercut to his opponent's gut, causing him to double over in pain. The red-headed one jerked to the side to get away from the attack of the persistent Young Hwan, and he succeeded. He quickly broke out of the corner, but Young Hwan had calculated the direction and moment precisely to get closer. And then he delivered a stunning uppercut to his opponent's exposed chin. Young Hwan pinned his opponent to the net and unleashed a barrage of punches. The opponent weakened. Young Hwan felt the taste of imminent victory and accelerated. Just think, he wanted to leave his younger friend. The athlete reproached himself. But in the past, he will definitely win this match. Young Hwan swung harder. His opponent cowered like a cornered rat and saw the knockout approaching. Desperate, he instinctively moved to meet Young Hwan with a punch. They both struck at the same moment, leaving the fate of the entire match hanging in the air. But the opponent turned out to be a little faster, and Young Hwan missed a powerful counterattack that crushed his face. They were separated for only a few moments. If Young Hwan hadn't hit so hard, he would have succeeded. The opponent threw him back, and now the fate of the match was again uncertain. Young Hwan, pull yourself together, the big coach yelled at the top of his lungs. But the fighter did not hear him and fell on his back, stunned by the blow. With great effort, Young Hwan managed to stay on his feet. This left his opponent confused as he thought he had already won. He decided not to miss this opportunity and immediately rushed into battle. Was he really going to lose this time too? No way. Young Hwan gathered all his courage. He did not retreat and also rushed at his opponent. Keep it up, now is the time, the big trainer shouted at him. Young Hwan prepared his signature jumping knee strike. The precise blow simply crushed the opponent with a deafening thud. The redhead's eyes rolled back and his head fell back. Young Hwan landed a perfect knee kick and went in for the finish. He sat on top and swung to give his opponent a good punch. The furious blows pinned the red-headed man to the ring. The opponent's defense wavered, and he began to take a lot of punches to the face. Young Hwan pounded like an anvil until the referee told him to stop and stopped the fight. Young Hwan was breathing heavily and couldn't believe that it was all over. He looked up, gulped in air greedily, and came to his senses. Finally, he won. The fighter raised his hands in triumph. What a little devil, he made me worry. A big guy climbed into the ring. Taeyeon, the fighter shouted, almost crying, defeated the devil. The coach spread his arms. Good fight, Huiso said, happy for his friend. The manager looked disheartened by the results. Two grown men hugged each other in the middle of a huge hall and cried. In the evening, they went out for a walk and some fresh air. This was the first time I saw Taeyong so happy, Huiso noticed. Now his dream of making his debut has become a reality, the cheeky friend declared. He survived only thanks to him, Young Hwan answered. But what did he do? Asked the surprised Huiso. He was going to quit the team. Everyone knew it, Young Hwan said, and the cheeky friend pretended not to understand anything. Each loss distanced them from each other. He kept thinking about how to live on and what to do, because fighting was all he knew how to do. But the thought that he would leave his friend alone worried him more than anything else, and so he did not give up. And now he feels a little calmer, and he can look his friend in the eyes, although he is still far from him, Young Hwan said thoughtfully. No, Huiso disagreed. His friend was much cooler than he was. He was so afraid that he wouldn't succeed in Korean wrestling because of his injury that he simply ran away. The injury was minor and he could have recovered in 2 months. But when it was time to return, everyone had succeeded and his friends simply forgot about him. At first he held on, but then he simply couldn't take it anymore, mentally and physically. But he is different, Huiso said. No matter how hard it was, his friend never gave up, and he always met difficulties head-on. That's why he should thank his friend, said the cheeky guy. Because Young Hwan didn't give up, that's the only reason Huiso was able to survive everything. So he has nothing to be ashamed of, said Young Hwan's loyal friend. Of course, if we are talking about skills, he has room to grow, said the self-confident guy. Judging from this fight, Young Juan has about 60% of the skills of a daring fighter, Huiso boasted. If he hadn't panicked, he would have won easily. It's good that he won in the end. Even though it wasn't the main match, young Juan could barely hold back. If you think about it, he debuted first, so he is young Juan's mentor, Huiso stated. Will he call him mentor? The cheeky boy teased. The last thread of patience snapped, and young Juan rushed at the impudent guy. Huiso stood alone in the middle of the filming set where people were bustling about. Everyone is busy, so that's how the title shot goes, thought the cheeky guy. He received sponsorship from the Tasty Chicken, amounting to $4 million a year. He also starred in a reality show where he showed the daily life of MMA fighters. Let me die. That's how he looked on the screen. Today, he's here to pose for the cover of Fight Club magazine. He was thinking when someone called out to him from behind. Huiso turned around. The shaggy big guy greeted him as he came closer. The guy got the role and was now constantly busy filming. He's a real star. You have to sign up to meet him, Huiso urged. He's not at that level yet. The modest big guy became embarrassed, but the welterweight star himself poked him in the side with Huiso. After the fight, they started to communicate more. The first impression of the big guy turned out to be correct. He was a good person. He won 2 knockouts and became an action movie star, where he gained popularity. A couple of photographers recognized them and offered to take a photo together. I can't refuse, agreed Huiso, and they had a fun chat with the photographers. And so, all assembled, the cunning director greeted them and they turned around. Nice to meet you, said the cheeky athlete, and there was another person with him. And they began to see each other more often, Director Yang noted. A good fight, despite Pereiro's dirty tricks. Huiso waved it off. Nonsense, he said. Song-chan, the director, turned to his companion. They were seeing each other for the first time. Why didn't he say hello, the director asked. Kim Sung-chan, glad to meet you. The man extended his hand to the journalists. Huiso frowned. It was hard not to recognize this person. The lightweight champion looked much friendlier than expected. Seok-ho also said hello. The atmosphere seemed relaxed. Lee Huiseo, the cheeky guy, was the first to introduce himself when it was his turn. Song-chan looked straight at Huiso, but did not shake his hand. He looked contemptuously at the outstretched hand, as if the plebeian had allowed himself too much. Kim Sung-chong, he said his name again, to Huiso, who was dumbfounded by such tactlessness. So that's how it is, thought the impudent guy, and reared up like a wild cat. Clearly, he pierced Song-chan with an aggressive gaze, so much so that even he felt threatened. Danger. The photographers suddenly became worried as the 2 professional fighters glared at each other. The impudent guy didn't even intend to smooth things over and openly challenged the champion. Thank you all for your work. Let them eat meat until they burst. The director gave a toast at the corporate party after filming. Director, the employee asked him. And his steak on this list, of course, the generous boss assured. Except for Mr. Kim, everyone can order a steak, he told the clerk. Everyone present laughed at such a cruel joke. Huiso took advantage of the opportunity to gobble up the fried meat until he was full. He would have eaten a little more. The cheeky guy egged on Song-chan, but he refused. He had a match in 3 weeks, he said. What a pity, Huiso sarcastically. When will he shut up? The champion answered irritably. Perhaps never. The guy shaved it off boldly. Does he really think that anyone would believe in such a coincidence that they are now eating at the same table? I will, the cheeky guy replied. If he will listen, Huiso declared. As he sits there, puffed up like a turkey with his arms crossed. It seems like he's a real bastard, the cheeky guy told Song-chan. For what reason is he refusing to match with him? Huiso asked, putting his chopsticks aside. He's simply not worthy of it, and he's a newbie in the fight, the champion said firmly. Worthy or unworthy? I'm tired of how it relates to qualifications, the cheeky guy grumbled. All ranked fighters fear Pereiro, Huiso reminded. Only he was able to go against him and win the match. In his opinion, he should target those who are lower in rank and forget about the title shot. Isn't that strange? The impudent fighter objected. Pereiro is a seasoned fighter and he only has 4 wins, so the match should be agreed to. Sung-chan responded skeptically. Does that give you the right to choose your opponent? The cheeky guy replied discontentedly. But Song-chan stood his ground, an unconvincing argument, he said. What strange nonsense is this? The impudent fighter grumbled contemptuously. There's some special ceremony to becoming a champion, he quipped, and Song-chan grimaced at the words. Even if he had a chance, he would have to wait his turn. Is this really true, and do others follow this principle? Huiso didn't let up. These are misplaced priorities from the very beginning, he continued. To be honest, he's just afraid, the brazen athlete declared. The champion jumped up so abruptly that the drinks flew off the table. They could call him anyone but a coward. Silence reigned. Even the guests at the neighboring tables tensed up. He coddled him like a junior, but this is going beyond all bounds. The champion got angry. Big deal, nothing special, the impudent guy continued to provoke. Both of them stared at each other with angry looks. Neither of them wanted to back down. An anxious whisper went through the banquet hall. Everyone now looked at the two fighters. Director Yang watched calmly as if it was part of his plan. Seok Ho intervened in the conversation, wanting to calm the athletes down. After all, it was not worth swearing in front of the director, he said. It seems he was wrong about him, Huiso. He ignored all the big guy's attempts at reconciliation. At first he didn't offer him his hand, but now he looks at him so arrogantly it's good that he saw it with his own eyes. The guy was being insolent. Does he really think that he can agree to a match just because of a simple squabble? Song-chan got angry. I don't want to fight anymore, so forget it. The impudent fighter waved it off. Now he's sure that it's Song-chan who's avoiding the fight because he's afraid of him, Huiso said indifferently. Song-chan held back as best he could. He really wanted to punch the impudent, ill-mannered newcomer. Excuse me, director. Song-chan suddenly turned to him, having made a decision. Although he told them to eat until they were full, perhaps he deviated here. Song-chan apologized for leaving before the director. Is everything okay? Asked the cunning director. Song-chan answered in full and glanced sideways at Huiso. He just doesn't see the point in staying here, he answered reservedly. And the impudent boy demonstratively spread his arms. Song-chan promised to come by in person later and apologize. The director nodded and let him go. What about him? The director asked the impudent boy. He's not going to leave, not at all, Huiso replied. He's not playing the bad guy, he said, throwing a jab at Song-chan as he walked away. The champion left in a gloomy mood, and his fellow athletes returned to meat and drink. The cheeky boy gloated after a successful provocation. What a mess he's made, Sun Ho teased. The drunk guy should have looked at himself in the mirror first, the staggering big guy replied. The guys went out for a walk and some fresh air after a glorious drinking session. The cool soda was pleasantly refreshing after the alcoholic libations. What happened between them? Asked the shaggy big guy. Song-chan usually doesn't behave like this with others. He acted selfishly because of a couple of words, the impudent guy answered directly. Since he is the champion, he thinks that now he decides who will or will not be the champion. He stated that he will not fight because of his low rank. Hui. So sighed. This would anger anyone, Sun Ho agreed. That's right. The impudent guy punched him. Let him just go out and fight with dignity. It is not an easy head that wears a crown, said the bold fighter. And the big man added that it was about Henry VII from Shakespeare's play. What difference does it make? He had to accept it. The impudent guy lost his temper and shouted. Huiso, his fellow athlete, calmly addressed him. Why is he in such a hurry? He asked him honestly. Every time he looks at it, he sees a stallion in front of him, who sees the goal, and does not see obstacles in front of him. Although they rush quickly, they do not notice what is happening around them. Ordinary life. People rejoice and make mistakes. Don't waste your time. Fighting in the arena is not all that life has to offer, a wise friend noted. When he has no money, he admires nature. When he is sad, he looks at the sky. When he is lonely, he looks at beautiful girls passing by. Song-chan is the same, the big man noted. Whether it's a win or a loss, he should understand how hard it is. You should respect those you compete with. No one is trying to belittle the champion's merits. He achieved them with sweat and blood. The impudent guy calmed down. Right? He's a good person, said Sun Ho. Even though we are talking about the one who beat him in the ring with a devilish smile on his face. Oh, the fighter sighed. These words cut to the very heart. In any case, he was right. The harshness was unnecessary. Huiso agreed, but now was not the time to stop. He thought about his parent. Everyone has their reasons for doing what they think is right, the big guy noted. Just don't overdo it, he reminded his friend. It's not just about fame and money, said the cheeky athlete. In 10 years of doing sports, he never received any recognition. But here everything is different. So much attention for every fight. It's especially rewarding to be on a team where everyone supports each other, said Huiso. Young Hwan debuted recently and they were happy as a team, the cheeky guy laughed. He had gone through 4 matches and was still amazed by the mats, as if it were the first time. The big man smiled and thought that people would always like this. Huiso probably didn't realize how happy he looked right now, Seon Ho thought. He remembered the last time he himself looked so happy. Got emotional after drinking? The athlete apologized. The long-haired comrade answered nothing. He likes to listen. Thanks to him, he realized something. Sun Ho smiled. "What are you talking about?" asked the cheeky guy. But the big guy stood up and said that it was time for him to go. "Since it's time, there's nothing we can do. Then we'll see each other later," Huiso replied. "Be careful." The impudent guy said goodbye to him and took his leave. "So mature," Huiso grinned, looking at the back of his older comrade. Sometimes he is truly irreplaceable. If you think about it, he really was busy, preparing for the match, exams to become a coach, helping with training. He needed to get a good rest before the battle for the title. But what if Song-chan still refuses to fight? The impudent guy froze, realizing the consequences of his pranks. A stupid ringtone started playing in his pocket. Who could it be, the guy thought. "Director?" He picked up the phone. "Are you already home?" The cunning director asked him. "It looks like he has a lot of free time," the cunning director noted. "I just want to convey the good news that the director said, Song-chan wants to meet in the ring as soon as possible." "Hui so." The coach's ears perked up. "If he becomes a champion, what position will he hire them for?" "He will appoint Tayona as a security guard," said the impudent guy. "Lee Su will become a driver, and the boxing coach who is good at texting will be a manager," Hui so bragged. "What about him?" asked loyal friend Young Hwan, pointing his finger at himself. "Oh, someone should feed the dog at home," the impudent guy said, and Young Hwan frowned. "Let him repeat it," he said. "Now the whole area will know about the title match," grumbled the meticulous Sun Hoon. How quickly rumors spread. The impudent guy feigned surprise. He himself blabbed everything. The bushy-browed trainer grabbed him by the beard, and no one shut him up. He looked sternly at the other coaches. They quickly disappeared. The conversation with the director was over. The meticulous coach inquired about what the schedule for preparing for the match looked like. "Why the rush? The match hasn't been announced yet," asked Sung Hoon. "Sung-chan wants to hold the match as soon as possible," explained Hui So. Sung-chan was originally supposed to fight Lim So-hoon, but he dropped out due to injury, and 14th rank fighter Baek Hoon was called in as a replacement. He is young. He started recently after winning an undercard match. He didn't have much time to prepare. On the other hand, Sung-chan is recognized as the best fighter in his weight class. It is unlikely that their match will last long or Sung-chan will get injured. "Now that he has explained everything," Song-hoon said, "he knows what to do." He looked sternly at the impudent guy. "We'll start preparing for the title soon," said the meticulous eyebrow maker. No, the cheeky athlete's jaw dropped when he heard the verdict. "The last match was 2 years ago," Hui So said plaintively. The meticulous coach correctly agreed, and he had already recovered. "No, he still has 3 weeks of rest before the fight is scheduled," Hui So protested like a child. "But he already blabbed about the fight," Sung-hoon noted. "Think carefully, you need to prepare properly for the match," the coach frowned. "In a title match, the match lasts 5 rounds. Will he be able to win if he always fought to one? What if the fate of the fight is decided in the 3rd? The higher the rank, the more cardio loads the athlete has, and the harder the training, the bushy-browed trainer nailed the fighter. Or he will simply miss this opportunity to become stronger," Song-hoon said sternly. "No way, the daring athlete was fired up with fighting spirit." "Then let him stop whining. We are talking not only about the upcoming fight, but also about all subsequent fights," the eyebrow-shaped man reminded. "And the director asked him to come to Song-chan's next match," Song-hoon said. "The seats in the VIP zone were already booked and he couldn't refuse." "I don't want to," said the stubborn fighter Song-chan. "He wants to show off in front of him, and he can't stand that." At the last conference, he tried hard to praise him. "Song-hoon, he just spoke from the heart," the guy bragged. "Just go like on a school excursion," the meticulous coach whined. "How I want to hit him," the impudent guy hissed through his teeth. "Why didn't they consult him first?" whined Hui So. "It's a requirement of the association, and it will benefit everyone," said the bushy-browed coach. They simply took advantage of it. Hui So did not calm down, and the bushy-browed master stubbornly turned away. "He will come," Sun Hoon asked the fighter. "Who knows? Cardio in the summer, training. Now he will go to rest." The impudent guy left. "Call me later," Sun Hoon pestered, and the impudent guy demonstratively covered his ears. What a child, the bushy-browed trainer looked after him. The director greeted Song Hoon politely when they arrived for the title match. "It's good that you came," he said. "Sorry that it's late." The meticulous eyebrow sticker apologized before the impudent guy showed even an ounce of regret. He was afraid that they wouldn't come at all, the director said. "How could they refuse him?" Song Hoon answered politely. "He was glad to see him too, Mr. Gloom," the old sly fellow joked. The boy, as usual, spat on all propriety. "It's hard with him. the director asked sympathetically. They fight every day, the bushy-browed trainer agreed. The boss suggested having a drink after the match, but Sung-hoon had to refuse. They had already started preparing for the match, and he was keeping an eye on the guy. Even during the vacation, the director was surprised. They are going to use the time to the maximum, the meticulous coach explained. We cannot relax while the youth suffer, the responsible coach declared his solidarity. So we'll put it off until next time with Sang-guk and Yoo-jin, the director shrugged. They took their leave and hurried to their seats in the box. The match was about to begin. That's why he loves the Attack team, the director told his assistant. This team is good from management to training and mentoring, so they produce good fighters, he said. Is this upstart really that good? Yang's assistant wondered. They looked at the athlete and the coach who had just started teaching the guy manners. Let's just take our seats. The cunning director evaded the answer. The main event is about to begin. The announcer's voice roared from the stands. In the blue corner was Baek-hoon, a 14th-ranked fighter. In the red corner comes the champion Top Gun, Sung-chan, #1 in his weight class. The crowd of fans exploded into the stands, furiously welcoming their champion. Sung-chan waved his hand at his loyal fans. Now he looked calmer than when he was talking to the impudent guy. So he arrived and noticed an impudent boy nearby. He doesn't acknowledge his leadership, but he came to see his skills, the bastard, Song Chang thought. In that case, he will show the difference between them. A fight between a wrestler and a boxer, I wonder what the outcome will be, the commentator said as the fighters glared at each other in the center of the ring. The referee gave the command to fight. The gong sounded and the fight began. Song-chan started with a confident 2 to the head and got the first points. The combo of strikes sent Baek-hoon flying back even as he took a defensive stance. Now Song-chan was pressing his opponent in the ring with pure force. They exchanged direct blows at long range, testing each other's defenses. Both watched each other closely and were in no hurry to end the fight. Song-chan started with flickering jabs to confuse his opponent. Instead, he used a low kick to the shin. The trick worked well. After the first, the second flew, painfully piercing the leg. Baek-hoon had difficulty moving and his leg went numb after the blow. He froze in place and immediately received a 2-pointer from the right and left on defense. Following the hands, a high kick flew into the shoulder to beat up the muscles in Baek-hoon's arm. Baek-hoon flew back towards the net, the blows even breaking through the defense. Song-chan advanced cautiously, pressing his opponent. He's not only strong but also very fast, analyzed the future opponent Hui So. From the very beginning, the spectators knew the outcome of the match, and few people bet on Baek-hoon to win. But the ring is a place where the outcome of a fight can change at any moment. Baek-hoon stood over his defeated opponent and smiled maliciously. Working as the number 2, Baek-hoon moved in a circle, avoiding Song-chan. A few seconds passed, and Song-chan calculated the distance and performed a jumping hook. The blow went perfectly, crushing Baek-hoon's defense and throwing him back. He staggered and began to fall onto the octagon fence. Song-chan did not miss this opportunity and continued to attack. But he couldn't know that this was all a trap set by Baek-hoon. Their punches flashed across each other, but the opponent was faster, and Song-chan received a straight to the tip of the chin. A well-timed blow immediately damaged his vestibular system, and Song-chan lost his balance. He fell into the ring, unexpectedly for himself, and experienced a strong shock. He tried to get up quickly but still didn't make it. Out of the corner of his eye, he already saw a blow flying at his head from above. Baek-hoon knocked him down with a powerful middle kick, sending him flying again. One clever trick turned the entire course of the match, and Baek-hoon succeeded in it. After this, Song-chan came under a hail of blows and was unable to defend himself from them, as he had not yet recovered from his previous injuries. Baek-hoon seemed to have dropped his mask and showed his true abilities and complex techniques. If Song-chan were an ordinary person, he would have collapsed long ago, but his hardened body still held up. He was even able to land a few light counterpunches. But he failed to slow down Baek-hoon's pace. He only grinned and continued to press. Now that Song-chan's defense was weakened, he himself found himself pressed against the net. The match ended when his coach threw in the towel, deciding it was better to avoid serious injury. Song-chan was unable to get his act together until the end of the match and looked completely broken. After this match, the title of the main champion goes to Baek-hoon, the host happily announced. The host asked Song-chan a few words about the match, and he regretted that he had not studied his opponent better and had prepared poorly. It was a shame to give up halfway, but the decision was not unfounded, the defeated champion said. But this is not the end. He promised all the fans that he would become stronger and return to the ring, and again asked the fans for forgiveness. This is how unexpectedly this match ended, the host said. Now let's move on to the interview with the new champion, the host said. He gave him his word, so watched the defeated champion. Let's go, said the cheeky guy to the bushy-browed trainer. Don't you want to listen to the end? He was surprised. The match is over. If we don't hurry, we'll be back late, the guy said. Okay, the coach agreed. Just let's talk to the director. They will go. Sun Hoon said goodbye to the director, but he simply froze, too discouraged by the outcome of the fight. Director, the bushy-browed trainer called him again, and he finally paid attention to him. I'm sorry they had to come all this way to see this loss, the old director said. Let's eat next time, he suggested. He had things to do now, and they bowed goodbye. An unexpected result, Song Hoon noted. That guy didn't expect it either, the cheeky guy replied, referring to the champion. Who would he like to fight in the defense match, the host asked Baek Hoon. It was already decided, he replied. Lee Hui-so, the impudent guy, heard his name from the arena. The director promised him a title match, and by a lucky chance, the opponent just now announced Baek Hoon, and Hui-so turned around abruptly. How about you speak up? Baek Hoon said, addressing the brash boy directly. Get up, because he has something to say, the new champion challenges. What a bastard, the impudent guy got angry and exhaled heavily. He climbed into the cage, and a high-voltage atmosphere immediately reigned between them. What does this mean? What do they want to hear from him? Asked the impudent fighter. Just a straight answer. He just challenged him to a fight, Baek Hoon said. Or Hui-so won't participate, the champion taunted. There is always one provocateur, and it is him, said Hui-so. It was like that before Sungchan was the champion. Now everything has changed. Why? The impudent guy asked the champion directly. Just giving him a chance, said the newly minted cunning champion. Why doubt? Just say thank you, no. He poked Hui-so impudently. It's a lie. You think you deserve the belt when you just became a substitute and by a lucky chance won the matches, the cheeky guy said. Stop pretending to be nice. You think everyone here is stupid, he continued. This is what he thinks. So made a statement. He did not let go of the microphone. Now that he won, he needs more attention, so what he did was call Hui-seo, who is quite popular, and he was there. He was in such a hurry to call him before Hui-so left, and now he says that he is giving the opportunity. The impudent guy got angry. No one will fall for such cheap provocations, the daring fighter declared. If he wants to compete, let him make an official request and not put on a show for children, sharply shaved off the impudent champion Hui-so. There seems to be a misunderstanding here, Baek Hoon said, but the cheeky guy quickly shut him up. What irritates me most are idiots who assert themselves at the expense of others, Hui-so answered rudely. He made the first move and violated personal boundaries, poking at the champion Hui-so. If he wants to discuss any misunderstandings, he should do it after he wins the match, Hui-so said. Having said this, he simply turned away, not giving his opponent a chance to respond. However, he still won't be able to do it, Hui-so boldly declared at the end. That was it. He threw the microphone down and walked away as if he was the master of the situation. The crowd chanted his name, and in an instant he captured the attention of all the spectators. He stole the champion's attention in the blink of an eye, the old director noted. Sorry, wait, the director heard a familiar voice. They are together, he tried to explain to the security guards, the bushy-browed trainer. Yeah, in his dreams, the guards didn't believe him, taking him for an ordinary spectator who wanted attention. What a down-to-earth guy, the assistant said to the director. He is a boxer, the unshaven master stated confidently when they conferred. Boxer, they blurted out at once. Hui-so and the bushy-browed trainer, that's right, Sang-guk continued. This is the kind of counterpunch that outfighters use. Look carefully, said the unshaven master. Long-range fighting style, he said. The video clearly showed how skillfully the former champion was shot from a long distance. This is a midway strike. In Songchan's place, anyone would have fallen, the unshaven master declared. These light and rhythmic steps. Here Sungchan gave in, the master noted. He defended himself from the hook and moved to the left. Baek Hoon took advantage of this and countered with a left. He has fast hands, and the advantage of boxing is that he is always collected, no matter how he changes his position. Even if he knew about it, it wouldn't help him, the guy thought out loud. Songchan found it difficult to answer this. Of course it was difficult, but there was a moment when it opened up, Sang-guk said. This was the moment when Baek Hoon made an uppercut to the solar plexus. Let's start from this moment, the master explained. After the blow, he froze in place and waited for Songchan. The champion quickly counterattacked, and Baek Hoon seemed to be rooted to the ring. And then he took a clean punch to the jaw they saw in the footage. You see, the unshaven master noticed. Why do you think Baek Hun suddenly froze and seemed to lose control? He asked. Song Chan thought that after being hit, his opponent would go back on the defensive, but in boxing, this is the perfect moment for a counterpunch. This guy won't be able to hold out for long, the old master said, so we need to finish quickly. Song Hoon smiled. Since he'd tasted everything, they would need a new trainer, said the master. Who was it? Hui So quickly asked. What do you think after watching the video? Asked the old master, as suddenly a long-haired trainer appeared on stage. That's right, master. It was an outfighter's fight. All you need to do is knock down his theme. Hui So heard and was indignant. What was he eavesdropping on? You can imitate, asked the unshaven master. Even if it is one of the many styles in boxing, there should be no problem, the trainer answered. Okay, make a training schedule, then arrange sparring twice a week based on the schedule. Let's start little by little, Sang-guk said. Maybe we should test his boxing skills first, the bangs-headed trainer suggested, and the unshaven master gave the go-ahead. As expected, things are going well, Song-hoon noted. I'm always learning something new, he said. Learn faster. You've been working for 20 years, the master grumbled. How much does Tai-chun earn? The master asked. After tax, 220,000, the bushy-browed trainer answered. Add 500,000 while he trains Hui-sun for the hazardous work, the old master grumbled. He's doing well, so it's the least they can do, Sang-guk added. But why did they choose Tai-chun? Wouldn't fighting help in this matter better? Asked Song-hoon. No, Sang-guk shook his head. Wrestling did nothing to help Song-chan retain his title, he said. From the video, it doesn't seem like he even tried to start fighting. Veterans like Song-chan don't behave like that without a reason, the old master grumbled. But what is the reason then? Asked the thick-browed one. This is what they should find out first by studying Baek Hun's style, grumbled the unshaven master. So let's go look for all possible options, he said. They were going to spar, don't beat him to death. Asked Tai-chun, Hui. So said the same. They fought according to the rules of boxing. 3 rounds of 3 minutes. Use light punches, but don't be stingy, so that there is an effect. Don't hit below the belt, the bushy-browed trainer reminded. All the athletes and other coaches perked up and gathered to watch the sparring, wondering who would win, the boxing champion or the tough guy. They touched gloves and began to give the command, Sun Hoon said. Don't kill each other, the meticulous mentor asked. They began. He gave the command, and the fighters stood at attention. Hui So fired a blow as soon as the command was given. Tai-chun dodged Hui So's 1-2 punches by swinging his body. The shots missed by a couple of millimeters. Tai-chun made minimal movements. The speed of the blows corresponds to the weight class, he analyzed Hui So. The impudent guy realized that he needed to close the distance and put pressure on him. Bam! Sparks flew from his eyes as he took a counterpunch. Following this, Tai-chung poured another handful onto the helmet. And he missed a right punch to the side from Tai-chun, even though it was a sparring session, and he got a fair amount of punishment. An experienced trainer, he immediately came away with good springy footwork. Fast and light, the damage from the blows was very different, Hui So realized. The punches in MMA are heavy and penetrating, while in boxing they are the sharp, explosive blows of an elephant. So that's how boxers hit, he realized. Something had changed in him, and Tai-chun noticed it. Hui So concentrated and kept his keen eyes on his sparring partner. He became calmer after a couple of blows. Not bad, Tai-chun noted. Until he got used to it, he thought. He needs to attack. Unfortunately for him, it will be difficult, thought the experienced boxer, and moved forward with a rhythmic swing of the body like a pendulum. The impudent guy tensed up. He couldn't read his opponent's movements even with his keen eyesight. Tai-chun swayed back and forth, left and right, making it impossible to determine the striking distance. The blows seemed to be coming from all directions, and Hui So tracked each one of them. After a few such movements, he himself could dodge by swinging his body. Wow. Tai-chun was surprised when the cheeky guy was able to quickly close in on him and counterattacked with a left jab. He dodged and even attacked with a jab, and the spectators were surprised by such a turn of events. Sang-guk also looked surprised. He thought that the boy would not be able to dodge Tai-chun's blows, but he was even able to counterattack. Tai-chung adjusted his helmet, pausing briefly while the cheeky guy stretched his stiff shoulders. Now he's warmed up a bit, said the self-confident guy. If you don't try hard, losing will be humiliating, Tai-chung replied. Baek Hun sweated as he jumped rope like boxers do. He stopped abruptly when the timer on his phone rang. Don't overload yourself in the morning. It will be hard later. The coach's voice was heard. Why is he so early? He asked his bespectacled coach. He got a call from X1, he replied contentedly. The fight is at the end of January, the the coach told him. Not even 3 months have passed. They want to do it quickly, the coach said. As expected, the team that brought the newcomer to the top of the rankings reacted quickly. Baek-hun became worried. You see, the match was just recently, the coach asked. It doesn't matter. You just need to prepare, the athlete answered. Plus, he remembered their conversation in the arena. The fight was becoming something personal. He was the one who challenged first, and he can't back down, he told the coach. Since that's how it is, let's go have breakfast. The bespectacled trainer patted him on the shoulder. The guy looked at the shelf of awards with deep regret. The winner is Hakuna Matata, the sign read in Japanese. The daring fighter lay in the ring, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Okay, asked Tai-chun. Didn't think there was such a difference between them, Hui-so answered disappointedly. He's good. That's why he stopped giving in, the coach answered. Although these are just words that lift the mood, the impudent athlete jumped up. He is really a good guy, he praised Tai-chun. He just hasn't figured out the mechanism of counterattacks yet, the coach noted to Hui-so's surprise. Isn't it a matter of weight transfer and reflexes, the fighter asked. Human reflexes wouldn't allow that, Tai-chun explained. Remember how Baek-hun got it from Song-chan, said the long-haired coach. Baek-hun is a counterboxer. He reads his opponent's muscle movements. That's why he reacts so quickly. However, his counterattack has a major weakness, Tai-chun noted. The point is to get the timing perfect. The body reacts unconsciously. This is the main dilemma for the counterboxer. So this can be used against him, the daring fighter rejoiced. Right on target, the boxer's trainer agreed. It's not a matter of bragging. And there's nothing to compare it to. But his fists are no slower than Baek-hun, Tai-chun said. If you can dodge these punches, Baek-hun's punches won't hit you either, the boxer's trainer said. That's it, he'll train for 2 hours every day, Tai-chun said, and Hui-so thanked him for his work. Tai-chun watched the talented young man leave the ring. A good imitation of Baek-hun, the grumpy master praised. Difficult to repeat everything exactly, Tai-chun noted. How is Hui-so? The unshaven master asked. Excellent. Much better than the arrogant professionals. And you saw for yourself that that counterattack was delivered with perfect speed and precision, Tai-chun noted. Just keep working, this role is very important now, Sang-guk grumbled contentedly. Tai-chun was also motivated. This time, training would bring even more options to his fighting style, and since we were talking about a star, he would take advantage of everything, the master thought. The preparation for the title began. Yeon-kun pressed Hui so tightly to the net. The heavy fighter overpowered the lighter opponent. The cheeky guy didn't panic. He pressed his knee against Yeon-kun's knee. A quick sweep and a push, the bully flew back awkwardly. Next, they trained in a circle, changing opponents every couple of minutes. Young Hwan started with his favorite handhold and directed it towards Hui-so's neck. The daring fighter was extremely concentrated and saw every movement. He counterattacked, but Young Hwan managed to dodge the blow. The friend ducked under the blow and tried to make a pass to the legs. He managed to catch on thanks to his precise movements. Hui-seo grabbed him under the arm and pressed his body against Young Hwan's to keep from falling. He swung down powerfully and landed on his forearm, holding Young Hwan down. The ceiling was gray. Young Hwan was surprised, but why wasn't he looking at it, he thought. With a deafening crash, he fell into the ring after being thrown. Get him out! They shouted from the audience when Young Hwan couldn't get up after a powerful throw. His friend didn't feel sorry for him at all. A minute to rest, and then the command came again from the hall, while Young Hwan's body was removed from the arena. Excellent, roared the daring fighter. He was thirsty for battle, and his fighting spirit was at its peak. Hui-so started by working on the paws that Sung-hoon was holding. The sharp volleys sounded like cannons with a dry pop. Sun-hoon felt the strength increase in his palms. The cardio loads made themselves felt. Intensive training was put together to increase Hui-so's endurance, running 10 kilometers in the morning and other exercises. He used the method of training in circles, sparring against 5 people, and then practicing punches after a break. The punching training was also used against Baek-hun's counterpunches. Hui-so gritted his teeth, received a blow to the body, but his breathing did not falter. He instantly responded with a low kick to the leg of the bushy-browed trainer. Then came punches to the paws with explosive combinations. And again, a kick to the body area. The constant alternation of legs and arms required colossal endurance. They used a lot of low kicks to control Baek-hun's fast movements. Well, that's all. After hearing the command, the guy immediately fell down to rest. The training isn't over yet, the meticulous trainer grumbled. I know, the impudent fighter answered discontentedly and sat down for a couple of minutes. Next came the sparring with Tai-chun. Hui-so confidently moved forward. His punches have improved due to the guidance of his boxing coach, Sung-hoon noted. But he is still slow to respond to counterpunches, the bushy-browed trainer noted. Right now he is watching Tai-chun's strikes. The bushy-browed trainer turned away for a second. Tai-chun, the cheeky boy called out to him worriedly as the coach sat down to breathe, feeling dizzy. Okay, asked the bushy-browed Sung-hoon as he climbed into the ring. Run for some water, he asked the impudent athlete. Be careful, the brow sticker told Tai-chun. It was irresponsible to let yourself get beaten like that, to which the boxer only laughed. It's not irresponsibility, he answered confidently to Sung-hoon's surprise. This little devil is a real genius, Tai-chun said admiringly. He beat him, Tai-chun said, looking at the back of the daring fighter. At the beginning, everything went as usual. He worked on the body and held Hui-so back. During the combination, Tai-chun noted to himself that he lost his rhythm. If he attacks at this moment, he will definitely hit, the boxer calculated. By doing a jab, he will destroy the rhythm, read and destroy the rhythm, Baek-hoon's style. Too easy for Hui-sung, Tai-chun's hand shot out to counter. But instead it hit the air. Hui-so was able to dodge. To miss during a counterattack means to get counterattacked yourself. Tai-chun missed a powerful right. I read his moves and ended up getting a midway strike myself, Tai-chun explained. He really did it, Song-hun was surprised. That's right. Right during the strike, Tai-chun replied. Feint is a very complex technique that even experienced fighters cannot handle. The guy was able to deceive and knock down Tai-chun himself. On the first day, he barely avoided being hit when he first started. The changes were not only due to sparring, but also due to cardio loads. 3 rounds of 2 minutes each turned into 5 rounds of 5. Since Tai-chun said that in the 3rd round, no matter what Baek-hun did, he wouldn't be able to defeat their fighter, Sung-hoon thought. Perhaps even Hui-so will find it easier to fight Baek-hun than the former champion, Tai-chun noted. But don't tell him to get cocky, Sung-hoon said. What is this? They asked the fussy guy. The one who brought some water answered. The polite one declared the coach. Tai-chun walked out of the locker room with a towel on his head, catching his breath. Here he is, Hui. So jumped out and scared the hell out of the coach, the ghost screamed. Why is he still here? The boxer wondered. He just wanted to talk a little, the impudent fighter asked. If he's worried about sparring, then everything is fine, Tai-chun answered him. It's something else, Hui-so suggested, sitting down. He will soon be 24. Time flies so quickly, Hui-so noticed. It seems like his first fight was just recently, and now he is preparing for a title fight, the boxer agreed. What does he do after work? Hui-so asked. Play games, see friends, or stay at home, Tai-chun answered. On weekends, he goes on dates with a girl. On holidays, he travels. He has a girlfriend. Hui-so was surprised. Prove it! The cheeky boy shouted. This is some kind of joke! Tai-chun took out his phone. Oh my, exclaimed the envious, impudent guy, looking at the photo of the cute couple. How so? She is too beautiful for him. The guy was surprised. Now you are insulting the bastard. Tai-chun grinned. What about him? The boxer asked in return. After the army, he lived like a monk, the impudent guy sadly recalled. Then maybe there is someone in mind, asked Tai-chun. It is hard to date if you already have something you are crazy about, the fighter answered with annoyance. Finding girls in this sport is not easy, and it will affect the reputation of the gym, the cheeky guy thought. There's also Yu-jin, Tai-chun suddenly remembered, and this caught the impudent guy off guard. Why did he remember the thorn? The embarrassed guy was indignant. Isn't she a cutie? The young trainer was surprised. Oh, well, it's better with a tree, the naive guy denied. They look good together. Tai-chun slyly responded to this. There should be something more exciting and passionate between a girl and a guy, said the blushing athlete. It's impossible to talk to her. She's impudent, prickly, rude, shut up and get lost. Those are the 2 main words. The boy was indignant. For a second, he hesitated, remembering a couple of sweet moments, and gave himself away completely. Now it's clear what he thinks about her, Tai-chun noted with a smile. He doesn't think anything. The daring athlete denied the obvious. In any case, it's definitely not her, definitely, he repeated, and Tai-chun agreed. But it's a little surprising, the boxing coach said softly. The cheeky guy was usually polite, but he was always so distant and never spoke to anyone alone. I am such a worthless thing. The guy was distressed by these words. So what did he want to talk about? Tai-chun reassured him. One friend reminded him that it is important to look around and stop rushing headlong, the guy answered thoughtfully. At the time, he thought it was a bad idea to stop because there was a title fight ahead. But after Sung Chan was defeated, the fans' reaction surprised him. No one will tell you when it's time to go into the darkness, even if everything is fine on the outside, but in reality you are completely empty inside. After such experiences, he realized what he had been missing all this time. Partners who are always ready to help you after many hours of training, and to help each other, although they have no special reason for this. And he is not the only one participating in the battle. They are all participating in it. If you think about it, he is grateful to many people. The daring guy opened up. He never thought that he would receive support every day. At first, he didn't know how to respond to it. After this match, I will try to communicate with the team more openly and this time be the initiator myself, said the cheeky guy. He is counting on his seniors in this match, Hui So said. Just accept defeat, Tai Chong suddenly teased him after such a sad speech. The end of January came quickly and the weigh-in day arrived, with sports journalists already waiting for it. Fighter Lee Huiseo arrived with his dream team. The flashes from dozens of cameras blinded him for a few seconds. The level of attention is completely different for the title match, Sung Hoon said. That's right. Look closely. Korea's most anticipated star, Lee Huiseo, the cheeky guy, has struck a striking pose. And he knows a thing or two about recklessness, Song Hoon noted. He wouldn't be himself without it, the old master grumbled. He's here too, the journalists exclaimed when they noticed the second fighter. Current champion Baek Hoon arrived at the weigh-in with his team. Both fighters were determined to win and looked straight at each other. Fighter Lee Huiseo, weight counted. The judges announced when the scales showed 70.2 kilograms. Baek Hong, weight read 70.4 kilograms. Stir down, both of them stood in a pose for a photo op and kept a low profile. The host asked the fighters a couple of questions before the match. The first question was directed at Huiseo, whether he has difficulty changing opponents in the title battle. There were no problems. You just need to take into account different options as everyone is preparing. The cheeky guy answered confidently. A question for Baek Hoon. He shone brightly in the title fight. But what about his past? Nothing is known about it yet. Since he was 18, he has been performing for Japanese organizations like Gladiator. They don't know much about him because he hasn't gained popularity. He doesn't hide his past, Baek Hoon said. If they want, he can tell. Song Hoon scratched his chin in a very strange way, wondering what exactly the master asked. He checked all the Gladiator's records. The fighter, Baek Hong, was not mentioned there. The old master guessed exactly how he was looking for him, by name, of course. The bushy-browed trainer answered. He couldn't lie to everyone openly, Song Hoon doubted. An alarming guess came to the old master. Could it really be him? Sang-guk thought. The unshaven master said he would go to the car to check something. Why did he do this when the interview was not over? Sung Hoon was surprised. The unshaven master looked at his phone for a long time and searched for the necessary data. Damn it! He suddenly grabbed his head, realizing the reason for their ignorance. The day of the fight arrived, and 11,000 spectators gathered to watch the arena. The applause continues like an endless rain, said the bespectacled presenter. Go ahead, finish with a kick. Huiseo was warming up before the fight with the eyebrow stick. Let's finish here. Sun Hoon praised him after a successful low kick. Excellent positioning. Now all that's left is to sit and wait for the fight, he told the unshaven master. Glad to see they're doing well, the old master grumbled uneasily. Huiseo sat down to catch his breath after warming up, looking completely relaxed as always before a fight. Still, he studied the walls thoughtfully, and Sang-guk noticed it. Are you really nervous? Asked his old master, aka Lee Huiseo. They know this, the guy bragged. He is grateful for the easy title fight he had, the cheeky young man said. That's right, that's what he wanted to hear, said the old master. There is no one calmer than Huiseo on the mast. Just a few words. The old master placed his hand confidentially on the athlete's shoulder. MMA is a sport for all-round fighters. There is no reason why Baek Hoon wouldn't use wrestling or grappling or kickboxing or all of them at once. Because once you step into the ring, forget about strategy and don't be surprised by what your opponent does. Be yourself and fight properly. Stay calm and listen to the coach, the boy instructed in a serious voice. There's no need to worry, the cheeky athlete shouted loudly. Huiseo walked out to the arena, proudly raising his hand above himself. The stands roared with delight. The cheeky guy sent everyone his signature smile. He cupped his hand to his ear, indicating that he still couldn't hear the roar of the stands. The champion emerged from the red corner, raising both hands in triumph. Baek Hoon is a third-generation Korean who came from Japan, where he was known as Hakuna Matata, and has 19 match wins. A Korean from overseas, 19 victories, Sun Hoon asked the old master in dismay. Sang-guk made inquiries. Baek Hoon is a variable fighter, knows jiu-jitsu, wrestling, other styles. It was necessary to tell Huiseo about this. The eyebrow sticker got nervous. For 3 months, they had been developing him exclusively in one direction. If they had given him something new, they would have only confused the guy. The old master grumbled. Then he wouldn't have been able to use our strategy and would have simply burned out. The unshaven master shook his head. Don't worry, this guy has trained hard, and his ability to adapt during a fight is incredible. They can believe in him, the master grumbled confidently. The fighters had never fought each other before, and yet both were confident but cautious, the lead commentator said. The bespectacled coach watched his athlete closely. He too was concerned about the fight. Hui So is a talented fighter. Few can surpass him in this, Baekhoon told him in the locker room. Is he really going to lose? The bespectacled coach asked. No way. This is a good opportunity to eliminate a strong opponent before he becomes even stronger, Baekhoon replied. This time he intends to show his worth, the champion said. Show them what he really is, what an incredible fighter he is, the bespectacled coach thought. Blue is ready? Asked the referee in the ring. Hui So took a stance. Red is ready. Baekhoon also stood up and showed his readiness. Fight! The gong rang and both fighters walked out, charged into the center of the ring. The match began and everyone was filled with anxious excitement. The fighters were in no hurry to attack each other. Hui So opened the fight first, starting with a left jab. A low kick followed sharply. Baekhoon froze, not knowing how to react. And the champion missed this blow due to a feint. Hui So opened the scoring. Low kick nothing, Baekhoon thought. He was used to such blows. He immediately responded with a kick to the cheeky fighter's thigh. He shifted forward sharply and raised his knee for a high kick. But Hui So, with the reflexes of a mongoose, deftly dodged the sharp blow, and he responded with a quick kick to the thigh of his motionless opponent. Baek-hong suddenly performed a grab and caught his opponent's leg. He pushed Hui So forward like a bulldozer to knock him down. As expected, he didn't just use boxing. Bend your body forward, Sun Hoon shouted advice to his fighter. Hui So reacted and managed to shift his body weight forward to avoid falling. Realizing this, Baek-hun launched his leg and moved to throw. He grabbed Hui So by the body. Moving further, he walked behind the back and grabbed the impudent guy tightly. Maintaining the momentum of the rotation, the champion tore Hui So away from the ring. The crowd roared. A little more and the impudent guy would be thrown into the ring. Hui So reacted. He turned his body slightly. The leg passed between the opponent's legs and caught under his knee. Having gained a foothold, he was able to press his elbow into Baek-hun's chest. Having lost his balance, the champion fell into the ring along with his opponent. A second later, both returned to their original positions so that the other would not gain an advantage. How unexpected to see Baek-hun fight, the host commented. He knew everything, the champion thought. Hui So showed great throw defense skills, the host said, and the cheeky guy thought about how well the champion hid his skills. Hui So attacked first again to take the initiative in the fight, his kick clanging off the champion's thigh. Baek-hun counterattacked with a high kick to the head, but was too late. Hui So easily dodged. Another low kick to the shin found its target. Baek-hun's leg began to go numb. He pressed forward and hit the daring guy's defense with a powerful shot. Then came an uppercut to the solar plexus, and the impudent guy doubled over in pain. Another successful combo of blows broke the block of the impudent guy. Hui So tried to break the distance, but Baek-hun was already pressing with a direct punch. He suddenly changed direction and suddenly counterattacked Baek-hun. But the experienced boxing veteran was no pushover himself, and he struck earlier, changing the direction of his fist. His straight turned out to be a feint. Hui So winced in pain as he received a clean blow to the face. The champion didn't stop the combination and fired another straight one. But this time he received a counterattack, a right to the head. Hui So swung for a right kick while his opponent froze. The swing turned out to be a feint, and Hui So jumped to close the distance between them. The jump turned into a powerful strike, and the attack passed the champion's defense. Baek-hun was pushed out of the center, a warning sign for the outfighter. Sensing Li Hui So's weakness, he attacks. The host's words roared through the speakers. A quick counter jab stopped the brash guy's attack. Having stopped him, the champion made a middle kick to the open body of his impudent opponent. Hui So put up a timely defense, preparing to meet the opponent's leg. Baek-hun's leg twisted like a snake, and with a twist of his hip, he shifted the blow to the head area. Hui So quickly bent down to the rig, almost folding in half. A sneaky blow with a changing trajectory grazed him on the back of the head. The guy was saved by his super reflexes. A Brazilian strike from Baek-hun, the commentator reported. Hui So calmly moved aside. Even from this, the champion dodged, caught his breath. He was hoping for this blow. There was something he couldn't do. The daring fighter's head was spinning from the number of possible options that he should be wary of now. An incredible match. What combinations! As if they were filming a movie, and these reflexes. The presenters went crazy with delight. He's good at everything, Sang-guk grumbled. But that doesn't bother Hui-so, the bushy-browed coach noted. He had responded well to all the blows, but the real problems would begin now, the unshaven master worried. Hui-so took quite a bit of damage and was already tired. It would become harder to bend from all the blows. If things continued like this, he would waste all his strength. Hui-so had a hard time avoiding the champion's light, but very sharp shots. The cheeky guy lost his momentum and missed a clean shot. The ego can be completely shattered and worn out like that, the daring challenger suddenly realized. He responded with a long left, which the champion expertly dodged. Baek-hoon's left hook exploded across the cheekbones of the brash fighter. A combination immediately flew by, and Hui-so grabbed a straight right. They stood in the center of the ring. No one wanted to retreat. The blows flashed like lightning. At some point, both of them took a powerful blow to the head from each other. Their counters crossed, but for a split second, Hui-so took the damage first. As a result, he again had to dodge furious attacks. How unnerving. Sang-guk clenched his fists. Although the guy held up well, he was slowly being pushed towards the net. Baek-hoon switched from punches to kicks and raised his knee up. The challenger barely dodged a high kick to the head. Baek-hoon no longer held back. He showed incredible skills, and the daring guy had to survive in the ring. He had to say something. The unshaven master was nervous, but the necessary ideas did not come to mind. What is the fighter, Li Hui? So trying to do now, the hosts roared, and the unshaven master looked at the ring. Hui-so lowered his arms wide and stood frontally towards his opponent. He completely removed his defense. Baek-hoon stepped back and analyzed Hui-seo's actions. Part of a strategy or extreme desperation, commentators wondered. Maybe it was a secret technique, they thought, while the dumbfounded trainers of the impudent guy simply slid down the wall in horror. Baek-hoon decided to test whether it was a bluff or not with a direct blow. Without raising his hands, the impudent guy dodged with a slight movement of his head. However, this was not a bluff, the hosts noticed. Hui-so read all the champion's attacks and dodged them in advance. The match was becoming unpredictable, the commentators said, and at that very moment, the daring guy missed a punch. A hook from a fake jab, Sung-hoon noticed. What a madman this is doing. Why isn't he defending himself? Baek-hoon pressed forward and quickly entered the range of direct strikes. He showed a jam, which he quickly turned into a hook, and punched Hui-so's jaw, his neck stretching out as if his head might fall off. Baek-hoon dominated the match but suddenly stopped his progress. His face expressed serious concern, this boy. He pressed his lips together. At the same time, the rather beaten Hui-so smiled cheekily. Could this be, the bespectacled coach realized, bad news for the champion? The bastard deliberately let himself be beaten, said the unshaven master. How so? The bushy-browed trainer was surprised. He missed the first blow to calculate the distance, the second to figure out the dodge tactics, and received practically no damage from them. Moreover, the unshaven master realized that the opponent's reading did not end there. Now the cheeky guy was teasing in the center of the ring, inviting Baek-hoon to attack. But Baek-hoon demonstrated the control and endurance of an experienced fighter. Now Hui-so moved easily and freely, swaying his body in the manner of Tai-chun. The champion responded in kind, trying to adapt to his opponent's rhythm and impose his own. The excitement in the stands reached its peak. No one could know how it would all end. Baek-hoon was the first to make a move, firing a lightning-fast straight punch to the head. He missed and immediately received a response from Hui-so. An excellent, perfect counterattack that could not be avoided. The unshaven master rejoiced. But the champion made an incredible body movement and dodged the blow. Impossible, the old master whispered to himself. Even this didn't work against the champion. So he had been expecting a counterattack from the impudent guy from the very beginning, Sang-guk realized. What an experienced guy. He managed to calculate everything. The unshaven master involuntarily admired their opponent. Baek-hoon went for the top hook. Hui-so was not holding his defense and risked getting knocked down. The fist flew towards Hui-so's exposed head. With a sharp rotation of his body, he was able to avoid a dangerous counterattack. He ducked to the side from the blow, Baek-hoon's fist cutting his cheek. At the same time, the daring guy hit his opponent with a straight overhand. The devilish counterattack knocked Baek-hoon down as if he had run into a barrier. Even experienced craftsmen were stunned by such an explosive outcome. Baek-hoon, who looked invincible, found himself in the ring being beaten at his own game. He not only calculated the entire movement, but also the possibilities of Baek-hoon's attacks and rhythm. While he exposed his face, looking for an opening to strike, Sang-guk admired. The champion was badly knocked down and could not get back to his feet. Like a true gladiator, Huiso performed a theatrical gesture, dedicating this victory to the spectators in the stands. "Who can stop this fighter?" The stands burst into applause. "Now is not the time," Sang-guk grumbled discontentedly. "Finish the match," he shouted at the impudent guy. Baek-hoon finally got back on his feet. He still hadn't recovered. The champion was breathing heavily but took a defensive stance and did not give up. Damn, of course he expected difficulties, but he was confident in his counterpunch. The champion re-evaluated the daring guy. He trained in grappling, but he got beaten. He was better at boxing and worked harder than others, but it all went to waste. Hit the fall. It happened with every opponent before. With diligence and discipline, he continued to defeat his opponents. Gradually, it became difficult for the team to survive. No one stood still. After moving to X1, Baek-hoon hoped that he finally got a chance to become the first. But even after winning the title fight, people would quickly forget about him. Someone very popular was needed. And that fighter was Lee Hui-sung, whom everyone knew well from his past victories. If he won, people would definitely recognize him. Baek-hoon was sure of it. As expected, the opponent accepted the challenge and the fight was scheduled very quickly. "He has more experience, more skills," the champion breathed heavily. But he had only made one big mistake, and this is how he felt now. This is what it means to stand opposite a star fighter, the champion thought. From the very beginning, he brought this misfortune upon himself, Baek-hoon realized. Huiso raised his guard, preparing for the final act of the fight. Both moved towards their opponent with the best they had. There was a loud crash of impact. The daring guy was faster. His fist pierced his opponent's skull. He instantly lost consciousness, having suffered a worthy defeat in battle. The defeated champion collapsed into the ring, just like his predecessor. The fight is over. The referee stops the match by standing between the athletes. A wave of joy washed over Huiseo, along with everyone else in the stands. He bowed to them in respect, and the crowd roared with delight. A new record victory in the first round at 4 minutes and 2 seconds. Huiso confidently sat on the champion's throne and raised his hands in triumph. Huiso allowed themselves to rejoice with everyone else. The coach looked at the unshaven master and the eyebrows. "This is a victory, a victory. A new champion has run up to the old master. Now he is number 1, the old master." He hugged the impudent guy tightly. He did a good job. The hug dragged on for a bit, and Huiso turned to the unshaven master with embarrassment. "Great match," he said, clapping the brash champion on the shoulder. Even the grumpy master was moved, the impudent fighter noted. Browstick rubbed his face with his finger in embarrassment. He, too, was incredibly happy about the victory. What kind of antics did the unshaven master exclaim when the guy made a pass at his legs? "This unshaven man made him a champion. His name is Sang-guk," the impudent boy shouted. "He is over 40, and today he looks pretty good. Sang-guk has been in the sights of many TV cameras. He's a master at blowing up any mood," Song-hoon noted. The new champion, Huiso, put on the belt and stood in the arena for an interview. The bespectacled host asked for a few words after the fight. Throughout all the fights, the presenter said he knew that one day he would interview the champion. "Let them get used to interviewing only him," the guy said. In this match, he was hanging by a thread from defeat. How did he feel at that moment, the journalist asked. Baek-hoon used skills he had never shown before. It took time to learn, but he eventually recognized his fighting style, Huiso said. Every move he made was amazing. Baek-hoon really turned out to be a difficult opponent. Of course, he wasn't stronger than him, the cheeky guy said. "So what will he say now as a champion?" the journalist asked him. "Just a year ago, he was an ordinary salesman at a convenience store," Huiso said. "He wastes his precious time without even thinking that he will succeed." But then he joined Team Attack, met Master Sang-guk and other guys who accepted him as an equal. At that time, he paid little attention to them, as he concentrated exclusively on the results. Taking this opportunity, he would like to thank his team, to thank them for the dream that they gave him. And lastly, he raised his finger to the sky. He will accept the challenge of anyone without prejudice if they want to fight in a battle for the title. The hall exploded into thunderous applause again for Huiso, lightweight champion Li Hui. So ended the interview on a good note, the journalist said. Late in the evening, he went out to get some fresh air and meet with Che Bum. "Drinking alone is a bad sign," he greeted his friend. "Life is like that. It's not his fault. The classmate weakly justified himself." He wrote to Huiso right after the battle, when they had barely reached their area. The usually meticulous Sun Hoon offered the champion a glass. "What else, drink with old people?" the cheeky guy said boredly. "He has plans for today. He has a poor tolerance. He's already drunk to the gills," Kivi so told his friend. "1 can of beer," he said. "A catastrophe won't happen." "So, what's the matter?" asked Huiso, opening a drink for himself. It was still worth celebrating the match. "He quit his job," Chaebum said sadly. This news surprised the impudent friend. "How long has it been?" asked Huiso. "It's been a month already," the unemployed comrade answered. He had only worked there for 7 months. What was going on? The guy was surprised. It was painful to listen to. Asked Chaebum to stop, and he lit a cigarette. He took a deep drag. The words didn't come easily. His throat was sore. Chaebum exhaled. The cheeky guy waited patiently as he promised himself he was watching others more now. "Huiso?" a classmate asked, deciding to speak out. "In high school, they dreamed of driving a Ferrari," Chaebum recalled. And Huiso nodded as well. "When you're young, you think you'll live a luxurious life," said your classmates dreamily. "After taxes, he earned only 2,000,000 won, the friend said. At first, with such a salary, it seemed that he had settled in comfortably at 23. Girls, clothes. But after 3 months, the scam ended and he was barely making ends meet. Even if he gave up everything and worked for 10 years, it would hardly be enough for the down payment on the mortgage. But does he really need to think about housing? He grew up in a wealthy family." The impudent friend was surprised, and Chaebum laughed and denied everything. "His family couldn't cope with the crisis and got into debt. They only have 5 years to pay it off," the friend said. "His father also lost his job, and now he has 2. It's strange to live in a world where even a graduate of Seoul University can't earn money." Huiso apologized sympathetically. He didn't know that his friend was in such a dire situation. He patted him on the shoulder. He himself had recently realized this. In any case, he thought about what could be done and found it. Wow. The impudent guy was surprised and asked what it was about. "Barber," said a classmate meaningfully, naming an unexpected profession. "How unexpected," said the cheeky guy who would talk. "He himself recently became a fighter," declared Chaebum. "Everything will be fine. It's not like he doesn't have any other options," the classmate said. Recently, he was wandering aimlessly through the streets of Seoul. Through the window of one of the establishments, he noticed a girl his age who worked as a hairdresser. It was obvious that she was a newbie and was nervous, and so was her client. Watching her, he involuntarily plunged into his own thoughts about how he would do this work, and stood like that for several hours. So after poking around on the internet a bit, he suddenly became very interested in this profession. Maybe this is his last chance, Chaebum sighed. "Come on," said the cheeky friend. "They are only 23, and what to do at 33, thought Huiso. If he were older, he probably wouldn't even try. Because while he's young, he wants to try himself in what his heart desires, a friend shared. Doesn't this make the gray everyday life brighter?" blurted out a classmate, already quite drunk once the entrance philosophy went. Noted Huiso. "You'll have to work hard. He can't help in any way except listening," said the impudent friend. "And that's all that's needed," said Chaebum, and they clinked cans. Both of them downed a fresh, cold beer in one gulp late in the evening, and they exhaled loudly like 2 old men, the alcohol quickly taking hold of both of them. This story made him wonder how long he himself could remain an MMA fighter, Huiso thought. Now he is young and full of energy. He will definitely be able to do this until he is 30, but what then? Taking into account a 15-year career, 2 matches a year, he will have 30 matches in total. There weren't as many chances of getting into the octagon as he thought. The season matches flew by like fleeting fragments of life. "It's already 11. It's time to go home." Chaebum got up from the bench, really. The impudent friend was surprised. He didn't need to go anywhere, he asked. "But don't relax," the classmate noted, and Huiso agreed with him. "Thank you for the meeting. See you later." Chaebum waved goodbye. "Hey, unemployed alcoholic," the drunk fighter called out to him. "Pull yourself together and let's give it our all," his cheeky friend suggested. What an impudent bastard, thought Chaebum, but said something else out loud. "Relaxing properly is the first step to hard work," he shouted across the block. His parents looked at him sternly, and it was clearly not because he had returned from the fight a little drunk the day before. The problem was that the timid son could not withstand their stern gaze. He knelt down and looked down, but still did not understand his guilt. "Why?" the timid son asked his parents. "And he still doesn't understand," his father answered mercilessly. "He simply transferred some money to his mother. That's the problem," the woman shouted, showing her savings book. She asked for a little pocket money, and he sent 100 million. "Where did he get such a lot of money?" the mother asked without a knife. Huiso tried to justify himself, but his father didn't let him do it and put his hand on his shoulder. "He can trust them. They will accept everything as it is, even if he committed a crime," his father said. "Spit it out," his mother screamed. "Let them listen first," said the discouraged son, who understood what was going on. He calmly told them everything until his mother returned the money to the government. He earned 60 million in his last match, more than he earned in his previous 4 matches combined. The association sold a lot of broadcasts, and for this the director gave him a generous bonus. In addition, he received another sponsorship contract from Abibas. Now he has 4 sponsors, plus a contract with the hall. In total, he receives 12 million a month. He saved 120 million in his account, and he sent the 100 he earned from the matches to his mother. The mother sighed with relief. Since her son was not a criminal, she no longer had any worries. But the same could not be said about my father. He did not utter a word. Now they can live without worries, although they had to wait. Their investments have paid off, said the joyfully loving son. They will be able to pay off their debts, move to a better house, and leave all the difficulties to him, the naive boy continued. "Isn't that wonderful?" exclaimed the joyfully loving son. "Aren't they happy?" he asked after a long pause. "Of course, yes," the mother answered reservedly. "Our son did a good job," the father added just as reservedly. Huiso still didn't understand their reactions, and simply remained silent with a forced smile from ear to ear, expecting wild joy. It seems clear that they are embarrassed to accept money from him, but he hopes that they will accept it. The loving son lowered his gaze. "It is because of him that their family is in debt, and he must help them get out of it," the guy stated decisively. "Huiso," the father said. It wasn't his fault, he reminded his son. But the cheeky boy wouldn't agree to be the only one who wasn't responsible for anything. "We need to be pragmatic in this matter. If there is money, there is no reason to avoid payments, debts. This will also make him feel calmer," the loving son said. "He understands what they want to tell him. It's just that now his father is ashamed," said the responsible father and closed his eyes. "Let me think it over first." Father got up to go out and get some air. It became very stuffy. Father took out his down jacket and was about to leave. Huiso wanted to stop him. "It's cold outside," the loving son worried. "But it won't last long," the father answered excitedly. "What's wrong with his father?" the simple-minded son exclaimed. "He just needs to think everything is fine," his mother reassured him. "He is not a child anymore," the loving son firmly stated. "He also wants to help the family." The mother gently ran her hand, rough from years of work, over Hueso's cheek. "They know," said the not young but still beautiful woman, "and are proud of him. But the father needs a little time. It won't last long, okay?" She patted the boy on the cheek. He fell silent. A lump rose in his throat, and the guy could hardly hold back the tears that welled up from the excess of feelings. The tired father turned his face to the cold wind and chewed a cigarette with his lips. "The old man is crazy. It's so cold here. You'll catch a cold," grumbled the faithful wife. "If it's cold." "Why did you go out yourself?" her husband asked. "I just want to clear my head too." She wrapped herself deeper in the blanket. "And it was worth starting to smoke after he quit. He became a bad actor," his wife grumbled. "And it's so clear what he's thinking about after they've exchanged a quarter of a century. She can tell by looking at the back of his head. He was his son, and sooner or later this day would have come anyway," she noted. But the responsible husband was not so quick to become indignant. "Now he can't do anything anymore," the upset father added. "What a thing to worry about the old fool," thought the loving wife. "Father Huiso," she addressed him confidently. "Stop messing around." She took his arm tighter. He would always be his father, and only he could bring the impudent guy down to earth, if anything. "And this beauty will always be with him." The loving wife calmed the wounded pride of the responsible husband. "He should be incredibly happy about that," she added, and Huiso's father smiled. He laughed loudly, and really what was there to worry about with such a wise wife by his side? She really is a real miracle in his life, the old husband thought. Since they are in such a good mood, maybe they should have a second child, the impudent husband suggested. Well, no, his grumpy wife quickly turned him down. What did the old eccentric think of? Huiso sat quietly on the steps that led to the roof and listened to their bickering. Now he understood why his father reacted that way, the impudent boy thought. Again, he thinks only about himself, the guy sighed heavily. They really need time for him to understand his father better, and for his father to be able to acknowledge him. The cheeky son smiled. "On this you can go down." He left 2 parents on the roof. "Let's get the meeting started," said SFC Los Angeles branch manager Douglas Mack. He asked his subordinates how many matches they would prepare in the first half of the year. "There are 4 in total. 3 have already been appointed. 1 is in preparation," the employee reported. "The team roster," the general manager asked, "is missing the main card," another employee noted. "Found someone," continued McDouglas, Most of the famous fighters have already received contracts. The employee justified himself. Enough, shouted the head manager. What pathetic excuses! If they know the essence of the problem, they should already have a solution. The SFC is the largest association in the United States, attracting an average of 60 matches a year. The most popular chapter is awarded from headquarters. The City of Angels branch was given a harsh reprimand after a series of failures. They fell on hard times. One employee had an idea and raised his hand. He made a complete list of everyone they could hire. The blonde guy said, "New faces have emerged in small and medium-sized organizations around the world," he reported. McDouglas decided to take a closer look and asked for a list. The young assistant laid out his laptop in front of the boss. The first fighter from the Japanese Gladiator and is associated with Underwood, he included the presentation. But this champion did not arouse much interest from the head of the branch. "Ho!" he exclaimed. "So there is such a fighter in Asia." His eyes widened. True, he just became champion in X1, but there is one problem with him. They had already turned down the offer from headquarters. It was about money, the aide said, as McDouglas always did. He got $60,000 for the fight. If they want to bring him, the bet must be no less than 50, and that's at the start. And he is well informed, the chief manager said contentedly. "I thought the boss would be interested," said the blonde guy. "This is how you should always work?" McDouglas nodded contentedly. "Let them contact the first two on the list, and let him send the second one's details separately," the chief manager asked. "It's good that there is a person who does the work for everyone." The boss looked sternly at the lazy people in the office. Just like when he wasn't there yet, he scolded negligent employees. The blonde guy walked over to the scanner to quickly make a copy of the report. The report featured a photo of the fighter and the Korean Association. "Today is the Lunar New Year," Sung-hoon solemnly announced. "From tomorrow, the gym is closed if you want to rest, if you want to train," said the meticulous trainer. And the gym shouted in unison, rejoicing at the vacation. For those who still have matches to attend, the coaches will be watching them, and a few poor souls sighed heavily. "There is no need to force yourself. It's okay if they don't come. The gym will simply break the contract with them," the bushy-browed trainer gently warned. "Is there anything to say?" he asked, and the audience answered in unison, "No, that's it." It was time to drink. Everyone except Huiso ran towards the cafe. The cheeky guy sighed. He had no one to spend the evening with. What is he doing here? He decided to relax. His faithful young Juan suggested to him. "Now I don't feel like it." The impudent friend apologized. Another time, young Juan asked in surprise what was the matter. "I'll go home, nothing special," said the cheeky friend. "Sorry," said young Juan. "There is nothing to worry about. Let him catch up with his elders and entertain them. Let's relax next time," young Juan said to him as he left. The cheeky guy looked after his loyal friend. He deserved a rest. Huiso came to his station to go home. On the way, he thought about all sorts of things. Where is he? He felt his pockets and could not find his wallet. His wallet was gone, and his phone was gone too, and he was overcome with confusion. It's good to be young and in love. The bus driver egged him on. In the end, he had to stay at the bus stop, and the cheeky guy got frustrated. What a nasty thing, thought the cheeky guy a few minutes later. Closed, he read on the doors of the hall when he decided to go back there and look for his wallet and phone. It was disgusting again, he thought. Now he couldn't even call, leave, or wait in the hall without money or communication. "Oh, you idiotic case," he shouted at the whole street in a rage. Too loud, he went completely crazy. He heard the familiar voice of the Thorn. "What kind of phenomenon is this?" She was watching him. The impudent guy was surprised. She was looking for him. The sweet girl answered directly. "I picked it up earlier on the floor in the hall," and the cheeky guy immediately changed his anger to mercy, wagging his tail like a puppy. "Thank you, noble maiden," he said, and reached for his things. But the Thorn Yu-jin pulled her hand away. "Just thank you." The girl doubted the usefulness of such an exchange. He was just about to treat her to something at a restaurant, the guy agreed. "That's not necessary," the Thorn answered sharply, as the impudent guy was so surprised. "I want a drink," the sweet prickly one suggested, raising the phone to her face. Huiseo froze like a statue, not understanding what to do when a girl asks him out on a date. They came in to have some tea and were silent for a while, not knowing what to talk about. Huiso was the first to speak, asking what was with the sudden urge to drink tea. "I just wanted to," the girl answered calmly, pouring the aromatic drink into her cup. "Then she should have gone with young Juan," the cheeky guy said. "Too noisy," she simply replied. Here she handed the teapot to the stupid monk who had never had a girlfriend. "Let's just relax so he can drop the formalities," the sweet girl said cheekily. "Wait," The cheeky guy took the cup from her. If that's what she wants, she needs to do it right. A girl should not pour herself a drink, he recalled the ancient superstition. Now we will drink correctly. He handed her a cup of tea. The Thorns smiled slightly. They drank the strong green tea in one gulp. The first cup went down well. They both exhaled loudly, the drink immediately sending warmth through their bodies. So what happened anyway? The cheeky guy asked the usually unsociable Thorn directly. Nothing, she denied, but the daring fighter still stood his ground. They have no reason to drink, and today is the Lunar New Year. Wasn't she going to visit her parents? The naive guy went straight ahead. There was no one to visit. The stupid guy was stunned when he heard the truth. There is no mother. My father has been living with another woman for a long time, the prickly girl answered easily. She hadn't heard from him for a long time, and the impudent boy broke out in a sweat, realizing how tactless his question was. Sorry, he quickly apologized. Don't worry, the girl replied. It happened a long time ago. Even though Thorn said so, the impudent guy still couldn't get those words out of his head. Talking so calmly about family must not be easy. What kind of life did she live before this? Huiso wondered. The girl caught his gaze and frowned, realizing what he was thinking about her. Just don't tell me that he was going to feel sorry for her, the Thorn said sternly. But so started talking nonsense, yours don't understand. This was completely tactless, the cheeky guy said. She should have just shifted the blame onto him. So instead of thinking about her, he could now answer that he was going to relax at home after all the star events. I'm saying this for the future. The guy was fooling around. It was her fault. So he wasn't going to take responsibility for it. The girl could barely contain her laughter. Does he understand? He slammed his fist on the table. What a fool, the sweet girl laughed at. So this is what he is like when he can't restrain himself. He chatters incessantly to hide his embarrassment. The sweet Thorn laughed. It doesn't bother her at all, but when someone hears about it for the first time, it's not surprising that they react like that. So heard. What a piercing gaze. The Thorn recoiled from such attention. He saw her happy for the first time. The cheeky guy blurted out, slightly embarrassed. This is so wonderful, he involuntarily admired the girl, and she flushed from such directness. He said it out loud, and it reached the impudent guy. But it was too late. I just wanted to tell her that she has a beautiful smile. But not in that sense, that is, in that. But not in that. He was completely confused in his testimony. Simply, the guy made another attempt to justify himself, but they were interrupted by the waiter. Meat to order. He put the food on the table between the couple. They fell silent in embarrassment. Even the tea shop worker felt awkward around them, and he quickly left. In the end, they just laughed, realizing how childish they looked. It's hard to believe that she's drinking tea with him now. The beauty leaned back. It was she who invited him on a date, the naive guy protested. Why her? The sweet Thorn disagreed. She's been doing well with it so far, the girl let slip. I was coping, the cheeky guy thought. Let's move on. I told Yu Jin what he would do on the weekend. She changed the subject. Playing games on a console or something like that, the cheeky guy answered. The console, the Thorn was surprised, played in the world of sword and magic, she asked. She knows this game, Huiso exclaimed. It's a very difficult game after all, nevertheless she passed it, madness, the guy said. Then they started chatting about different games, and the conversation took a lighter turn. Thorn was constantly smiling, and they talked carefree about all sorts of trinkets. Yu-jin was so tired from drinking tea that she had to be carried on my back. Whether it was because of the tea or not, the city at night looked especially attractive, thought the daring athlete. Huiso, the Thorn called him sleepily in a gentle voice. She smelled of chocolate and cherries. Thank you for today, the beauty said languidly in her gentle voice. What is she doing? The guy waved it off. She fidgeted with her legs. You'll fall, he shouted to her. So, after tea, the cute Thorn was drawn to conversation. What was he thinking when he came to her house? The blushing cutie asked him. I just wanted to take care of her because there was no one else, the guy answered, and she asked demandingly, and what else would she want? He was surprised. What about her? She also took care of him. Although they didn't get along very well, the guy remembered the nuts and chocolate. I just wanted to, the sweet Thorn replied and laughed. Time flew by as they walked home and continued chatting about various little things. But what is he doing right now? The daring fighter breathed heavily. Why was she so sweet? Why was she so close? Questions swarmed through his head. We've arrived. The impudent guy exhaled heavily, although the girl didn't weigh much, and he was a trained athlete. The journey wasn't short either. Sleep? He threw his luggage on the bed and caught his breath. He was slightly intoxicated by the smell, and she looked so small, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, catching his breath. What a mess. The guy looked at the athlete's room full of scattered things. Apparently the lonely life had relaxed her. Thorn turned over on its side and snored quietly. It was uncomfortable to lie in clothes. She opened her mouth cutely, like cats do when they are deep in sleep. A good opportunity to get some dirt. An interesting idea struck the daring guy. But first he had to undress her, and he pulled the girl's coat and socks off. "That's better." Huiso laid the thorn on the pillow, her silky hair spreading around it. It became a bit hot, either from the tea I drank or from the aroma of cherries and chocolate. Taking care of a sleeping girl is not easy, so exhaled. She should thank him later. But why put off the reward for later? Suddenly the devil inside has awakened. He sleeps so peacefully you can barely hear his breathing, the guy thought, and moved closer. Completely open and defenseless and so relaxed, he watched her face. Maybe he could really take a photo. The little devil didn't calm down and demanded a prank. Thorn suddenly turned to face him, so close that he could feel her breath on his cheek. And she has long eyelashes, beautiful, the cheeky guy noticed. The moonlight came through the window and softly touched the sleeping girl's face. For some reason, his trained heart lost its rhythm when he looked at her. Silky soft hair tickled his hands. The guy's mind went blank. Why was she so beautiful now, he thought. He was inexorably drawn forward to solve this mystery. The girl beneath him stirred in her sleep and let out a quiet moan. What an obsession! The impudent guy recoiled as if scalded. Everything was swimming before his eyes from excitement. He was thrown into hot and cold flashes. Just a little more and there would be no turning back. The guy broke out in a sweat. It doesn't matter how much tea he drank. He's not crazy enough to do that to a sleeping person. It was time to give him a spanking. He made a firm decision to flee the scene of the possible crime. If he stays here for another minute, who knows what other thoughts will come to mind. She jumped up as soon as the lock on the front door clicked shut. The girl got out of bed. Her head was still spinning, but now for a completely different reason. His face was so close that his hot, intermittent breath burned my skin. Ah, the embarrassed thorn screamed and buried itself in the pillow. What a fool, thought the cutie, calming down a little. After that day, they didn't contact each other until the end of the weekend, and the puzzled guy returned to the gym. They collided as soon as he entered. Her eyes also widened when she noticed him. "Thank you for seeing me off that day," said the thorn in a normal tone. The impudent guy wanted to talk about this, but Yu-jin immediately retreated. "What is this, an escape?" Huiso was surprised. It can't be, he thought. Or she remembers everything, which means she wasn't sleeping then. It dawned on the daring fighter. "We need to find out everything urgently." "Wait," he shouted after the fleeing thorn. "Congratulations." 3 coaches blocked the guy at once and destroyed the morning silence of the hall. She had already told everyone that the guy broke out in a cold sweat when he misinterpreted their appearance. He offered SFC on equal terms. The daring fighter was stunned when he heard the amazing news. "That's right," said the browstick. "If he wins the title defense, he will be able to immediately move to the SFC," the super athlete shouted. "Oh, he wanted to talk to Yu-jin. He almost forgot about something important, the cheeky guy." What a wonderful time for these two. The coaches spoke strangely. What was this about? Huiso asked anxiously. They both have matches on the main card, Sung-hoon said. He will defend his title. She will fight for the belt, Lee Soo explained. They are both participating in the same event, and they are also the same age. It's hard to believe, Lee Soo said enthusiastically. Support each other, Sung-hoon said, and the cheeky fighter looked at Yu-jin, who had come into view again. Instead of looking at him with her usual disdain, the thorn looked away. So this is how they will reunite. The guy rubbed his cheek, wondering if everything will be okay. Director Young leafed through papers containing reports on the association's affairs. The biggest sales come from fighters who haven't even become champions. He looked at the reports. The number of new fans has quadrupled since Huiseo joined them last year. If this trend continues, they will be able to form a new profit model, the cunning director thought. Just a minute, his chief assistant entered the office. There is a report on Pereiro. It is obvious that he did not inject anything into his veins, he said. The director was suddenly surprised. Instead, he uses drugs that increase the production of blood cells. A booster, the director realized. Gaseous xenon, the assistant named the active substance. Excess blood cells saturate the body with oxygen, and as a result, increase endurance. The introduction of an artificial hormone is detected by tests, but xenon is not noticeable to them since it affects the endocrine system indirectly. This bastard will take doping until he dies, the director sighed heavily. Just find out if there are any legal problems with this. If not, just ignore it, he ordered. My head is already hurting from this, the old director complained. And something about Hui So, the assistant said, and the director immediately pricked up his ears. The team says that after the next match, they will leave the association, the manager said. This is expected, the director replied. Are they just going to let the goose with the golden eggs go? The assistant was surprised. If they don't do this, it will only get worse, the director noted. There are too many variables that if he doesn't come back, the assistant worried. Such are the investments, high risk, high reward, the cunning director replied. Even without the talented Hui Seo, they won't die. Just take care of the other matches, he ordered his assistant. There was something else that needed to be checked. The assistant came closer and handed over the documents. Hui So has chosen his opponent for the next defense match. The impudent guy sighed and still couldn't get himself together for work. Don't overwork yourself, Sun Hoon warned him. Now is the time to rest. I'm doing what I can, the athlete replied. Chief Song called, said the eyebrow. Can I choose? Asked the fighter. Of course he can. As a champion, all the matches are already scheduled for May. Let him choose a date later. The best time would be mid-July, suggested Song Hoon. Less than 4 months is harmful. More will reduce his motivation. Okay, let's do it, the daring athlete agreed with his arguments. Do you regret your choice? The bushy-browed trainer asked. There are many light fighters, Song Hoon noted. Then everyone will think that he just ran away, the daring fighter replied. That's true, Song Hoon agreed. But the risk is high. He won't be able to leave if he loses the fight, I know, Hui So replied. But he needs to fulfill his promise. Okay, just don't relax too much, the bushy-browed trainer called after him. A familiar silhouette flashed on the right. Ah, said the sweet thorn, not knowing where to start the conversation. Since that night, he himself could not calmly talk to her. But it was necessary to dot all the I's, the straightforward guy decided. But how to do this, he thought tensely, and an awkward silence hung. First you need to say hello, the guy understood. But the barb stopped him. First she will ask. The girl seized the initiative. He didn't do anything. The cute thorn just attacked him. Of course she was asleep. How could he take advantage of that? The impudent guy assured her, although he pretended not to remember anything. She doesn't remember anything, the naive guy asked her. She wouldn't ask, the girl answered. So he wanted to say she changed the subject, that their matches are at the same time. It suits her. The naive guy came up with the question. 4 months she has free time, the girl thought. That's all he wanted to say, she asked, and she caught him off guard with this question, Hui. So hesitated for a second. See you then, Thorne said to him in farewell in a normal tone. It's good that she doesn't remember anything after such a tea party. And only he knows about that mistake, the impudent guy thought. Thank heavens, he sighed with relief. Thank heavens that he was so naive, the sweet girl relaxed. Song-chan swung the bat properly and they agreed to meet on the court. And he missed. The ball brazenly bounced off the net behind him. He's a slob. Even baseball doesn't suit him, the cheeky champion taunted. Or maybe he's not good for one sport, Hui So grinned. Then show me what you can do, blockhead, the former champion answered sharply. Let's see, said the daring fighter. 10 out of 10, he said when he hit all the balls. Why is he so good? Asked Song-chan, discouraged. He's just a genius, a brash guy, and he was still in elementary school. Are you going to SFC? Song-chang asked, changing the subject. Only if I win the defensive match. Nothing can be said for sure, the champion replied. But why did he choose him for the match? Song-chan asked in surprise. Because the eldest is the one most likely to be beaten. Baek-hoon has already been there. We'll skip him. The third rank is sick. We'll skip him. The fourth lost to Baek-hoon. Especially since Pereira has been suspended. He listed all the contenders. You can go even lower, suggested Song-chan. Then everyone will think he's a coward. The impudent champion laughed. But if it's the elder, they have a legitimate reason to fight. The cheeky guy grinned. It looks like it, the adult athlete modestly agreed. How their circumstances have changed, the former champion wondered. He doesn't expect any special thanks, the proud Song-chan asked warily. Just an opportunity for someone who deserves it, the impudent guy reassured him. It was worth avoiding him, Song-chan said seriously, or he was dreaming of being beaten. That's how the guy froze, having received a direct challenge. For a second, the mood between them became hostile. He's not running away from anyone, the cheeky guy replied, accepting the challenge. Then don't complain. There is no shame in choosing someone else, noted the serious Song-chan. I doubt it. The fighter simply replied that he had become arrogant, asked Song-chan. Also no, Hui So shook his head. If he did that, Would the warrior inside Song Chang put up with it? The bold fighter said. Indeed, it hurts one's pride, the former champion quickly agreed. But what about leaving SFC is a completely different arena? Everyone who plays there was a champion at home. So what? Asked the cheeky guy. It would just be better to postpone leaving for a while, worried the adult athlete. Now he's the most promising fighter. Sooner or later, he will move on anyway. But if he leaves now and loses there, he will lose everything he has earned with great difficulty. Risk is a noble cause, and the pay is excellent, the cheeky guy noted. And these are the words of a champion, Song Chan said doubtfully. If only he knew how many buns they poured out for him, he said to Song Chan. 50,000 baku for the fight, plus the same for a win, plus 5 extra for the next fight, 5 days of hotel accommodation, including the ticket. He transferred. So get ready to be beaten, the cheeky guy grinned. We'll see who goes to the sanatorium, Song Chan responded in kind. Don't blame him later for the fact that his career will end with this fight, added the former champion. It's time for him to retire. The cheeky guy returned the taunt. Both of them could barely contain their childish laughter and looked askance at each other. And in the end, they couldn't stand it any longer, bursting into laughter. That's a good start, isn't it? Asked the cheeky guy through tears. True, the match will be great, the former champion agreed. Don't expect leniency, the cheeky guy urged, getting carried away. Their match in July. Prepare well, senior. So as not to lose quickly, the boy was cheeky. These are his words, the former champion said. It's time to take my leave. I need to train to win, the daring fighter boasted. Just learn to take punches properly, the former champion advised. Thanks for the coffee, the cheeky athlete grinned. With this cheerful mood, they each went to their own hall. The team watched Sung Chan's fights. Despite his past failure, he is still a formidable fighter. He has a main strategy, the old master said. Heavy, reckless blows, wrestling and beating on the ground. He's developing very quickly. This is evident in the last 2 or 3 matches, the master continued. Given the style of a daring fighter, Song Chang will definitely get involved in wrestling and close combat. How to deal with this, asked the unshaven master. Fight or flight, suggested the daring fighter. It won't work, the master immediately dismissed. If he runs out of steam, he will be finished. Then the counterattack, the frivolous athlete declared, is also not possible. If he misses, he will get under the roller, and it is difficult to read Song Chan's movements. The daring athlete thought, learn all this and watch the video again. The old master gave the task. Hui So turned on the replay and focused on the recording of the fight. Song Chan's only loss, although it seemed accidental, held a clue. Baek Hun was able to catch the powerful champion and knock him out with a precise blow. Here it is, the impudent athlete noticed. The main thing is he is left-handed, the fighter shouted. Well said. The old master. Song Chan had a hard time because of the difference in arm length when stanced on the left. If the champion were to become wider, Baek Hun would work as a lefty. If he were to go forward, he would switch to a right stance. He can use the left stance too, the old master said to the surprised boy. When he strikes, he himself unconsciously adopts this stance to maintain balance, even though the damage is small. I always knew that there was a genius slumbering inside him. The arrogant guy became arrogant. They use it, but Sung Chan is not an idiot. Both fighters use wrestling, so the guy will need to build a body that can withstand all the stress. Now he understood what kind of thinking he needed to keep in his head, the unshaven master told him. There is no effort without pain. The daring athlete repeated the ancient motto. Who squats like that without falling forward, without sticking out your butt, Taeyeon grumbled. Now that's good. He praised the daring guy for whom hard times had come. Great, he said when the guy finished squatting with a 70-kilogram barbell. They started the very next day, following Taeyeon's special, strict program. Deadlifts, back extensions, weighted pull-ups, in a circuit for 3 sets to strengthen the lower back, lats, and hamstrings. Next are exercises for the abdominal wall and press using a special technique. Leg lifts, exercises with rings, pulling the barbell towards and away from you. But that's not the end of it. After practicing throws with a heavy bag, Dai Taeyeon, the daring fighter, puffed. Wow, does anyone want an extra lap? Asked an exercise fan. 10th! He shouted to the guy, and he collapsed from exhaustion. No, the big man picked him up gently. There's still a lot of work to do, he said. Maybe it really will kill him, thought Hui So. He swung a weighted stick while standing on an inflatable hemisphere, an exercise for balance and dynamic muscle strengthening. Great, the last set was clapped by a healthy monster. Why is he such a weakling? He's always been a weakling, right? Every phrase Taeyong said caused physical pain. In the end, the impudent guy collapsed where he stood, exhausted. Taeyong is doing a great job, said the old master, looking at the squeezed lemon. And how tolerable, asked Sangguk. Enough to not die, the daring athlete said. Even if it's difficult, just accept it. In any case, it's for his own good, the old mentor encouraged. I'll get used to it soon. The guy waved it off. What are you talking about? If he gets used to it, Taeyong will simply increase the load. The master quickly interrupted him. It was worth keeping silent in a rag. Huiso felt sorry for him. Rest for 10 minutes, then get ready for sparring, said the unshaven master, which surprised the impudent fighter. With him, this old man can still show a couple of movements. The master warmed up. The lazy master's back made a dry, cracking sound. It sounded painful. The unshaven master grabbed his back, grabbed his sciatica, and Sun Hoon immediately ran to help. They climbed into the ring, the old master warming up slowly. The old man will be 50 the day after tomorrow. Be more polite, Song Hoon said to the impudent guy. Don't overexert yourself, master, asked the eyebrow stick. And the old man grumbled, enough noise, let's get started. 2 rounds of 3 minutes. Huiso can only use straights and jabs, Sung Hoon said at the beginning. Both took a stance. Huiso was in no hurry, not knowing what to do. That's why the old master started the fight with a left straight, a series of straight punches from the unshaven master. Huiso dodged by swinging his body from left to right. And then he responded with a straight right and a left-handed stance, expecting the master to defend himself. Take it easy, brat! What are you doing? The trainer shouted at him, howling with displeasure. What are they doing, ill-mannered monkeys? The old master chuckled and remembered his youth. Now he's going to get more serious, so watch carefully, he told the cheeky guy. Having gathered himself, the old master walked forward, and quite briskly for his age. Not bad, noted the cheeky guy who had already gotten close. Make a feint, he thought, watching the old master's blows. The blow fired itself. More of a reflex, the unshaven master missed cleanly into the jaw. Oh, the impudent guy realized what he had done. How could he not understand? The boss is being killed, the bushy-browed trainer screamed throughout the hall. It's a shame. A shame that this plebeian allows himself to do this. The others angrily stood up for the old man. It was a light blow, the guy justified himself. He hadn't worked for a long time, the lazy master noticed. Everything was fine. He reassured everyone. Can you explain everything in words? The fighter asked. No, the unshaven master shook his head. From his own experience, it is more important. Then let's continue, said the cheeky guy and prepared for the lesson. They started and Sung Hoon, who was the judge in the ring, gave the command again. How can one relax in such a situation? Huiso complained to himself, under such pressure from the coaches. Let's just start with a light punch, he decided, and fired off a couple of jabs. This time, the old master got to work and showed good dodges with his body. Oh. Taeyong and Lee Su noticed this and sighed in delight. The unshaven master made a pass to the legs and approached the young fighter. A feint or a grab, the daring champion assessed his actions. He thought too slowly. It was easy to defend against something like that. Where did the fist come from, he noticed with his sharp gaze. But too late, the old master's direct blow hit him hard on the head. What kind of attack is this? The impudent guy looked taken aback. Well, how delicious, maybe some extras, the old master grumbled contentedly. This is the way to defeat Song-chan. The lazy master sat down tiredly on the ring, barely coping. He exhaled noisily. He missed the blow of the lazy master. There is still a long way to go, thought the impudent guy. Let's check, Sangguk suggested to the confused champion. Let's see how he learned his lesson, said the old master. Huiso agreed and remembered all his feelings during the fight. Standing in a square, the master pretended to grab the leg. While the real target is an invisible hook to the head, the daring athlete concluded. Because of the southpaw stance, Song-chan's attention will be lower. If the number of grips increases, it will limit his movements. The old master asked the boy if he could do it. Forget it if you can't, the mentor interrupted his thoughts. The more options there are, the more difficult it is for the opponent, which means the best strategy is to forget about this option. But when this happens, the opponent will no longer have anything to worry about. The master has completely confused him, and he really thought about this nonsense, the old master noted. The cheeky guy creaked his brain, simulating all the actions. Let's take a break. Practice this blow all your free time, he said to the young man at last. Thank you very much, mentor. The impudent athlete bowed low. He was filled with a thirst for overcoming difficulties. Huiso focused on shadow boxing and simulated real combinations. He made quick movements, copying his mentor's style. His back was arched like a drawn bow and looked powerful. The right hook cut dryly through the air as the boy released the bowstring. He exhaled calmly. He felt exactly what he needed. That very feeling. There is room to grow. It is still unstable. No one will expose themselves to attack and wait for it. You can't do everything in one moment. You need to put in more effort. Huiso dressed hastily. Oh, what people? He saw the back of a petite girl. You, Jin? The impudent guy called out to the thorn as usual. Are you finished? He asked her, and she quickly nodded in response. Well done, see you tomorrow, she told him and hurried before anything unnecessary happened. Wait, the cheeky guy told her and scratched the back of his head. Well, that happened, the girl thought. How about going for a walk together? He suddenly suggested. They walked together in silence. Lately it had become difficult to talk to her. The guy hesitated. Even though he himself suggested it, in reality they live in different directions. Now he didn't know what to do. Why did you go silent? You wanted to talk, the thorn asked first. You just wanted to know how she was preparing for the match, the daring champion answered. As usual, it hurts and feels sick, she answered reservedly. But what about that feeling after training, from a job well done? And this is joy from pain and cramps throughout the body, she asked. Never had this before, the girl answered the discouraged fighter. Those who experience pleasure from pain, she said, are only perverts. But what about the feeling of reward and satisfaction? The guy asked. Only after winning the match. While I was getting ready, it was breaking so much that it became difficult to breathe. The girl shuddered. Then her spirit begins to waver. She asks herself if it is worth the money and fame and thinks about giving up everything, shared Thorn. And what about the satisfaction from becoming stronger? Huiso clenched his fist. The girl only sighed. No one worked hard because they enjoyed it, the cutie said seriously. But that's what he does. The guy was dumbfounded, but he didn't say anything out loud. Then he's amazing. The beauty Yujin understood everything from his gaze, even after 2 years of torture. He finds something attractive in them. It's not that he likes pain. It's just that when you learn something new, you immediately want to apply it. He rubbed his chin. The sweet thorn smiled and burst out laughing. What a fool she thought she was. He really is different, the beautiful athlete muttered. She was so chattering that she didn't notice the melting ice. Her sense of balance failed her. Huiso carefully and quickly caught the falling thorn, only to slip along with her. They both flew onto the wet asphalt. The impudent guy did not forget to grab the young lady tightly. The thorn admitted her mistake and asked for forgiveness. It's okay, he's strong, said Huiso like any guy in his place, not showing that he had cracked his tailbone. Her face was too close and he again felt the pleasant smell of shower gel. They both performed the quickest stand-up they could muster, faster than they could think. It's already late, we had a good time. We'll part here, she said excitedly without showing her face. The girl turned around to see if he had turned around. A weirdo who was into training and pain was walking home. He suddenly gave out a clean 1-2 shadow boxing, like a real boy for whom everything is a game. How funny, smiled the sweet girl looking at his back. Yujin quickly looked around to see if there was anyone nearby, and she herself did a quick 2-2 shadow boxing. This ant is doing strange things, the kid who came out of the store with his mother said loudly. Yujin blushed. And she's fast, the boy said, as the embarrassed girl disappeared from her low start. It's all this fool's fault. Because of him, she's also becoming strange, the athlete thought. And she burst out laughing merrily without slowing down. Her soul suddenly felt light and free. It was not clear why. Time passed quickly, and Yujin read the questions that she might be asked at the press conference. Just read from a piece of paper, the bushy-browed trainer grumbled. This is a complete failure, the unbearable champion argued. On the other side sat Song-chan, the women's lightweight champion. The first question was asked to Yujin. She is very popular among male fans, but they say that in order to be popular, she is only given weak opponents. Before that, she fought with the 3rd and 4th place and won ahead of schedule, the athlete parried. Saying they are weak is insulting them, she added, and the sports commentators moved on to other issues. The question was to know Song, the champion, whether it was true what she said about Yujin that she should go into show business. Money is good, said the champion, but fights need to come first, repeated her previous words. No, Song. Yujin looked sharply at her opponent. What he said hurt her. Everything is not like that, and this was already discussed at last year's tournament, the beauty calmly answered. So gorgeous, Huiso thought fleetingly as he looked at the girl next to him, and always smile when he is around. He remembered pleasant moments. It's time for questions from the main battle participants, announced Director Young. The first question went to Huiso. It is known that he received an offer from SFC, what he intends to do this time. There is no contract yet, and most likely there won't be one if he loses the match, the cheeky champion replied. So he won't get there, the journalist asked. Of course not, the cheeky guy said. Song-chan won't be able to beat him. What do you say, senior? He asked the applicant. Maybe yes, maybe no, Song-chan answered evasively. On the other hand, he is better at technique, he said. And they exchanged light jabs several more times, to the bewilderment of the journalists. It seems like their fight was just a rumor, Huiso asked. But it's true. He really can't stand that old man, the guy said. This is pretense. In 3 weeks, he will make a cutlet out of him. He clenched his fist vigorously. What can he say about the opponent's fighting skills? Asked Song-chan. The challenger answered evasively. He could not immediately assess them. He just hasn't seen the guy fight properly yet. But he poses a lot. It would be interesting to see, returned Song-chan's sarcasm. He will definitely show a funny pose, the challenger said. So be sure to watch the fight, he told reporters. Their relationship is too good to be true. But it's even better for sales. The old director grinned with his mustache. The match would be a hit, and he was already anticipating fabulous profits. He wanted to end the conference, but the last hand was raised. The unsightly journalist stood up from his seat, and the director gave him the floor. Huiso became a champion in 5 fights, and now after the defense he may move to the World Association, the journalist began. It's somehow too simple, the unsightly journalist asked sarcastically. Huiso bristled at what this dog was thinking, but waited patiently. All his matches and statements were full of contradictions and double statements. The journalist criticized the champion. The accusation was so harsh that deathly silence quickly fell in the room. We'll finish here. The schedule will be later, the director said worriedly. But Huiso didn't let him finish. Let him finish his question first, the champion asked calmly. This is a provocation. The director leaned towards him. If you don't answer now, the fans will definitely get to the bottom of it later, Huiso explained. Let him try, suggested the cheeky guy who never ran away from a challenge. What does this madman want to do this time? The director is no longer in the hall, which is worse, but in the end he resigned himself. The guy still can't be shut up. Go ahead, he allowed the unsightly journalist. After Baek-hoon became champion, Huiso took advantage of the opportunity to claim the title. The journalist said, Isn't there too much favoritism, since others can't do that? The unsightly journalist sarcastically asked. He also said that the champion cannot choose who he will fight if the fans want it, the journalist read. These were his words, or they were added to the article by the editors. Yujin looked at the corrupt journalist with disdain. These are his words, and so he chose his own opponent for the title fight. What is his answer to this? The unsightly media employee quipped. Thank you for your in-depth investigation, So thanked sarcastically. First, Pereiro was nominated for the title fight, and he defeated him. And only on this basis did Schott demand the title. Of course he took advantage of public opinion to get the fight, the guy replied. But didn't that deprive him of other opportunities? The journalist countered. But he won this match. The fighter shaved the journalist off. There is only one champion, which means everyone should be given a chance, even him, asked the daring fighter. The world consists of competition and struggle. Of course, you have to be worthy of the title. Would Director Yang arrange a fight if he wasn't sure? The guy continued. Then why did he act so aggressively towards Baek-hoon, who also wanted his chance? The reporter asked timidly. It was Baek-hoon who challenged him. He wanted to use him, the daring champion replied, and therefore he too had to use Baek-hoon. By the way, who does he work for? He simply asked Huiso, a confused journalist. His place of work and name, they wrote them down, Huiso asked. And the journalist panicked. He knows everything about him, answered Huiso. So why not find out everything about the journalist? Or is it double standards? The champion returned the pin. Now it's clear what kind of character he has. The daring fighter shut up the journalist. No matter who he chose, he would still be criticized, the brazen champion declared. Baek-hoon was already defeated, and only Sung-chan could replace him. However, he probably already knew all the circumstances, scolded the journalist Huiso. It turns out that this is just nitpicking. Next time let him not hide, but speak straight to the eyes, the champion sternly declared to all critics at once. The director looked pleased overall, but still felt a little sorry when he said goodbye to them. The journalist who raised the noise was blacklisted from sports events. It would be possible to simply break his fingers so that he wouldn't say anything, Taeyeon suggested cheerfully. It would have been better if he had helped stop the rascal, the meticulous little eyebrow grumbled. And it was necessary to ask the guy to keep quiet after all the insults. Taeyeon was indignant, just for the sake of his future. One wrong step could ruin everything. There was no need to answer that. Song-hoon continued to grumble. I won't do that again, the impudent boy promised. The eldest is simply from the boomer generation. The big guy, Taeyeon, was indignant. Well done. Thorne sent him a cute smiley. But she doesn't show it, so that's what the impudent guy thought. And he also sent her a message. The girl felt the phone. They exchanged emoticons in secret while carrying on their conversation. Funny, thought the beauty and smiled sincerely. They were chatting pleasantly in the chat room, while the two older ones were grumbling about who was right and who was wrong in the front seats. The video from the conference spread across the internet and even abroad. The rights to broadcast the fight were sold out abroad, and all 15,000 seats were sold out, much to the delight of the greedy director. The crowd shook the arena as if a terrible thunderstorm had broken out. Huiso worked on the lamps for twos to warm up. Let's end it here, the unshaven master told the champion. The cheeky guy plopped down on the bench. As usual, he was not at all nervous before the fight. Unlike him, someone was very nervous. Huiso turned around at the loud claps. Take it easy, shouted Coach Yoo-jin. The girl had been giving it her all from the start. She was determined and could not control her violent temper. Let's finish here, the worried trainer told her. She was okay. The cheeky girl didn't calm down. You're burning up before the fight like a newbie, her trainer quickly reprimanded her. A little more, the boisterous athlete did not calm down, but the trainer looked at her sternly. Take a rest a little, the old master intervened, seeing her burning. Master, the cheeky athlete addressed him, and her coach sighed. Okay. The girl resigned herself after persistent demands to cool down. She exhaled loudly, catching her breath, and sat down next to Huiso. So stubborn, are you nervous? He asked the athlete calmly. The fight is for the title, the girl admitted, and he is not nervous. Huiso bragged. The girl shared that she constantly doubted whether she would be able to win, whether everything would go to waste. He's just talented, and maybe he doesn't realize it, the girl said. Yes, he really believes in himself, Yoo-jin replied, a cheeky guy. And at the same time, no, the confident champion noted contradictorily. When he was wrestling, he always felt guilty and anxious. But now he is calm, but not because he is talented. Huiso looked towards the bustling team that had not finished preparing for the battle. Now the whole team is rooting for them, worrying about them, thinking about them, taking care of them, said Huiso. How can one think about defeat when everyone is confident of her victory? He asked the girl. He really is special. The cutie smiled and calmed down a little. There is no one like him, she noted. That's why she doesn't have to worry about anything, the confident champion added. Easy to say, Yoo-jin replied. Since he is exceptional and says that she will win this fight, then so it will be, the bold guy confidently declared. Don't doubt it, he encouraged the girl. Today she will definitely become a champion. Not much encouragement, smiled the sweet Thorn. She would soon see everything for herself, the impudent champion assured, and they clashed gloves. She will return soon to pass on the spirit of victory to him, the cutie confidently declared. I'll wait, the confident champion answered her. Don't let me down. In the blue corner, the beautiful smart girl with a striking style, Yoo Mi-jin. The stands roared with the voices of fans. In the red corner is the champion No-sun, nicknamed the Lioness, and no less a cry arose in the arena with her entrance. This is her third title defense, and she is ranked 11th in the world among lightweight fighters with a knockout punch. They met in the center of the ring. Everyone is waiting impatiently to see how this match will go. Whether Yoo-jin will be able to avoid powerful blows and win. The referee gave the command to fight. The girls touched gloves and stood in a stance. The massive No-song quickly took up position in the center of the ring, while Yoo-jin moved around the edges. The girl moved quickly in search of a more advantageous position. But Sun confidently walked forward, knowing her advantages. They approached each other very slowly and assessed the distance. As soon as they reached the distance, both athletes attacked simultaneously. No-so fired a low kick to the thigh. Yoo-jin responded with a straight kick to the head. But Song stepped back after the blow and she immediately got hit hard. But the experienced champion quickly regained her balance. Yoo-jin didn't hesitate and rushed after him to impose her own pace of battle. A powerful blow struck the champion's defense and she dodged again, to quickly turn a dive into a grab and a pass to the legs. Yoo-jin showed good defense and got behind the champion to stop her. The hands of the dexterous Thorn closed into a lock on the neck of her rival. After covering the flame, she immediately drove her knee into his stomach. The champion gritted her teeth as the blow hit her painfully. To break free from the hold, she responded with blows to Yoo-jin's body. It was the challenger's turn to hold her breath from the pain. As she exhaled, she hit the champion with her knee again. The pain was nothing to her. Thorn took advantage of the pause and jerked the champion's body to the left, then to the right and kicked out her supporting leg, so that No Song lost her balance and began to fall. The opponent fell to her knee, and Yu Jin was able to take a top position and put pressure on her neck. When the champion tried to get up, she received another knee to the body. Gritting her teeth, she shifted to the right, changing the angle of her grip on Yu Jin, and pressed her opponent with her entire body. With brute force, No Song was able to break Yu Jin's grip and push her away from her. Now that they had separated, it became clear that the champion had taken quite a beating. The daring Thorn seized the initiative from the very beginning of the battle. To regain the lost momentum, the champion again went forward with a combination, step punch, but her opponent kept her distance and dodged. Noticing a gap in Yu Jin's defense, she counterattacked with a middle kick to the ribs, but Song responded with a sharp chopping blow with her elbow to Yu Jin's jaw. The challenger pulled herself together and returned the remark with a straight punch to the champion's stomach. Having lost in the strike, No Song decided to continue their conversation with wrestling techniques. One sweep and Yu Jin was pinned to the net as if bulldozed. The trapped challenger couldn't get out. The champion hit her thigh with her knee to reduce her opponent's mobility. The champion decided to use her knee aggressively again, but Yu Jin began to get out. She pressed herself closer to her powerful opponent. Grabbing her arm and using her leg as a lever, the challenger went for a throw. For No Song, the floor and ceiling switched places when she was abandoned. The champion was thrown into the ring with her whole body, and a loud echo spread throughout the hall. She gritted her teeth even though it was painful, but the athlete held on. The situation became even more threatening when her opponent jumped on top of her to finish her off. But Song dodged at the last second and rolled to the side. As nimbly as a wild animal, she stood up on all fours. But she didn't take into account that her opponent had an advantage in speed. A reactive direct blow knocked her off her feet again. The stocky champion was sent flying towards the net after a powerful hit. Yu Jin's thorn was in full swing, pursuing its target as if it were hunting. But she was too hasty. Both opponents ran into counterattacks and exchanged blows. The girls recoiled, but no one wanted to retreat now and lose momentum. But Sun landed a spinning elbow strike on the dangerous challenger's guard. She responded with a sharp uppercut to the jaw, which the champion barely dodged. A powerful return blow from the champion entered Yu Jin's defense. Thorn got hot and couldn't stop. She responded with a knee to the body. Both held their ground and exchanged high-level combinations on equal terms until the ringing of the gong stopped the opponents. The referee announced the end of the first round, and the girls froze in place, catching their breath. Despite expectations of a one-sided fight, Yu Jin was able to withstand the powerful champion with dignity. But will he be able to maintain his advantage in the second round? Commentators wondered. The challenger caught her breath in the short break between rounds. Well done. You scored more points. In the second round, the champion will move forward. Stick to the same tactics, hit and run, the unshaven master told her. Okay, the athlete nodded. Don't agree. Do it. Then No Song will become impatient and make mistakes. Sang-guk reminded her. Remember these two things and test her endurance. The match is difficult, but this is exactly what they were preparing for. The old master instructed. Yu Jin nodded silently and focused on the fight. The gong called them into the ring and the athletes met again in the center. But Sun lost points in the first round. The presenters discussed the positions. The champion really started with an aggressive attack. A powerful jab whistled past Yu Jin's cheek, and she was able to avoid it with a twist of her body. Quickly moving out of the line of attack, the challenger forced No Song to follow the momentum of the blow. Yu Jin took advantage of this and attacked at the right moment, into the gap in the defense. A low kick to the thigh prevented the champion from returning punches and broke her tempo. It was bad. The champion felt her hip go numb and her mobility decrease. She barely moved her right leg, as if before a blow. A kick, Yu Jin noticed and quickly stepped back. The blow turned out to be a fake. The champion jumped forward quickly, closing the distance. Superman's punch hit the challenger hard in the face. Yu Jin was unable to defend against this and took a clean hit. Now she was under a barrage of blows from the champion and could only put up a tough defense, taking the blows with her body. But even so, Yu Jin did not lose her composure and looked for an opening. After a false hold, the champion rushed for a hold. She grabbed her opponent around the waist and pressed her with her whole body to push her into the ring. Thorn responded with a lightning-fast knee to the champion's exposed stomach. But her huge male hands closed around Yu Jin's front leg. The contender lost her balance, lost her support, and began to fall backwards. The bulldozer pushed her against the net and pressed her tightly into it, the hard wire mesh pulling at her skin. The champion hoped to resolve everything with pure force, but deft hands went behind her neck, Hands gathered into a lock, Yujin completed the hold, showing that she is good not only at striking. She pushed herself off the ring and jumped towards the champion. The challenger hung on top. She went into a chokehold and gathered her legs into a triangle. It was dangerous, the champion realized. She was quickly losing strength. Sliding her hand under the grip, the champion eased the pressure on her neck and slammed Yujin back into the net. The choke didn't reach the correct angle, but Yujin was still in a better position, with the champion having to support her weight. Thorn slowly wore down her opponent, not allowing her to release her grip. Time and options were running out even for a very strong champion. The fight lasted until the 5th round. Both opponents were unable to break each other in this tough match. "Everything will be decided in this round," the host said. Yujin is leading by points, but the gap with No Song is minimal. The champion pressed forward as if they were still fighting in the 1st round. No signs of slowing down, even though she was already pretty exhausted. Even dozens of missed blows didn't help. Could their endurance really be that different, Yujin thought? But Sun went for the takeover. Even in the 5th round, she stubbornly pursued her goal of knocking down the agile striker. The pass to the legs turned out to be a feint, and the champion replaced it with a left hook. She had seen this scheme before. We were just waiting for the right moment to counterattack, Yujin thought. But her stamina was already pretty much exhausted, which affected the speed of her movements, and the athlete missed a blow. "Is that all?" The old master became worried. "Pull yourself together," he shouted to the girl. The champion approached Yujin with a finishing blow, who lost her balance, and again, hit in the head. The situation became critical in the blink of an eye. The tired challenger was knocked off her feet and collapsed into the ring, and now the champion was rushing towards her for the finishing blow. "Defend yourself!" the unshaven master shouted at the top of his lungs. Yujin lifted her legs to prevent herself from being jumped on, but the formidable champion simply knocked them out of her way and attacked from above. But Sun, having broken through the challenger's defense, the host yelled, the match could soon end. Yujin lay down below, thinking about how to get out of this situation. The hammer struck with a deafening roar from above, straight into the pretender's head. In microseconds, she pulled her face away from the blow that shook even the ring. The champion sat on top and could now pound without stopping. A hail of blows rained down on Yujin, and her opponent seemed not to be tired at all. Yujin waited for the right moment and pressed herself tightly against the massive champion. She pressed her hand against her head to tear the tenacious contender away from herself. There was only a little space left, and it was enough to strike at Yujin. "But Song really is good," Yujin admitted. "That's what the world ranking means." Normally, she would have resigned herself to her fate by now, but not this time. The girl remembered how she would look that idiot in the eyes after such words. Yujin put her hand towards the champion's face and pressed her foot against her opponent's pelvis. With a powerful push of her legs, she threw the champion away from her. But Song was too focused on the attacks and lost her position. But that didn't stop her from attacking again. The time and space gained between them was enough for Yujin to turn around. The champion's knee was locked and pulled towards her. With the agility of a cat, Yujin jumped over the champion's leg, and she was able to turn it over with one strong movement, without letting go of her leg. The agile and flexible challenger went for a knee lock, and the champion's ligaments began to ache with sharp pain. Yujin grabbed the leg by the foot and moved her hand to the back of her head to engage the muscles of her neck and apply more pressure to the knee joint. But Song wasn't going to give up her leg just like that. She leaned against her opponent's knee, loosening the grip, and was able to turn her leg. "He wants to get out. I won't let him," thought Yujin, and grabbed her opponent's knee joint with her forearm. Holding the ankle and placing her leg on top, Yujin went for a painful hold again. All the champion could do was twist to change the angle of pressure and save her joints. She was in hellish pain. No matter how strong or resilient a person is, you can't train your joints. The champion continued to spin like an eel in a frying pan, but Yujin caught her opponent's shin with her foot. Unable to escape, the champion experienced the devil's torment. Like a cornered animal, No Song kicked the challenger sharply and was finally able to break the hold. The champion broke free and put some distance between them to avoid being recaptured. They returned to their starting positions, the champion breathing heavily. This was the last chance to put her down, Yujin thought. "Is this really all?" she wondered as she wasted precious seconds in the final round. "Go ahead!" the unshaven master knocked at her through the noise of the hall. Her leg was injured, the experienced master noticed, and Yujin shouted. The grips damaged the champion's ligaments. She could only stand and move, which meant she became an easy target. In order to find at least some support, the champion crawled to the net. Standing on her injured knee was painful, and her leg was shaking. "Go ahead," Time to give it your all, the unshaven master yelled over the howling stands. Yujin understood everything and began to break the champion's defense with straight punches. A barrage of jabs took a heavy toll on the champion, but she held on, and she even counterattacked to push away the annoying contender. But Yujin clearly saw these weak movements that lacked sharpness. Her counterattack hit the target. Punches to the upper body forced the champion to raise her hands up. As soon as No Song opened up, the challenger gave her an uppercut to the jaw. The champion's head was thrown back like a football. Unable to escape, No Song simply relied on her immense endurance when she was caught in a hold again. A knee strike from Yujin landed on the weakened champion's head. The momentum of the blow sent the massive champion flying towards the net. Wu Yujin was fiercely fighting for her chance at the championship belt. Huiso was preparing for the fight. The noise from the stands gave a premonition of the match's imminent end. "Ready," the bushy-browed trainer addressed him. No one else was fussing. "Let's go." The cheeky guy shrugged his shoulders. All unnecessary thoughts left his head. Yujin pounded her opponent non-stop until she heard the sound of the gong. The 5th round ended. The referee stood between them in the ring. The champion was breathing heavily. Both girls were caught up in the heat of battle and did not immediately realize that it was all over. Yujin also took a deep breath as the judges counted the points. She felt empty, the noise of the arena washing through her in waves. The fight was over, the girl realized, and let out a cry of victory. "Yujin!" the old master shouted to her, climbing into the cage. "I have no strength at all," she answered him. "I know," he told her. "She gave it her all. He supported the athlete." "I'm very proud of you," she heard warm, fatherly words. This caused a lump to form in the girl's throat, and it became difficult to speak. "You had to try harder." The girl almost burst into tears. That was more than enough. The master consoled her softly. The referee brought them forward to announce the results. Her hand flew up, and Yujin was stunned for a second, not knowing what to do. The champion's belt was fastened around her waist, and the noise from the stands was drowned out only by the beating of her own heart. "Victory!" The new champion raised her hands in triumph. The long-awaited victory that she had been working towards for so many years and months of hard training. Well done. She did it. The whole team congratulated her. Now they have 2 champions in the hall. The celebrations were later. Now the mask of Huiso, the old master, cooled the solemn ardor. Speaking of which, the girl thought as the master helped her stand. "I told you you could," the impudent guy declared in front of her. Thorne smiled sincerely and didn't even argue. She extended her fist to him as she had promised and returned with a spirit of victory. "Why is he so slow?" she asked after a short pause, which the impudent guy was dramatically surprised to do. "The spirit of the winner is a cudgel," the impudent girl reminded him. "That's it," the champion laughed. "She remembered," he said. They touched gloves as if she were passing the baton to him. For the first time, the beauty felt so joyful and light-hearted. Huiso also laughed easily, as he usually went into battle as if it was a normal sparring match. He warmed up well, he thanked the sweet Thorn, and he ruffled her silky hair, running his hand over her head. "I'll be back victorious before you know it," the champion told her. The beauty's heart began to beat faster again, but she did not show it. The dark shadows of strict trainers hang over the champion. What does he suffer when it's time for a fight? "Stop pretending to be cool," Tian took him in his vice. "How about saying something to your coaches?" Sun Hoon slapped him on the back of the head. "I'll come back victorious," the fighter belatedly whispered. As Coach Yujin usually said, he intercepted her despite being a champion. "It was better than being nervous," the unshaven master replied. One cute Thorn blushed brightly from an excess of feelings. "The long-awaited main fight is coming to the blue corner," the hosts announced. "Top Gun, Sung-chan, will he be able to get his belt back?" The roar of the crowd exploded all around. In the red corner stood Huiso, the reigning champion, with an equal number of fans screaming in his support. Both stood in the center of the octagon, Sung-chan looking slightly taller and stronger than Huiso. "Hey, old man," Huiso quietly addressed him. "What else did the Goldfinch answer Song-chan? What does he think is better, Genius or Destroyer, as a nickname?" asked the impudent champion. "I think the nickname Jester would be perfect," said the challenger. He knows the match is about to start, but Huiso kept teasing. They touched gloves before the fight, and each went to his corner. The judge checked their readiness, the opponents nodded. Fight gave the referee the command and both stood up. The fighters moved slowly, studying each other and assessing the distance. "The long-awaited match has begun. All of Huiso's matches are bright and fiery," the commentators noted. Huiso opened the fight first, as befits a daring guy. He confidently attacked with straight punches and forced his opponent to move. Song-chan defended himself and looked for an opening to counterattack. He waited for the right moment and responded with an uppercut, turning it into a series of punches, with Huiso already dodging the attacks. Song-chan works much more accurately than in the last match. He has become noticeably better, the hosts reported. But this doesn't stop the champion. He quickly gets closer. Noticing the attack, Song-chan raised his hands in defense, blocking, but the blow was a feint. Huiso charged into the open body with an uppercut, after which he raised his leg for a middle kick, and the fight immediately began to gain momentum. But this time Song-chan blocked with his shoulder and took the blow. Huiso ran up and did a knee kick. The challenger backed away. A monstrous flying knee struck the thick defense, but it still hurt. The champion's momentum did not wane after one successful attack. He continued. Huiso worked on the champion's thick defense, gradually taking the initiative. Another strong blow to the body made Song-chan bend over. The challenger ducked under the next hook and found himself next to Huiso's exposed body. A blow to the liver and no one lasts forever. He charged into the champion's side. The champion's series of attacks was interrupted, and the fight was no longer one-sided. Song-chan himself went on the offensive with fast jabs to test his opponent. After a fake jab, the challenger made a pass to the legs. Huiso moved his body forward to defend against the throw. As expected, the fight would be wild from the start. But the passage to the legs was also a feint. Huiso froze in front of the enemy completely open. The challenger's overhand hit him hard in the jaw. The daring champion remembered the very blow that the old master had performed on him. He was attacked with a feint for which he had carefully prepared. The opposing team also had experience. Huiso swayed and quickly retreated to avoid being rolled over. The challenger did not let go and moved after him, pressing the protection to his body. A strong left hook broke the brash champion's defense. After him, a wide swing was fired, but the champion saw everything with his keen eyesight. He ducked under the blow and passed past Song-chan in one smooth motion, after which he delivered a chopping elbow strike from a spinning motion to Song-chan's open head. The challenger was dizzy from the powerful and brutal attack, his defense wavering. Huiso took advantage of this and landed a spinning kick, the heel hitting the challenger's liver. Song-chan was thrown back to the net, and the crowd roared with the intensity of the match. The challenger kicks like a horse with a hoof, gritting his teeth in pain. He narrowly avoided Huiso's flying knee, which crashed into the net. For a second, they stood in front of each other, assessing their next moves. The daring champion dramatically stretched his neck, as if the entire fight had been a light warm-up. "But his punches are weak," Huiso said to the challenger, scratching the back of his head. "At least he knows how to hit." Song-chan responded in kind and grinned. They started again in the center of the ring, as if two knights were fighting. They exchanged blows, but Huiso's attack was half a second faster and reached its target earlier. Huiso suddenly swung his right leg forward for a kick. Song-chan also reacted quickly and prepared to defend himself. The champion's middle kick changed trajectory and flew towards the head. The Brazilian's punch landed on the challenger's head, causing him to double over. "What a turn! What a technique!" the bespectacled presenter shouted. This is the same strike that Baek-hoon used against the current champion. And now he combined it with a back kick. Huiso again kicked like a horse with a hoof. This came as an unpleasant surprise to Song-chan, as the daring guy had never shown such blows in the past. How far could this go? Excited commentators wondered. Huiso delivered a quick jab as his opponent was pinned to the ring by the previous punch. The daring champion did not let up his pressure and pounded on Song-chan's defense. But the veteran of the cage was not so easily broken. He successfully defended himself. The challenger ducked under a sweeping hook from Huiso, and he counterattacked with his hook, defending with the champion's glove. They punched and dodged at the same time with inhuman speed in the center of the ring. Seizing the moment, Song-chan landed a middle kick into the champion's thigh with a loud clang. Huiso quickly regrouped and caught up with the challenger with his back kick on the return. He then wanted to finish him off with a straight kick, but the octagon veteran intercepted it. He quickly hooked his forearm under Huiso's knee and pinned his leg to himself to prevent the champion from breaking free. Afterwards, Song-chan pressed his entire body forward to knock down the impudent fighter. Huiso found himself in a difficult situation. Having lost his support, he quickly lost his balance. The cheeky guy jumped into the ring, turned around as he fell and landed on his hands. Song-chan immediately prepared to attack his opponent's open back. He found himself on the side and punished carelessness with powerful blows to the head, from top to bottom. Having stunned the daring fighter, he took him into a chokehold with his elbow. Huiso barely had time to slip his hand under his opponent's elbow, and Song-chan had already jumped on him and was clinging to him with his monkey legs. Naturally, he pulled the champion along with him to the ring. The fight went to the ground. Huiso gave up his back and was at a disadvantage. He was being put into a choke. But Song Chan's hands had not yet entered the lock. The daring champion slipped his hands into the hold and gained some space. Huiso stood up with his legs supporting him, making a bridge. Song Chan's legs could no longer cling to him. With his back against his opponent, Huiso pulled his arm down, freeing himself from the grip. Then, deftly turning his body, the daring champion was able to catch the challenger in a hold. Song Chan's grappling is not something that can be easily defended against. And yet he did it. How dangerous, I thought the same about my opponent, Huiso. He looks like he's not afraid of any holds, Song Chan analyzed. Despite his advantage in physical strength, he was inferior in the speed of his strikes. There are also not many chances for successful grappling, which means there is only one strategy left. He rushed towards the champion again. Whoever wants the title must attack. Huiso prepared to defend himself. The challenger moved boldly but not recklessly. Song Chan fired his left as soon as he got within range, but the daring champion dodged. Huiso also missed a wide right punch, bending his flexible back. The champion's right hand cut the air near Song Chan's head, but he had already moved to the side. He planned to dodge to get into a good position to grab him. Once he knocked the cocky guy down, his stamina would run out. But the plan didn't work. A sharp jab to the head interrupted the entire combination. Where Sun Chan was surprised, did the blow come when it was least expected? The distance was too great for the right. How could he hit so quickly? The challenger asked himself. I'll just do it again. I wrote it all off as chance and bad luck for Song Chan. Why is the fist so close? He noticed the opponent's right jab flying towards his head. Another right hit the head, so it wasn't an accident, Song Chan realized. His sense of distance was failing him. In the heat of battle, he was unable to notice what was clearly visible to everyone from the side. That's it, shouted the bespectacled presenter, having figured out the champion's strategy. It's hard for the layman to notice. Huiso was punching from a southpaw stance. His right foot was now forward and his right hand was moving closer to his opponent. He had never used it before. What a mockery. To master it in 4 months, Song Chang was indignant. No, it's a bluff. Even experienced world-ranked fighters take a long time to get used to this. We need to continue, and then he will make a mistake. Song Chan went on the attack again. Lowering his guard, Huiso flexibly dodged the challenger's heavy shots. Song Chang unleashed a whole clip of full-weight punches, but none of them landed. But he received 2 right jabs as soon as he froze for a second. Even in his southpaw stance, Huiso was able to dodge and attack perfectly. The left straight threw the challenger back, reducing the number of actions available to him. The experienced octagon veteran moved to the side. He went around his opponent on the left, where it was uncomfortable for him to defend himself. But there, too, he suffered a setback when he was hit with a counter-high kick to the face. The daring champion was ready for anything. Quickly changing his stance, Huiso created a trap for the veteran, luring him to the side. So he really is a genius, Song Chan analyzed his opponent again. Another high kick to the head from the champion almost knocked down the strong veteran. But he stood firm and held on tightly to his opponent's supporting leg. Huiso quickly grabbed the challenger's chest and leaned his body on him, thus shifting his center of gravity. He did not allow himself to be abandoned, and instead pulled himself up like a challenger's turnip. Huiso's back straightened like a steel spring in a bridge, and he threw Song Chan over himself. Having retained his hold, the daring champion landed on top, the bag exercises coming in handy. Huiso moved forward and wrapped his legs around Song Chan's chest. His shin slid further and gathered itself into a triangle under the knee joint, and Song Chan was caught in a hold. His neck was pressed hard, the champion was sitting on his chest, and it was difficult to breathe. In addition, Huiso systematically attacked him with blows to the side. But it was not for nothing that the veteran was superior in strength to his opponent. He was able to get to his feet and stand up. Song Chan lifted them both up, the champion hanging on him like a monkey. Huiso loosened his grip and was thrown down into the ring, now in the underdog position. The hand hovered over the champion like a hammer, ready to finish him off. This is bad, thought the daring fighter, seeing his knockout. The sledgehammer cracked the ring, sending shockwaves through it. He missed. The challenger was surprised. How could he miss from such a distance? Huiso dodged, moving his head in the last split second before the strike. After this, he threw his leg over the challenger's back and put his hand between his legs. He wanted to perform omoplata, the host realized when Huiso wrapped his leg around the challenger's shoulder. To avoid the pain, Song Chan quickly did a powerful forward somersault. So he was able to break free from the champion's grip, the scales constantly swinging between them. Both were lying in the ring, but the champion jumped up a little earlier and attacked earlier. An explosive uppercut sent the challenger's body flying towards the fence. He almost broke through the fence, They hit him so hard. Huiso performed a plam and clasped his hands behind the veteran's head. His knee then shot out into the challenger's turtle-like defense, but the blow still reached even through Songchan's block. Gathering all his strength, Songchan rushed to grab his opponent. He could do nothing more in his stance. But the challenger's hands grabbed the air, and by inertia he continued to fly forward. As if jumping over a vaulting horse, Huiso let the challenger pass underneath him. The veteran was again pressed into the ring. Even in the fight he was losing to the champion. He tried to get up, but the tenacious champion caught him in a triangle with his elbow. While holding the grip, Huiso spun to the side as if he was using wrestling techniques. "What is going on?" the presenters screamed. An anaconda appeared in the ring. Huiso caught his opponent in an anaconda choke. "He'll strangle me," the thought flashed through the experienced veteran's mind. He tried to twist to get out, but Huiso hung like a boa constrictor, a dead weight, and squeezed harder. The champion hooked Songchan's leg so that he couldn't get up, and his oxygen ran out quickly. The referee stopped the fight a second before Songchan was completely knocked out. The winner breathed deeply. A slight euphoria from the work he had done overcame him. First title defense, a choke win. Li Huiso raised his arms in triumph. "Fidgety as a mongoose," Songchan told him, breathing heavily. He almost strangled the brat. The challenger grinned. Even though he lost, he was satisfied with the fight. "It's all speculation. In life, he wouldn't hurt a fly, the champion. A terrible brat justified himself," said Songchan. "Great fight," the cheeky guy extended his hand to the loser. "I won't argue. The fight was excellent." Songchan grabbed his glove. To the sound of applause, the worthy rivals shook hands. "Now it's a shame to show your face," said Songchan when he stood up, and who was the impudent guy surprised at. He missed a blow from where he least expected it. A small fist painfully poked his leg. The tall champion looked down and saw a brave girl with a strong punch. The little girl almost cried from resentment at what kind of brat the champion thought he was. "Sion, come here," her mother called, and the girl quickly retreated. "Who is it?" the young champion mumbled, asking Songchan. "Wife and daughter," the Octagon veteran introduced them. "He is married." The naive guy was surprised. He just made a cutlet out of their hero. The impudent guy was horrified. "Sorry, I tried my best and lost." Songchan justified himself to his beautiful wife. He was magnificent. She patted him tenderly on his bruised cheek. "Congratulations." She conveyed her congratulations to the daring champion with a sincere smile. "Everything worked out," she said. "I'm very sorry." Huiso bowed low, not knowing how else to express his feelings. "Why did the bead get so big?" the mother asked her daughter. "Dad and Uncle were just playing," she said. "Who upset the princess so much?" The veteran patted his daughter on the head. "Because of Uncle Huiso, then he needs to be punished," the veteran said in a high voice, like one speaks to children. "Hiya!" He quickly pushed the champion, and he began to fall dramatically. "Victory!" Songchan shouted, raising his hand, and Huiso played along. "You see, Dad took revenge, but he didn't finish the sentence." The little girl ran to finish off her fallen opponent. The former champion's daughter jumped from above into mount, and she mercilessly swung for the finishing blow. What an overwhelming aura the reigning champion was horrified by. A small fist hit the cheeky guy hard on the cheekbone. "The little pest is growing up like his dad," thought Huiso. Even the photographer was surprised by such a turn of events. The little girl didn't hesitate to finish off with her foot the bad guy who beat up her father. "Let's drink to two champions," the team said in unison and clinked their tea mugs. They made noise throughout the establishment, celebrating their hall's double victory. Huiso laughed. Songchan thanked him for the good fight and the money. They both received bonuses from views. They won the Fight of the Night award, so Songchan earned enough money to buy diapers for his daughter. What's funny is that the impudent brat took the bushy-browed trainer in a strangling elbow. He really scared them. Song-hoon frowned. "But it's him," the guy smiled smugly. How could he have acted differently? After the fight, there was an interview that ended with an ambiguous answer. He tried for a long time to say what he was told, but he simply gave up on it. In the end, it didn't suit him at all, the cheeky champion declared. "He's going to make even more money," he shouted to the cheering crowd. "Everything is fine, as long as the results are good," the cheeky guy laughed. "He will definitely finish them off," Song-hoon grumbled. "He will drink a penalty glass of tea for his impudence," said the bushy-browed coach. The tired Thorn nervously looked at the phone screen. She sat alone and did not celebrate at all. The team had fun until they dropped. After hard work, everyone wanted to rest. Song-hoon even fell ill where he was sitting after drinking strong tea. It was time to go home. The tired guy stretched. The adrenaline had long since worn off, and he was feeling very sleepy. What is she doing alone, he wondered, looking at the upset Thorn. She reached for the glass of juice and drank it in one gulp, and so on several times until the girl's hands began to tremble. She stood up abruptly to go out and get some air, as if she had returned to her previous state. The girl kept herself completely closed. Hui So only managed to notice how her loose silky hair flashed. The sharp-eyed champion noticed briefly that he saw tears. This can't be left alone. He followed where the upset Thorn went. Throwing on his coat, the impudent guy ran out after Yujin, who, like an athlete, also walked quickly. 5 minutes later, he finally found the girl. She was sitting quietly on a bench. The cheeky guy approached quietly, without even saying anything. The sweet Thorn quickly turned around at the sound of footsteps, and tears glistened in the rays of the lanterns. "Do you mind if I sit down?" the champion said calmly. They sat in silence for several minutes, the cheeky guy waiting patiently. "Why don't you ask?" The champion looked at him with eyes red from tears. "If you want to talk, then talk. No, then no," Hui So answered her softly. "Remember talking about your parents?" Thorn began, collecting her thoughts. "Today that man contacted me, heard the impudent guy. I wrote congratulations. You did a great job, baby," the girl shared. How dare he, after 5 years of silence and stillness, suddenly write such a thing? The Thorn said sadly. "I hate him," she cried out bitterly in the middle of the empty park. "He made her life miserable, scandals, the pain of loneliness," she said. The girl endured the beatings until he eventually left her, as if she were just unnecessary baggage that could be left behind. How can a person who knows about her unhappy life suddenly write such things? The Thorn was angry. But what's most infuriating is that tears began to drip onto the strong girl's clenched fist. She remembered all those happy school years that would never return, where they were happy together. And despite everything, she still misses those times. The Thorn has shrunk, as if she was no longer a champion in mixed martial arts, but just a girl. "A pitiful truth," she asked through tears of her only witness. "And why is she such a fool?" the sweet Thorn sobbed. The guy just listened and did not know how to console the girl. Parents are parents, no matter how much you resent them now. In the past, her father definitely loved her with all his heart, but this is what is stopping her. She continued to cry and complain, and he could only listen, thinking that it would make her feel a little better if Yujin let it all out. Hui So suddenly realized that the quills of a wild porcupine were simply a defense mechanism. If you don't let anyone near it, no one will bite you. But her true nature, bright and smiling, was hidden deep inside. "Help me curse him," the sweet Thorn suddenly declared, having spoken her mind properly. "Could she really do that?" the cheeky guy asked in surprise playfully. "Scolding your father is still a bit too much, Hui." So wanted to say, but she interrupted him. "Just curse him however you like." "Okay," thought the cheeky guy, recalling all the juiciest curses. He threw them all out at once, as if challenging a terrible opponent to a fight. "If you live well, live and leave her alone. Otherwise he will use his signature uppercut in no time," the impudent fighter shouted. "Loser," Hui So screamed throughout the deserted square. The echo of his curses spread far and wide, and he even thought he heard a response. "And how did the curse work?" the cheeky guy asked the Thorn. "Did she feel better?" "Bloody hell," she said quietly at first, so that Hui So barely heard. And then, louder each time, she cursed everything under the sun. His ears almost burst from the last scream. "The girls are a terrible force," thought Hui So. "Yujin," he called out to her worriedly when the Thorn fell silent. The sweet girl made a quick grab, so he didn't have time to react. The aroma of cherries and chocolate made his head spin. She fluttered into his arms and squeezed him tightly so she could cry properly. Not knowing what to do, the young guy simply squeezed her tighter in his strong arms. He moved closer, her silky hair gently tickling his face, and she curled up into a ball against his chest. They stood like that for a while, just holding each other, in the light of the evening lanterns. "Feel better?" he asked her. When the wave of emotion subsided, the girl moved away embarrassedly. "I'm sorry," she said. The cheeky guy raised his finger up in displeasure. "What's wrong?" asked the Thorn. She apologized as if she had hit a wall. If they were as close as they were now, he began. "It's worth saying. Thank you for having such a wonderful person nearby," the cheeky guy said seriously. "Sorry," the Thorn repeated again, but softer and quieter. That's how it was. And then the impudent guy closed his eyes from his pretense. "Thank you for being here with her." The girl gave him a dazzling smile, instantly disarming the impudent guy. His trained heart began to race wildly, losing all rhythm. His head went blank and he took a step towards her. All he saw now was how beautiful she was. "Oh, is that really it?" The girl turned away embarrassedly. It wasn't like she had much experience, but she had seen it in dramas. His large, warm hand gently took her cheek, still wet with tears. He turned her face towards him and did the same with his other hand. Despite the obviousness of his actions, Yu-jin did not resist. The cheeky guy reached for his reward, and she responded in kind. Her ragged breathing tickled the skin of her face. She could hear the frantic beating of his heart. It became so warm, as if everything around had melted. They closed their eyes and awkwardly sought each other's lips. By succumbing to the moment, you can forget about everything in the world. But suddenly the girl remembered what she had eaten last. This thought sobered her up more than a bucket of ice water. "What's wrong? Why did you stop?" the impudent guy asked worriedly. "Sausage with onions, that's what happened less than an hour ago." The girl was indignant. "Nonsense! Smoked chicken leg will cope with them," the impudent guy responded in kind, but the moment had already passed. "Pull yourself together. It's all tea and fresh air," the girl resisted. "First we'll do it and then we'll think," the impudent guy insisted. Enough of this nonsense. She finally coped with his pressure. It wasn't that she was indifferent to him, but she needed to sort out her feelings and not rush headlong into everything, the sweet girl said. "I'm not sure, but he thought she felt the same way." The naive guy answered hurt. "It turns out that these were hasty conclusions," he whined in a disappointed voice like an abandoned puppy. "What a fool! He doesn't understand anything." The sweet thorn was embarrassed. "Hey, brat," the thorn squeezed his shoulder and leaned over. The athlete's strong hand knocked the impudent guy to the ground. "And who is the champion here?" Her beautiful eyes that sparkled like stars told him. Dry lips from excitement pressed tenderly to his cheek, which made him drunk again. "What is she doing?" The impudent guy became even more excited when the girl hugged him around the neck. She rubbed herself against him like a contented cat and pressed herself tightly. At that moment, the monk's soul left his body entirely. "She also takes him seriously because she wouldn't kiss just anyone," the sweet cat said. "And since it's so serious, I wouldn't want to do everything in a hurry, and anyhow," she declared in her thin voice. "He can wait a little," said the thorn, who easily defeated the champion. The impudent guy took a long time to collect his thoughts, becoming as timid as a puppy. He had the most beautiful girl in the world sitting on his mount, so he capitulated unconditionally. The cheeky guy beamed with a sincere smile and obediently wagged his tail. "What a simpleton. It's written all over his face," the girl thought. "But that is precisely why there is no need to be afraid of him," the sweet thorn realized. "However, he will become calmer if she kisses the other side," the impudent boy declared. The cat wondered whether she should give the rascal a gentle bite now. She moved closer to grab his ear while he was still so naive. "Cough." A passerby who appeared at the wrong time started coughing. "They drink tea and start a row," the old man grumbled. In fact, he didn't say a word, but everything was clear anyway. The couple, caught off guard, quickly separated. "The world has come to an end," the old man grumbled incoherently and walked away. The couple exchanged knowing glances. Oh, this old generation. Unable to contain themselves, they both burst out laughing. Everything was spinning out so absurdly. "What are they doing here?" She wiped the tears from her eyes again, but this time they were tears of joy. "Who would have known?" the cheeky guy answered her. And at that moment, the phone rang. Huaisio also received the message and his pocket vibrated. Sun Hoon woke up and said that they were finishing up, asking to come back. The cat read. "Same thing, read your message, cheeky guy. This coach is very hard-working," he said. "Then let's go." The girl stood up and shook herself off. No matter how much she didn't want to, she had to go. "No, wait, there's another side," the cheeky guy said, demanding like a child. "If you don't hurry, they'll suspect something," the thorn said. Then the daring champion wouldn't retreat any faster. "Now my back will hurt from standing bent over." He was being capricious, okay? The thorn agreed. The fool opened up. She looked at his pure and naive face. "Puppy?" She cracked lightly at the cheeky mixed martial arts champion. "What is this?" the guy shouted. But it was too late. The cheeky cat ran away. "Vredina!" he shouted after her, and the thorn stopped for a second, of course, and that suited her. He knows that it's not that easy with her. The cheeky girl smiled slyly. "We need to hurry," she ordered the naive guy to move. "What a beast," Hui so sighed with relief. Now he was ready to forgive anything. This could wait, he thought. Let him sort out his feelings. He could still feel them on his cheek, and his hand involuntarily reached out to his face. Exciting memories of her tender, slightly rough lips. He got his reward right after all, the cheeky boy thought happily. The memories greatly improved his mood. How wonderful this night is. He realized he should breathe some more fresh air and only then go. "Look here," said the commentator of the video from the match between Hui So and Sung Chan. "Look, he calculated everything," said the funny man in the bandana. And in just a few months, the blogger said from the phone screen. He easily switches from right-handed to left-handed. The blogger gave an accurate analysis. But even in wrestling, he gets better with every fight. What a talented fighter. This is a talent that will definitely reach the top, said the blogger in a bandana. Sir, the secretary entered the boss's office after knocking. The schedule for the match in Los Angeles has arrived, he reported to the bald boss. Let's take another look, asked SFC President Dave White. While the champions were cooling off, other athletes were preparing for their fights. The practice of hitting the paws and hanging bags shook the hall. There was a lot of activity, sparring, wrestling, throws, grabs. Yu Jin entered the restroom. Preparations for the next match had not begun, and she could relax. Why are you sprawled out like a pig? The Thorn greeted me as sweetly as usual. The main bushy-browed grumbler of this room is waiting for him in the office. The girl called him. Money. She rubbed her fingers contentedly. The girl had already received her salary. How cool, a cheeky guy put on the face of a ladies' man. It's okay, he's a star, Hui. So thought about himself. How scary, thought the Thorn. How much tea would you have to drink to kiss someone like that? The Thorn remembered. I'll go, said the cheeky guy. Be sure to rest a little. He stroked her head. The cat's fur stood on end, but the cheeky boy didn't notice. How good he was, thought Hui So. Here, said the ladies' man when he arrived at the coaching room. Sit down. Song-hoon invited him to talk in a reserved manner as usual. It seems like some people these days use excuses to justify inappropriate behavior, hinted Sung-hoon, who said the fighter was wary. Absolutely everything, Sun-hoon stated sternly, and the impudent fighter was embarrassed, scratching the back of his head. So why did they call him here? He quickly changed the subject. Reward for the last match, checked the whole amount, gave him the documents, brow stick. Hui So's eyes widened like the zeros he counted. There is definitely no mistake, the athlete asked. At first, he also did not believe that it was possible to receive so much for a home match, Sun-hoon agreed. 124 million, in words, was the amount of the winnings. The biggest contribution was made by the paid broadcasts. Their match achieved popularity, the lowest ratings of the SFC, but it was also a shocking success. If money is the measure, no one has earned so much, which means Hui So is the most valuable fighter in Korea. Song-hoon laid out 4 stacks of documents in front of him, proposals from other organizations. Veiled Tudo seems to be a promising option. Highlighted Browstick 1 contract. Sign-on bonus, 10 grand, 65 grand for the fight, double your bet for a win, and plus 5 grand for every win on your bet, all in dollars. The terms sounded very tasty to the guy who had just recently scanned the goods at the checkout. But wouldn't it be better to choose SFC? They don't have home broadcasting? Asked the champion. Veil are in negotiations. They will have it soon too. Was it because of him that the self-confident champion asked, was it true? The bushy-browed trainer looked at him sternly. The MMA market is growing, so they are thinking of entering it at the right time, explained Brovastic. The new format will not be easy to gain popularity, but it will do so quickly, Sung-hoon reassured. If he continues there, he will earn money and get the best health insurance in Korea. They have potential, Hui So noted. SFC is still better, as Sung-hoon said earlier. That was the case before. Now SFC has many unfavorable conditions, the bushy-browed coach reminded. According to the terms, medical expenses in the amount of less than $1,500 are paid by the fighter. The problem is that a large amount can be divided into small payments, and then they will be less than the payable limit. In addition, this applies to injuries during a match and does not cover expenses during training. Then they get the rights to his face. He will no longer be able to manage his own social networks and record videos. Also, for sponsorship, the consent of the association is required. During the main matches, it is necessary to dress Rita, their main sponsor. Anything else? Asked the upset champion. 3 more conditions were noted by Song-hoon. Veil respects his personal rights, has flexible sponsorship and good insurance. Sun-hoon listed their advantages again. So what will he choose? Asked the bushy-browed man, tired of waiting for the impudent accountant to make up his mind. I can't choose between these two, the impudent champion fidgeted. Why not try and continue negotiations with both of them? Hui So asked. On what terms? Song-hoon asked. How about 80,000 a fight? Said the cheeky financier. He wants to put forward these conditions to both organizations, the bushy-browed coach asked in surprise. In X1, you can only get that kind of money if you win. So is there any point in moving then? Hui So thought. Does he really think it's that easy to win and consolidate this? The meticulous coach became worried. If this is a dead end, both options are bad, the fighter said. But on the other hand, Song-hoon thought, this might work. He scratched his chin. Bravastic decided to immediately contact the people from the agency and resolve everything. Okay, I'll try. said the voice on the phone when he realized that they were asking for it. 85, Douglas Mack read the sum and calculated the winnings and losses. They just announced it now, he asked his assistant, and asked to keep the 100% bonus for winning. He added, "And what do you say to this?" The head of the branch asked for advice. "Such investments make sense," the blonde answered. Half of the paid views of Lee Huiso's fight were in the United States. The assistant confirmed his beliefs. "Almost $200,000, he said, and Mac Douglas's eyes widened at the amount. The lowest SFC events had sales of $250,000, the blonde guy said for reference. "They made the same offer to Vail, and there is a high probability that they will choose it," he added. "What should we do?" asked the assistant, and the boss thought about it. "Continue negotiations, try to make the best offer and win," the boss ordered. "And don't forget to show them where their places are, so that they don't act arrogantly from the very beginning," he said. To sum it up, James Caan said he was working as their agent when they met in the cafe. The coach and the champion listened to him attentively, their heads spinning from all the intricacies of the matter. Bail drop out, SFC accept revised terms. Nothing changed significantly, but they agreed to raise the prize for the fight to $75,000. If Huiso loses in the first match, the bet will drop to $55,000. Less money, the fighter was indignant, a common tactic, they pretend to agree, but on their own terms, the agent explained. "What sly ones," thought the impudent guy, and pressed himself against the table. "But this gives them the opportunity to set their own conditions," Agent Caan said. "If Huiso wins, the bet will increase to $100,000, and the bonus will remain +5 for each subsequent win. Also, Abeba's sponsorship, which he inherited from X1, is being extended. If he wins the first fight, he will receive additional bonuses from sponsors." "And SFC accepted this proposal?" the athletes asked doubtfully. Agent Caan nodded contentedly. The almighty god of negotiations, his skills were admired by both the trainer and the fighter. "There are also unspoken additional conditions that are not directly specified in the contract. The fight is in mid-October. They want to quickly introduce Huiso into the game while he is popular," the agent said. "The meticulous Song Hoon estimated it too early. The contract does not specify a date, so it could be moved to the end of October," Caan added. "Can they find out who the opponent is?" the meticulous coach asked, and Caan reached into his bag of papers. "There are only 3 potential opponents for him to choose from," the agent said. "First up is Anthony Bryan, winner of the reality show SFC Tufts, a rising star who recently entered the rankings. The second, Drake, had a 7-game winning streak in the small organization before joining SFC, and after 3 wins, he quickly rose to 14th place in the association. And finally, Heinrich Schultz, nicknamed the Stubborn King, 9th place, a tough nut, listed all the contenders for Caan. Before this, he had only heard about them on TV or online. But now he can fight them. The daring guy was stunned. "It looks like SFC is really what we need." He grinned, anticipating some interesting battles. Although the coach knows better, he would recommend Drake, no obvious weaknesses, but lacking determination, suggested Agent Caan. "First of all, a fight with him could potentially give him a place in the rankings," the agent added. "The decision needs to be made now," Sung Hoon asked him. "First, we need to decide on the contract." "Do you want to sign it?" the agent replied. "What do you think?" asked the guy with the eyebrows. "If there are no objections from the elder, he wants to sign the contract," the resolutely impudent guy answered. Then everything was decided. The meticulous Song Hoon threw up his hands. "There are still some things that need to be clarified before the contract is signed," Agent Caan said. "Are they aware of the unfavorable provisions of the SFC, advertising rights, health insurance?" the agent asked, and received an affirmative answer. "Then you can put crosses in the contract opposite the name. All the other details could be sorted out later," they concluded, and the athletes thanked the skilled agent. "They will have a copy for safekeeping. The second will be sent to the SFC," Agent Caan warned. "It is also undesirable to delay the choice. The opposing team must also prepare," the agent reminded. "They are already ready to make a choice," said Huiso. "He would like to meet this opponent for a long time," said the daring fighter, "if the elder does not mind." He looked at Song Hoon and he nodded. "Can a coach really go against a fighter who wants to fight and choose his own opponent?" agreed Song Hoon. Then who asked Agent Kang. "This is the guy he wants to beat up." The impudent guy pointed at the document. It was very noisy in one of the Los Angeles gyms. A crowd of sweaty athletes puffed and practiced punches, combinations, and wrestling. Finally, a rest, the athlete declared and collapsed on the floor. His partner had tired him out a lot. "What kind of concessions?" he was surprised. Looking at Brian, who was staring at his phone. Wow. He was glad that he had free ears that he could use. Tony, said blonde Brian. He has to see this. That critic and that fighter, the athlete began, and his partner urgently asked to take a leak. Just look! He shouted after his fleeing comrade, but he didn't listen. Well, no one understands him, Brian sighed heavily. He looked around the room in search of a new victim, and everyone anxiously hid their eyes. How long can people be tortured with this? His trainer asked, and immediately regretted it. He definitely has to watch this awesome video, the blonde insisted. He has a fight soon, the coach said. But they didn't listen to him. Watch this video first, then everything else, Brian insisted. He's the only one who likes this. What a weirdo, said the bearded coach. What do you think? Anthony asked him. Amazing, isn't it? He added when the video ended. The creepy guy in the bandana made funny faces and twitched while talking about the new fighter. A real beast has appeared in Asia, and in the same weight category, Brian was inspired. I would love to meet him once, the blonde fighter said dreamily, as if that was what he wanted. His bearded trainer asked him. He definitely wants to fight him. The coach repeated the question. They are going to bring him to SFC. Anthony was surprised. It's just that he's in Asia, Brian muttered, and the bearded coach shoved the offer document under his nose. What? He recognized his opponent. It was Li Huiso, Anthony said. They just signed the SFC contract and are considering him as an opponent, the bearded trainer said. The fighter trembled. Put a big cross where it should be. Anthony was inspired by the upcoming fight. Huiso was lying on the mats reading the news. Anthony Bryan confirmed his challenge. Most reactions to this news were skeptical, but that's what the cheeky guy always thought. On the other hand, he was always an underdog, excluding a title defense match. As usual, he just needs to clearly show everyone who he is. With each match, his fighting sense has become sharper. After watching a video, he can clearly imagine his opponent. Huiso began his shadow boxing by trying to visualize his opponent as clearly as possible. As if the opponent was standing right in front of him, the impudent guy saw the blonde's face. He felt its distance, speed, and trajectory of the blow. Huiso moved as if they were in a real fight, dodging the combinations of the larger opponent. He opened up and needed to hit. The instinct of a daring fighter told him. Young Juan made a gurgling sound after his neck was nearly broken. Oops, thought the daring fighter, exiting the matrix into the real world. He just sent his best friend flying with a powerful high kick. He's alive, the brazen fighter shouted to the whole room. They won't make him pay for the damage. Criminal Hui. So, how are you going to pay for the damage? Chung Huan jumped up sharply. They sat down to chat off to the side, near the wall, while Young Huan collected his thoughts. As the neck asked Huiso, almost broke, ready to pay, grumbled the best friend. Why did he show up? The impudent guy asked. He hadn't shown up for a long time, so he decided to remind everyone about himself. Lately they have become distant. A loyal friend noticed Huiso had important matches. He's going to fight Brian. Isn't Drake the better choice? His friend asked. But Huiso shook his head. The fight with Drake is easier, but he only wants to fight the strongest fighters, the confident fighter said. Brian is the winner of the TAF show. If he wins, he will get a lot of attention. Huiso explained his calculation. As expected, he is special, said Young Huan. And yet he came here to tell him something. His friend became a coach, and Huiso was very surprised by this change. Because of certain individuals, the number of newcomers has increased by leaps and bounds, said Young Huan. It makes him blush, replied Huiso. What about his fights? Asked Huiso. The number of offers may decrease. Is he ready for this? It's okay. After that match, he realized his limitations and came to terms with them, but he won. Huiso didn't agree, only barely, his friend sadly noted. He won twice after his debut, but with great difficulty, which is why he had to make such difficult decisions. The main problem was the inability to cope with nervous tension. If this is not overcome, then high achievements can be forgotten. Moreover, Chung Huan did not expect to overcome his nervousness in the future. And yet he is not one to give up easily, Huiso thought. From this match, he is now an assistant coach for the champion, his friend declared. Young Huan asked the brow guy to give him such an opportunity so that he could support the cheeky guy. It's true that he had already said something similar. I had to butter up Huiso to hear a few pleasant words. How is Auntie? Asked Huiso. He hadn't seen her since he quit the store. She is sick, Young Huan admitted, making his impudent friend so agitated. After debuting, he couldn't help her much, Young Huan said, and she was overtired. Plus his income was low, and something had to be done. She needs to rest, and he needs to take care of everything, the friend said. So that's the real reason, Huiso realized. She supported him all this time, but she lost her health. so Young Hwan could no longer insist on his desires. He sacrificed his dream of building a career as a fighter for greater stability and his single mother. He's now thinking about unnecessary nonsense. A friend has snuck up. Nothing like that was Huiso's excuse. I believed it, thought Young Hwan to himself after hearing these weak excuses. The timing may not be right, but he is up to the job of coach, Young Hwan said confidently. This body can definitely handle champions outside the ring. He confidently pointed his finger. Oh, come on, the cheeky guy teased his newly minted coach. Succeed, shouted Jung Hwan, for he had staked all his savings on it. I don't hear the answer. The new coach looked at the lazy champion. I will definitely win, chanted Huiso. Great, then let's start the special super training immediately, the young trainer flared up. The lazy bastard will gnaw the earth, the young trainer thought with a smile. He himself will be the first to get tired, thought the daring fighter. What is he doing after practice? Huiso asked, and Young Hwan replied that he was free. How about a couple of glasses of tea? Suggested the cheeky champion. Training for the fight starts tomorrow and he wants to go to tea houses. His friend was surprised. The main question is dark tea, light or rice, the champion said. Dark tea, Young Hwan drooled, was already last time. Rice tea soju is better, insisted Huiso. They argued for a long time which tea house to go to and what to eat with it. Chicken breast or cold snacks from the pub. Then today he's treating, Young Hwan's best friend proudly suggested. We drank tea until we were full. The strong champion dragged his friend. And in the end, we took pork breast. After yesterday's tea party, Huiso was sweating profusely during training with Young Hwan. Next, the young and ruthless coach commanded. Gather the sheets, he shouted to the impudent champion, and he grabbed the ropes. Throw the cabin boy down, go ahead, shouted a friend in the voice of Sergeant Hartman. Spin faster, he commanded. Huiso took the hand grip trainer. Next, the coach shouted, Wee! So grabbed the heavy weights. He performed a lot of double throw reps to strengthen his shoulders. Young Hwan counted out the required number, and Huiso rushed to the rope. No legs or start all over again, declared the tough coach. Huiso jumped down heavily, the final step, Young Hwan said in their circuit training. I hope it doesn't crack, thought the daring champion, and pulled the Balaz tire with all his might. With a powerful jerk, he was able to put her on her butt and push her forward. The heavy tire flipped over. After all the grueling exercises, the last one was especially difficult. 19 minutes, declared the stern and young coach. Wow, for all 4 sets. It was the program of wrestlers in the national wrestling team. Chung Hwan was happy with the results. Why did they try to do something they couldn't do? It's the magic of especially gifted trainers, the cheeky guy grumbled. But he managed. His friend objected. He can consider himself to be in very good shape since he was able to do this, Young Hwan encouraged. Then that's good. The fighter sighed heavily. In any case, a meeting with the blonde would require preparation, the daring athlete thought. He doesn't often hear praise for him. Young Hwan was surprised. From what was shown on the Tough Show, Brian has excellent mental and physical stability. He is such an incredible fighter that it made him want to fight and win even more, said Huiso. So it's different, muttered Young Hwan, and they called him. Coach Song, my friend picked up the phone. Okay, I'll betray you, Young Hwan obediently answered. Their agent called. He wanted to pass on the message, comrade, but the impudent guy was completely out cold. He snores like a pig. His best friend smiled. Tomorrow he'll be even more annoying, he thought. In the meantime, let him sleep. He carefully covered the source of income with a blanket. Huiso fell into a deep sleep, the effects of yesterday's tea party still evident. Fine, said Young Hwan. He'll definitely make some money on the bets. Try hard, Golden Egg Hen. The trainer smiled. Brian sat in a special tent and read various news. It was difficult to breathe in the thin air. I had to take more frequent breaths. Bearded coach Alex watched these efforts with skepticism. It's Anthony's time, he told the fighter. And the blonde climbed out of the tent. Then he was put on a treadmill with a filter mask, which made breathing difficult. He was constantly out of breath, but he kept up the pace. At the end, Anthony felt completely exhausted, as he should be after a good workout. He gave it his all. The bearded coach patted him on the shoulder. Come by after training, let's talk, Alex asked, which made Anthony worried about the conversation. You'll find out later, Alex answered evasively, and the blonde boy looked at him suspiciously. Everyone's gone, Alex asked him when Anthony entered his office. There's no one in the locker room or the toilet either, the disgruntled athlete replied. Let's hope that's true, Alex replied and reached into the desk drawer. He took out a small inhaler, the kind usually given to asthmatics. This is really necessary. The fighter was angry, as if it was the first time we were doing this, Alex dismissed his objections. He regularly trained in a hypoxic tent, so why would he need such extremes, the athlete denied. The effect of the tent lasts a couple of hours. There are 2 weeks before the fight. Twice a week he sits in the tent, but this will not greatly affect the match, Alex explained. Gaseous xenon can be used because it is not detectable by doping tests. He understood everything. The obstinate athlete was pressured by his coach. The day before the weigh-in, right before the match, the coach reminded him to hide until then. Anthony clenched his fists. "Don't use it beforehand," Alex said, and the athlete snapped back, and it was so clear he barked. "Anthony!" the vile trainer shouted after the quickly departing fighter. Acting like a fairy of innocence, the vile trainer mocked the fighter. As Anthony left the room, the shutter of an old camera clicked several times in a dark corner. The shadow in the corner of the house chuckled quietly. The pictures turned out great. The day of their departure to America came, and the grumpy master gave everyone instructions. "Lee Su, don't you dare slack off," the unshaven master grumbled. "What could happen in a week?" he replied. "There will be more work than he thinks," said the lazy master. "Since Taeyong and Taejun are there will be no problems," Lee Su denied. "Where are Haibiom and Yu Jin?" the cheeky fighter asked discontentedly. "They have a new shoot," the coach answered him. Again, the fighter was upset. Nothing could be done. They asked me to tell him that they were sorry and wished him victory. Lee Su smiled. Yujin said so. The naive guy beamed, not hiding his emotions at all. "No, Haibiom," the blonde coach cut off his dreams. "It's time," the old master grumbled as boarding was announced for their flight. "Be careful," said goodbye to the champion Lee Su. "I will return with victory," he promised. "Let's go." The daring guy led a team of 2 boomers and 1 young coach. 14 hours later, they arrived in New York, at the hotel that had been prepared for them. Tired after the flight, their agent Khan asked, "Everything is so fast," the impudent champion whined. "I didn't expect there to be so much press," said Hui So. "All because of the sold broadcasts and promotion on YouTube," explained Agent Kang. There were about 10 reporters. The rest were fans and sports photographers. They prepared the car so that while no one was looking, they could use it. A guide would be visiting them soon. No other events were planned, just a medical check, Agent Khan informed them. "The main events are open training and press conferences," he added. "It is also better to avoid unnecessary interviews other than those certified by SFC. There is one persistent investigator of corruption and scandals, SFC. Before matches, there are always a lot of people here," said Agent Khan. "They themselves understand what this means," asked their agent. "Just cooperate with SFC," thought the impudent guy. Then their useful agent Khan left everything at that. The old master also left with him. "See you tomorrow." The lazy master fighter left for the junior coach. The boys were left completely without the supervision of grumpy coaches. They immediately created a stir, rejoicing like children at the adventure. An expensive hotel, a comfortable room, the noise of New York. "And how did you like the trip to New York?" Jung Hwan imitated the journalist's microphone. "I think the whole city should know what kind of star is visiting them," the cheeky guy declared. What an impudent fellow, his friend and trainer slapped the champion on the back. How dare he hit the champion's precious body? Hui So was fooling around. They fell onto the soft beds, and after the long flight and all the emotions, they quickly fell asleep. "Thank you," said Jung Hwan to his friend. "Thanks to him, he travels. But they are here for work." The cheeky friend waved off. Of course, the young coach answered his best friend carefree. "Are you nervous before the fight?" Jung Hwan asked the champion. But he just laughed. It was him, Hui So, who was sure he would defeat his opponent. "But he is very worried, especially about what might happen in the future," the young coach said. "The world stage is an ocean full of whales, a lot of attention. Someone will love, someone will hate. Be careful," Jung Hwan wished. "You're worrying for nothing," Hui So waved off his friend's concerns. "If someone doesn't like him, shouldn't he think about it?" the cheeky guy said confidently. "All that is needed is to win and rise higher," the fighter confidently stated. "What a carefree idiot," thought Jung Hwan, and looked at his friend. "Excitement makes him want to fight faster," the bold champion said. "That's just him," the young coach grinned. "Problems did arise," Agent Khan told them the next day. "That's not true." Brian denied the accusations on the front pages of sports magazines and social networks. "This is true?" the old master asked. "Who knows?" answered Khan. "But if they arrange an inspection, the fight can be cancelled altogether." "And what about the fee for the fight?" the unshaven master grumbled, and Agent Khan shook his head. "How bad?" Sanguk grumbled discontentedly. Did the impudent guy doubt it? How much can one trust this article? Kana asked Huiso. Elvani doesn't go far without proof, so it's most likely true, Khan replied. There will be an emergency conference now. The SFC will not sit idly by and will try to justify itself, Huiso realized. If the fight is cancelled, everyone will suffer losses, Kang said. And if not, he will fight a guy who takes doping, Huiso replied. In such a situation, the Korean organizations will confiscate all the fees from the fighter who broke the rules, the old master grumbled. A press conference had already been scheduled, Agent Khan informed them. Then we must try, the impudent champion suddenly said. He didn't intend to ruin SFC's reputation, Kang clarified worriedly. But he didn't just want to find out the truth, Huiso replied. The consequences could be dire, Khan warned. But they still needed to take advantage of the situation, the cheeky guy replied. He agrees, the agent asked like a grumpy master, and he nodded. The will of the fighter decides, the unshaven master agreed with the impudent guy. Well, what can you do with these athletes? Sighed Agent Khan. Thank you for understanding, the impudent guy decided. The conference attracted a crowd of journalists, fans, and other onlookers. Huiso Anthony Bryan presented the conference presenters. They walked out into the hall and looked at each other with inquisitive glances. Bryan looked confident, as if the scandal had not affected him in any way. Let's begin the press conference, said Douglas Mack from the podium. Each journalist has his own number, so you can start in order, he said. And the first question went to Bryan. Is he taking illegal drugs? The journalist asked. No, he is not taking illegal drugs, Anthony replied. It's all a lie and a provocation, the fighter justified himself. If anyone disagrees, let them present evidence. Drugs, doping, he is constantly under suspicion. And there are also rumors about a deal with Alex Griffin, the journalist said. Alex is just a coach, and he has tough training methods, Bryan answered freely. The conference was becoming more and more like a warm bath. They're nothing more than rumors, Anthony easily justified himself, looking smugly at those gathered. There are CCTV recordings showing that they met alone in the hall. Another journalist said. They met everywhere because Alex was his coach, Anthony said. The journalist objected, but the meetings always took place outside of working hours, when no one was there. That day they had a fight over money. The conversation was not very pleasant. Then he ran out of the office. The blonde fighter was brazenly lying. It's personal, but he can tell if required, Anthony bragged. After all, this is for questioning, and the press conference. Maybe they will pay attention to Mr. Lee, Bryan said. Agent Khan thought badly. Anthony got away with all the accusations. They are professionals and can destroy Hui, so moreover, they deliberately ignored him in order to belittle the Koreans' importance. If this continues, Huiseo's importance will diminish in the eyes of the audience, Kang thought. Then he wouldn't mind taking a doping test, the journalist asked the blonde athlete. Even now, Bryan grinned smugly. Since he agreed so easily, a hubbub went through the hall, which meant that the whole story was indeed fiction. More questions, Douglas Mack asked. But the reporters remained silent. He wanted to end the conference, but one cheeky guy prevented him from doing so by raising his hand. Besides asking questions, he has the right to express his opinion, the cheeky guy said. Then let's give him the floor, agreed MacDouglas. Thank you, answered Huiso. First of all, it was a great show. It was fun, the fighter said. And the journalists tensed up. Great game, he even believed it, Huiso taunted. And even Anthony tensed up at his words. But it's all a lie, Hui. So slapped the table and stood up. Let me tell you what a vile bastard this guy is, he said. I protest, they shouted from the audience, as if they were in court at a hearing. Is he accusing them of whitewashing Bryan? The journalist asked, thereby giving himself away completely. If the answer is obvious, why ask? The cheeky guy wondered. Too stupid a question for a reporter, Huiso said. Then what should they have asked? The bearded journalist asked insolently. Bryan has a lot of coaches. What's the point of asking about them? Huiso pointed at the opposing team. Why would he be so frank? Bryan asked, just because of rumors. He quipped back. This is such a secret information. Does the guy who is about to lose really have secrets? Or maybe he brought doping here, right now, Huiso said, and the opponent wavered. That's it. The usually reserved Song-hoon chuckled quietly. This is baseless slander, the rival was indignant. But Huiso, he explained, it will not be baseless, he said. It was clear that he was going to use the EPO hormone stimulant. The effect lasts for 72 hours. The impudent guy began. Those who have at least a drop of brains understand that today is 3 days before the fight, continued Huiso. He has not yet taken doping, and a test can be done. Anthony posts a lot about his training, but it's just a distraction. The daring guy nailed his opponent. The hormone, secreted naturally, does not last long, but has a positive effect on athletes. But how will they then notice the difference? They asked from the audience. Is it safer to take doping before the fight? Said Huiso. EPO levels can only be confirmed by a blood test, but needles can cause injury to the athlete. Modern tests will have a hard time detecting artificial EPO levels, but you can examine your body for injections. Is it true, Brian? The cheeky athlete asked. He is not a drug addict. This is already too much. Anthony was indignant and approached Huiso. What is he trying to achieve? The blonde asked. If he is wrong, he will publicly apologize, the impudent fighter declared. The delirium enraged Anthony. Huiso cut off his objections. He saw his fights in TAF, the cheeky guy said. From the outside, it looked really cool, Huiso said. I thought I would finally meet a tough fighter, the impudent fighter said with disappointment. He remained silent to give Brian a chance to tell everything honestly. With his mouth the whole truth, the fighters stood close to each other. Now he doesn't see him as a rival, and he doesn't care whether he comes with doping or not, said Huiso, and Mac Douglas liked it. As soon as the fight starts, I'll bury you alive in the ring, the impudent guy growled. The headlines were blown away by Brian, Agent Khan, who was jubilant about how well everything had worked out. It was cool, he told the fighter, but Huiso responded with restraint and thought. He would be the star of this match, his Agent Khan assured him, and McDouglas liked it. He was right. The daring fighter agreed. I didn't know he was well-versed in doping drugs, Kang said. And he doesn't know anything, Huiso said. The old master helped him. Huiso pointed to the coach. Not really, but how did he manage to make so much noise about such information? The old master asked Agent Khan. Enough of this nonsense. The old master slapped the insolent guy on the back of the head. Brian is now morally shocked by what is happening. Khan smiled contentedly. Nasty thing, he kicked the empty bucket so that it bounced across the entire hall. I told you it was unnecessary, Anthony shouted throughout the room. All the time spent, all the efforts are now tainted with the stigma of a cheat. The athlete was angry. Lee was right. He came to the conference with a can of gasoline to burn everything. He had to admit his mistake. Brian punched the wall, and the coach hurried to calm him down before he got injured. How can he calm down now? The blonde boy was indignant. It's all already happened, the coach snapped. He's so calm because he has nothing to lose, Anthony said in response. This is partly his fault because he is the head coach and he missed everything. But now we need to make the right decisions with a cool head, the coach said. In the end, no one knows anything now except that Brian did not take doping, the coach said. But Anthony did not calm down. Everything is fine, his trainer stated confidently, and the fighter fell silent. He's upset now, but there's no need to do anything he'll regret. But then what to do? Asked the upset guy. Take out all the anger and resentment in a fight with Lee Huiso, the coach answered him. After all, he is the one who is to blame for everything that happened, and he needs to take proper revenge. The coach switched his attention to the impudent opponent. If it weren't for Lee Huiseo, the conference would have gone quietly. The coach repeated that he was to blame for everything.